the story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
Some dreams will be made and some will be crushed in this iQOO BMPS 2024. It's a new day and we're back with new teams from the Set Blue. I'm going to be a host of Caster Necro, John alongside with me on the panel. It's going to be iSuper Johnny once again. And Johnny, these two new groups that are joining us, they're quite stacked.
Yeah, they are quite stacked. Some of the best teams in the country all lined up together. And this is what we were hoping for right now. One thing that is left is at least a few exciting drop clashes in the matches that we are about to witness. I mean, if that is what we get, then I'm going to be completely satisfied from the day.
Just to give the viewers a little bit of a know in which teams are going to be joining us today. It's going to be OG, TWOB, iQOO Seoul. These are just a few names. There's always going to be a few more that will be there in the front foot. But what are your thoughts about all these teams?
I think it's going to be an exciting day. As you mentioned, these are just a few names. These are going to be joined by Revenant Esports as well. And these four teams are in the same group. We aren't talking about the two separate groups, by the way. This is just one group. The other group is also equally stacked, but because of that level of competition that we might witness today, it might be completely different from what we witnessed in the last 2 days.
And even speaking of yesterday, a few usual suspects were not able to perform once again, but then a few teams also established a major comeback. Speaking of Reckoning Esports, they did quite nice.
Yeah, Reckoning Esports, but we always knew that this was going to happen, right? Even week one, the performance wasn't that bad. If you look at how the other teams played, how the other 127 teams played, Reckoning Esports still did quite well. But the performance they put up in week one was not up to the par compared to the performances we've seen from them in the past. Yesterday, it felt like, all right, everything in the world is okay. Reckoning Esports, they're still there. And, of course, still playing like one of the top contenders. But then again, when we talk about the groups today, Orangutan, they've showed up completely different this time. Highly motivated, looking for the win. And along with them, TWOB. Now, they have had a brilliant bounce back in their story.
We cannot really forget TWOB, as you mentioned. Even they have been doing pretty nice. Prince himself, the IGL, every single time he's been with this banner. And this banner has been doing pretty nice. Known for their aggression, TWOB, they always do tend to strike pretty nicely.
Yeah.
But let's move on towards the prize pool. This is what all of these teams are fighting for. 2 crore rupees on the line for this iQOO BMPS 2024, from which the winning team will be getting 75 lakhs.
Yeah, and it is going to be exciting to see which 16 teams make it through to the other side. Now we get an opportunity to see some of the top contenders in action today as well. That is what I'm excited about. And of course, as you mentioned, 75 lakh rupees for the winners, along with the trophy, and 30 lakhs being given to the runner-up of the tournament. We'll have to see which teams are going to be fighting for that second and the third prize as well. And of course, the individual accolades, the iQOO MVP of the tournament walking away with 4 lakh rupees. The in-game leader walking away with 2 lakhs. We have the emerging star with 1 lakh and fan favorite player with 50,000.
Exactly, and the prizes, they're not just going to be ending over there. You flip the page and you see Hero Xtreme MVP of the finals receiving Hero Xtreme 160R 4V. And then on the opposite side, you also do see Survivor of the finals getting his hands on Hero Xtreme 125R. So they're going to be riding away with those bikes.
Well, they are going to be riding away with those bikes. Unfortunately, it's not going to be us, the Necro. That is what we were hoping for. But, I mean, let's see how the teams pair up in the competition, because, again, things are just getting started. We are still in round 1. There are still a couple of more rounds, then the semifinals, and, of course, the finals that will happen in Kochi. But we have the point structure in front of us. And, of course, we had this conversation. There was a question that popped up as well, Necro, about what is more important these days. Is it the aggression, or is it the placement points? And I think 1 point per finish, we have seen that in action.
A bit of both, I would like to say. You know, even sometimes placements do tend to be the game changer. Yes, elimination points are always going to be a little bit more compared to this entire structure that we're seeing. But still, a bit of that placement added up as well, even that means a lot.
Exactly. I mean, there are moments where you need those placement points, and especially in the maps where you know for a fact that you haven't done well, and your win rate on that map, your performances on that map haven't been the greatest of all time. So you are going to try for placement in those particular games. I'm talking about maps like Vacandy and for a few teams, Miramar as well. But let's have a look at the overall rankings as of now for this set blue. And of course, yesterday, WSB, they had a phenomenal bounce back. You were talking about Reckoning Esports, but I think we have to give props to Honored Rivals as well. They did quite well for themselves.
Indeed, they did. HRZ with 69 points on the second spot of the overall storyboard. GT right there on the third with 57 points. Inferno Squad, a returning name this time, once again keeping up that consistency.
Yeah.
BMW IGL's addition has been so well inside of this entire banner.
Yeah, and then there were teams that were all about that aggression. I mean, we're talking about Ignite Gaming, 36 frags secured in the 6 matches they played. For the first 2 days, at least of the second half of round 1. Team Cosmic, they had a pretty decent run yesterday, 48 points, but it remains to be seen if that was enough to help them cross that threshold. But while all of that was happening at the top of the leaderboard, at the second half, we had some interesting performances. Glitch Reborn, we expected them to step things up, but I think they've now maintained a standard in what we saw from them in week 1 and week 2.
Yeah, they can easily qualify, nothing taken away from them, but then you move down south towards a few upsets, and you see Big Brother Esports with just 18 points. You also do see Jubilant Divine with only 17 points. There's a high chance they will be kicked out of this tournament as well, quite in the early phase. We've also got Bot Army Esports not doing too good. 4DTR, one of the known names. Even Blind Esports, yes, the second week wasn't too hot, but the first week they dominated, so it's all fine.
Yeah, it is all fine, but then again, I mean, as you were talking about Big Brothers and Jubilant Divine, I have my doubts whether these teams will be able to make it through. I don't think the possibility is definitely there. They're going to be quite close to the cutoff, but just might be a little bit off. But it is going to be interesting to see how things turn out, in fact, because again, we were talking about this yesterday. Only 32 teams as of now have played all their matches. Everyone else, they are just about to kick their journey off.
And as I mentioned too during the start itself, it's a new team joining alongside with us this time, considering it's a new day. And we also gave our prediction at the start of the day too.
Yes.
Which team did you go for?
I was a little bit confused. I mean, I've been asking the viewers to send me their predictions, who they think is going to do well. And it was a tie between Carnival Gaming and iQOO Soul. And then I just had to flip the coin. It came out iQOO Soul, so I went with iQOO Soul.
iQOO Soul's actually a pretty solid choice, I'm not going to lie. They did not really perform up to the mark in the week 1, and we know inside of the week 2, it's iQOO Soul we're speaking of. They did not really do good in the week 1. In week 2, they have to perform. But here we go, the Coster's prediction on the screen this time. I went with Dragon Esports, and you were face on the block, and we know these guys have been doing quite nice recently too. Even Revenant Esports from the side of Salty, why am I not surprised?
Salty went with Revenant Esports. I mean, we know the allegiance, and then Sparrow and you, Necro, you guys decided to be a little risky today.
Yeah.
Sparrow went with GENxFM. We have Ocean going for Carnival Gaming. Maisie and Anki going for Hero Xtreme Godlike. So now it's going to be interesting to see a few big names. 2 of you guys went for the newer names, and GENxFM. Now that is an interesting pick coming in from Sparrow, because GENxFM, I mean, the start of the journey has not been the greatest.
And the interesting part is no one went with Global Esports for some reason. They're supposed to dominate, right, in the upcoming weeks. But still, Global Esports, no one picked them. It's because in the first week they did not really perform up to the mark.
I don't think that's the case. I think with Global Esports, everyone knows what's going to happen. They're going to drop into those maps and just start fighting. There's not going to be priority given to those placement points at any point in their journey, and I think that is why Global Esports, they might struggle to stay at the top of the leaderboard, but they are definitely going to be within the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, Global Esports, that's been pretty much the powerhouse, right? That's how they like to play. They just like to go super aggressive inside of the games and just try and take any fights that stand against them. That's pretty much been their main play style. And speaking of GENxFM, too, I mean, this is one of those names, once again, returning banner. Yes, a few struggles were there in the first 6 games that they played, but I'm pretty sure in the upcoming days they can do much better.
Yeah, I mean, they are definitely going to do better. And talk about doing better, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing better out there than the iQOO Z9S series. Go ahead and check it out. The opportunity for you to win a brand new iQOO Z9S Pro is still there. All you have to do is go on to Google and search the iQOO Z9S series. It starts at 17,999. And as I mentioned, there's nothing better out there at that price point.
That's crazy, right? Giving away devices, that too 15 of those, and you might just be one of those to stand a chance. You never know, man. But you know what? Moving on the conversation towards the teams once again. Now you've got a few more known names, a few more formidable names, if you'd like to say. Autobotz. Yes, a little bit of a newer name on the block. We do see this team every single time in the official tournaments making their presence, but unfortunately they failed to qualify till the later stages.
Yeah, Autobotz haven't really done that well as well this time around. I mean, we were having that conversation, right? Autobotz and Aerobots, they used to be in the same group, before the grand reshuffle happened. And even back then, both of them, it felt like employed similar strategies, but they would end up clashing against each other and getting taken out early. So that wasn't really working out for them. Hopefully this time around they will have a little bit more breathing room to work with inside of their games, and that can benefit this team, but to what extent, that remains to be seen.
Exactly. Matchup on the screen, you see, of course, the known names like OG, TWOB, iQOO Seoul, Global Esports. You also do see Autobotz and Revenant Esports. Speaking of Revenant Esports themselves, recently the struggles are clearly noticeable, but I just want to see a different phase of Revenant Esports. Revenant Esports, they like to take things slow and tactical, but I want to see them go on the aggressive phase.
Me too, buddy. I mean, we've been hoping for that. In the previous BGIs, there was a point where Revenant Esports went out all aggressive, and those particular matches were quite phenomenal for them. So they do have that firepower, but it remains to be seen whether they wish to utilize it in the matches that they have today. Although week 1, I have to say, was not up to Revenant's own previous standards. I mean, 33 points in the 6 games they played. We expected this lineup to do a little bit better than that, but considering, again, as you mentioned again and again, Necro, during week 1, a majority of the teams were testing the waters. Hopefully Revenant was doing the same, and once they show up today, we're going to see their true colors.
And Johnny, Remorseless is back once again.
Oh,
we saw them perform in the first 6 games, and yes, they were making a lot of rookie mistakes. I do understand why the reaction was that way, because with the way they were playing, it's something that we just never expect from a banner like Remorseless.
Yeah, but I mean, it's there in the name, right? Remorseless. They have no remorse about anything. It remains to be seen how far can they take this, though. The first 6 matches weren't, well, I don't know what to make of them. 10 points in 6 games. That is never going to get you anywhere.
Exactly. They were just making too many rookie mistakes, stepping out in the open, making some weird rotations, getting caught in those as well. So nothing was working out for them. But you cannot really forget a team that was the newer face, but still doing quite decent in the early phase of the tournament. UC Gaming, yes, in the latter 3 games they choked, but the first 3 games that they played, they were looking quite formidable.
Yeah, the first 3 games were decent, but again, the consistency wasn't there.
Let's hope that the consistency returns once again for UC Gaming as the plane fly path starts all the way from Sanhok military base towards shooting range, and this plane fly path is perfect, just dividing the map into 2 equal halves.
And as I was talking about UC Gaming, Necro, I mean, it is going to be very important to see what they actually bring to the table today, because 6 matches, a grand total of 23 points. Now, I don't even know, like, even the first 3 games weren't that big, right?
Yeah.
That was a mediocre performance, middle of the pack, not enough finishes on the board. And that is, again, something that won't really help you in moving towards round 2 of this tournament. But again, as we were talking about the flight path, the diagonal flight path close to the center of the map, we have the plane starting from the southern edge of the military base, going all the way towards shooting range. This does allow the teams to drop all over this map of Erangel. I don't think there's going to be a position where they're going to struggle unless you plan to go towards Primorsk. But even for that, you will have the options of landing towards the roadways of Pachinki, of Gatka, picking up vehicles, and then rotating towards that southwestern quadrant of the map.
It's not going to be a tough stretch at all.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, considering the plane fly path is perfect, exactly what the teams were looking for. And that also means we might just have a slower start to the game. We might just not see a lot of those drop collisions.
Oh, I hope not. I mean, we've been hoping for those early fights, especially with Global Esports being there. You can always hope for intense early game action. But this time around, no drop clashes as such, apart from an awkward position from one of the players from the side of OG. Because they've decided to drop in between the players of TWOB and TMG.
Yeah.
Isolated, looking for vehicles. And I think that is Aru, the IGL himself.
Yeah. For OG, let's see how things do pan out. Because for now, once again, just trying to settle the dust. Getting used to the playing field. It's been a while. OG in the first 6 games, they did quite nice. They've already gotten 67 points in total. It's all good in the hood for OG. But a team that's not been doing too great, and also a known face, a returning face, that's going to be LIVECRAFT Esports.
Yeah.
And we all expected LIVECRAFT to dominate the first 6 games, because with the way they played in BGIS 2024, it's not been that long.
But again, LIVECRAFT is also one of those teams where we can expect this week to be a good one. Boost in performance. But look at this right off the bat. Yasna Apoliana, like always, is a little cluttered. 2 teams drop clashing. One headed towards the southeastern edge of the city. We have the players from UC Gaming.
Oh, they're going off against the players of Team Snipy. Or no, Twisted Souls, my bad. Team Snipy's there in the second group.
Yeah. You're too excited for Team Snipy today.
Well, I mean, they were not able to get a lot of points, right? Let's be honest. I mean, just with the single digit on the board, they've only got 3 points so far. So I would love to see what Team Snipy is going to come up with.
It's going to be interesting to see how this week turns out for them, though, as you mentioned. But OG. Now, this is very interesting because with where Orangutan dropped towards the Potato Hill, just southeast of school, you would expect them to play towards the central or maybe towards the western part of the map. But no, they have picked up those vehicles and extremely quickly rotated towards Milta Power. This can lead into an awkward collision against the players of Revenant Esports, or maybe I should say player from Revenant Esports, because it seems like while everyone else from the side of RNT has moved up north, Sensei has stayed towards Milta City. In a few moments, his teammates are going to follow up and join him soon.
Pretty much.
Still a massive risk, though, rotating like that, having players at least 2,000 meters away from you.
Indeed. For iQOO Seoul, they've got the entire control of school, apartments, and Rozhok. Uncontested so far. Remorseless is the only team up close and personal towards the Water City, but I don't think so they're going to go for a fight against a mammoth like iQOO Seoul, which just does not really make a lot of sense. You move in towards another big banner like Genesis Esports, and for Genesis, the first 6 games are pretty bad. Just getting 16 points in the span of 6 games. Not something that I expected, but let's just hope things will be much better in the upcoming moments. And for iQOO Seoul, the first week, the performance was not exactly up to the mark, considering we know what this team is capable of. And somewhere down the line, I've got this feeling iQOO Seoul's going to dominate big in this game.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just you, Necro. I think it's all of us. Everyone's expecting big things from them this week. Except maybe Salty.
Yeah, is it there in the back lines is saying no. I don't know why.
I like the fact that you call the studio the backlines.
Yeah, you know. We're sitting in the front. He's there in the back. And he's saying no. He's just too happy considering Revenant Esports is playing, right? But I guess we got to give him a reality check and tell him how Revenant Esports has been performing so far.
No, I think we should just let him watch the matches. Hopefully he's going to be... Either he can get more happy by the end of 3 games or he's going to be a little upset.
We can't really judge the future, right?
How do you feel? You got a prediction right yesterday.
I think so. Revenant Esports is just going to have that stagnant pace.
I'm talking about yesterday, Necro. You picked WSB yesterday.
Oh, you're speaking of yesterday's prediction?
Yeah.
Yeah, WSB, I pretty much knew this was what's going to happen, right? First day, they did not really dominate. Second day, they have to dominate. Let's be honest. Every single aggressive measure that they try to take for WSB just did not really work out. And I went for WSB even on the first day. So I knew on the second day, they got to dominate.
Then what happened on the first day?
They tried to take the fights, but they messed up. You saw Omega just opening things up like that, where he just gets welcomed with a shock into his face. He did not even know where he was stepping, so... Somewhere down the line, that first day was sort of like things where they were trying to know how exactly the lay of the land's going to be like.
I've noticed this from you, man. Every time things don't go the way you want them to, you always say, oh yeah, they were just testing the waters.
Well, I mean,
just
they
trying to figure things out.
They performed on the second day, so that's what matters, right?
Oh. But hopefully we get to see some sort of a bounce back similar to WSB, because their performance week 1 to week 2, they picked things up quite nicely. Week 1 wasn't shabby either. I think in week 1 they had like 60 plus points, somewhere around 60 points. And in week 2 they surpassed their own standards, going over 80. And of course, from these big names, that is the kind of performance we expect. TWOB as well, they brought themselves into the same list.
Yeah.
Week 1, it was okay, 34 points, but the way they were able to secure those 30 points, the aggression we saw from them, it looked quite nice, to be honest.
It was. And TWOB is one of those banners known for aggression every single time. Some of the great players have been a part of this entire lineup. Prince, the OG man himself, still just sticking to the same playing for. So now I just want to see how this TWOB, this new reformed TWOB, performs this time around in the iQOO BMPS 2024. A lot's on the line this time around, and you might as well just say a final chance as well for these guys. It's do or die.
Yeah, I mean, it might just be a final chance for them, but a few moments ago, Nectar, you were talking about Remorseless trying to take a fight against the players of iQOO Soul. Well, your recommendation was for them to not do it, but did anyone tell iQOO Soul to stay away? Because they will definitely look for that early aggression, and we did see one of the players, look at that on the radar. He's still just hiding behind that ridge, waiting for the players of Remorseless to regroup, and there it is. All of them in the same building. Knuckle, is this going to be the opportunity that he needed to move in? If they can find an opening, they can try and completely ruin the day for Remorseless in this game one itself.
Yeah, and keep this thing in mind. Ninja Jod's addition has really put on that extra bit of firepower in iQOO Soul. So let's be honest. This fight should be somewhere down the line favoring the players of iQOO Soul 2. They've got the positional advantage, and it's also a nice field trap being laid out. Remorseless, they've got no clue what awaits them on the opposite side. iQOO Soul playing it as patient as possible, just waiting for the players to step out in the open, go for that rotation. That's where it will just be a big barrage of bullets against them. Trigger discipline being used so far by them. Not really taking the shots that are not going to be confirmed. Uh-oh, the buggy's stuck. There we go.
Got stuck for a second, a few seconds wasted, but still gets it out of there. But no, I think Remorseless, yeah, they might have just spotted some of the players from sort of iQOO Soul, and they've been made aware of their presence lurking around them. Plus the blue zone pressure is going to be there as well, but a fight breaking out. It seems like the players from Genesis find themselves under fire by the players of UE, that is Unify Esports. Opening found, but can they capitalize? That's the question. I think they have already, because we do see one casualty inside of the game.
Yeah, the zone's panning out in quite a weird fashion too, though. Look at the southern side. It's stacked up with so many teams. While above Prison, there's barely any teams. Now Global Esports is making their presence right next to UC. And for Revenant Esports, a piece falls down. TWOB, they're clashing against them, and Flock will be instantly confirmed. It's not a great news. Salty was saying a lot before the show started.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out. Two fights happening on the map, one towards the eastern edge, one towards the west. And I think it might be done and dusted for the players of UE soon. They are trying to take the fight to the players of Genesis, but survival towards that edge, it's going to be extremely critical. WindGod, he's been pinned down inside of that building. Surrounded by Pew Pew in the back lines, Shy up front. And even Remorseless, finally they're put under some fire. iQOO Soul kicking things off. They find the first knock, but instant trade coming in from the players of Remorseless as Manya was knocked out by the buggy. Knuckle finds the second for his team.
iQOO Soul's on the chase. Manya is the only casualty from the side of iQOO Soul, while Remorseless losing out on 2 men. It's not a good start to the fight. And even that remaining man is now getting pounced on by Ninja. He's way too low as well. Ninja cannot go for the peak just like that. And it will be Knuckle from the backlines to strike him down. Remorseless in a big world of trouble. Now they're down to just this one last man standing.
And he's already managed to wait the entire fight, even before that play inside the house got pushed. But iQOO Soul, brilliant capitalization, 3 points secured without even breaking a sweat in the early stages of the game. But as you were talking about the cluster that was building inside of the circle, Necro, finally I think it is going to get extremely chaotic. But here comes the third party on the players of iQOO Soul. It seems like Manya engaging against the players of Teenager Esports. They found the opening, but can they capitalize again? Or was it an isolated man that got picked up by the players of iQOO Soul? There's one more team headed their way. GENxFM moving in from the western side. But here's the last man from the side of RML. Remorseless. Just Divine. Hiding behind a tree. And luckily for him, iQOO Soul completely ignore his presence. Move to the other direction. Not really bothered by letting one player go.
Yeah, they've already gotten 3 players, right? So it's all good. For iQOO Soul, the damage, they've already dished it out against the players of Remorseless. Now they're going to be filled with a lot of remorse. While you look at the elimination feed, even Genesis Esports is kicking things off against UE. And that fight's panning out in quite a weird fashion, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I think Genesis, they are the ones taking a beating over there. They're down to their last player, in fact. UE, brilliant capitalization. They had the setup and were quite patient in how they wanted to engage. But there's the wrap-up against the players of Remorseless, iQOO Soul. They finally secure the squad wipe, finishing off the last man who was left alive and did manage to evade getting taken out for the first few minutes. 5 points on the board.
The last piece of candy, which was scattered across the board, they found it. 5 elimination points secured already from iQOO Soul, which is nicely done. And a huge thanks to our official smartphone partner, iQOO Z9 S Series, starting from 17,999, transitioning on forward towards this fight. Inspiration Esports, they were taking so many shots against the team in the front lines. They're in a bit of that trouble, and this pickle is something that will be tough to get out of. Inspiration Esports, they were constantly taking shots against them as well, but now they're on a bit of that back step.
It's not going to be easy for them, at least for this isolated individual, to defend this entire compound all by himself. Especially if Autobotz find the frag, they will have a little bit of map control to work with as well in the concrete covers of the city. Apart from that, I mean, another update from the Genesis UE fiasco. It seems like the player from Genesis Esports has managed to evade getting taken out. He does manage to survive, stay alive inside of this game. Although OG on our screens, they have control of the rooftop, and Veron, I think, might have just spotted out one of the players from the side of Revenant Esports.
AKOP is not playing once again in the playing 4 from OG. Testing things out maybe this time around as well.
They aren't testing things out. What they have been doing is they draw slips for who gets to play today.
Interesting. But this can also create a bit of that confusion for the lobby as well, but not just for the lobby, even for themselves sometime around. So, in my opinion, a team should find a proper, solid playing 4. But let's see how this one pans out for OG. Nothing taken away from this playing 4. You've still got a man like Veron, WindGod. These two guys are more than enough to shake the lobby with their presence. You've also got a man like Atanki, a tactical fragger. So it's all good in the hood for OG.
I think that's the thing about OG, right? All their players are so talented on an individual level, they can make any playing 4 work.
Yeah.
As long as it's not Aru who's getting to sit down, then I think things can get a little confusing as to who gets to IGL.
That's the crazy part, though. Remember in one of the recent third-party tournaments where the format was a little bit different, Aru was not playing in the playing 4, and it was Atanki who was the IGL for that one single day, and OG was actually doing really good.
So again, I guess even if Aru is sitting down, it all works out, right? I mean, the players have a lot of experience. The players, in terms of firepower, are extremely talented. So OG, I don't think they have a lot to worry about until we reach the finals.
Yeah, pretty much. That's where you're going to need that slow and methodical approach in the game.
Oh, but also their record in officials has not been great.
True. This banner particularly.
Yes. So, yeah, I think a lot of expectations are there already laid out by the fans for them.
But remembering the fact that it's Team Aru this time, playing under the banner of OG, and in the last official Team Aru play, they did quite decent. So, maybe that curse can be broken for OG. And that too, one of the men is also not there in that same banner anymore, right? Who's there sitting in the back. So now that curse as well is sort of uplifted from that.
Hey man, Aru is not playing for Team Aru. he was the one who left. Him and Atanki actually.
And Veron too.
Yeah.
So pretty much the entire team was in shambles. But hold on to that thought. Inspiration Esports. You blink it and you miss it sort of a moment. Teenager Esports has been eliminated from the game. That was quite a quick wipe.
I did not expect that to happen, to be honest. How did he pull it off? Rolex was there all alone, and he still takes down 3 players from the side of Teenager Esports.
Yeah. But they took too much damage upon themselves. Inspiration.
Yeah.
losing out on 3 players.
Look at
the
this.
replay. We need to look at what exactly happened in that duel. And the players, they just charged on forward with that steps. I'm not sure why that just came through, but it should have never been the main gameplay for these guys to make a push like that. They should realize one thing. When you try and charge on forward with the staircase, automatically it's going to be a big tunnel.
That has to be the clutch of the day, though. He was all alone, all his teammates gone, 3 players charging towards him, and he gets all of them one by one. Without any utilities as well. That is why it's more impressive.
That's why it said pushing up the staircase is always tough. Because the opposition, all they need to do is just pin down that individual spot. It's a tunnel.
Yeah, you have to nade it first just so you have the HP advantage to work with. But let's talk about advantages in UC. They're going to look to find one for themselves going up against the players of LIVECRAFT. But LIVECRAFT instantly backing off after a little bit of a slowdown onto UC's momentum of the push.
UC, it was quite an awkward fight towards the northern side, but LC did disengage and move away this time around. The entirety of LIVECRAFT Esports, now they're going to prioritize the placement much better. They do not want to be a part of the early game action. iQOO Seoul, they can be someone that can cause a lot of menace in the lobby. You've still got all the players from the side of iQOO Seoul up and alive, so that can be quite a dangerous factor. OG down south towards the safety lines. You've also got Autobotz towards the left. TMG as well, still up and alive. LIVECRAFT Esports and Global Esports is right there in the smack center. It's a complete different Global Esports that we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, we've never seen them go 5 minutes into the game without a single fight, but this time as well, I think they are looking for a few more, and they might have found the players of Orangutan. They have TS in the backlines as well, so that's another squad they have to worry about and constantly being cautious of. GENxFM finally eliminated from the match. I think UAE might be the next team to hit the deck as well, because we do see the players of GENxFM, and on the radar, they were spotted the players of UE in the back lines. And they're going to have to move very quickly towards the circle. And on that note, a huge thank you to our official mobility partner, Hero. And Hero Xtreme 125 are waiting for whoever walks away with the title of Survivor at the grand finale.
GENxFM with quite a late game rotation now, rotating inside of the zone. There's a team on the boundaries in the name of LIVECRAFT Esports. They want to be the Guardian Angels, but can they really? That's the question. TWOB getting pounced on by the likes of iQOO Seoul, and Legit is inside of the shack, and his position is not being noticed just yet. But iQOO Seoul, they do see some vehicles around the corner. Ronnie's right there too in the front lines. And for Legit to try and make anything happen, he needs to get at least one of the opener, and he actually does so as well. As Ronnie gets strike down from the side of TWOB, it will be Prince to open up the fray, and even the cavalry, it arrives right on time. Legit stay will be safe for a while, and you blink it and you miss it. The entirety of iQOO Seoul, they come crashing down.
And TWOB, impressive fight coming in from this team. Instantly, as soon as he had the opportunity, Legit, first man he took down was Manya. And then as soon as iQOO Seoul tried to retaliate, Prince shows up, takes down Ronnie in a matter of seconds. iQOO Seoul, they were wiped from this map. Not really what we expected from them, but let's see how the rest of the day is going to turn out. In the meanwhile, GENxFM under fire from the players of UC Gaming. LIVECRAFT waiting for an opportunity to third party this fight as well. TMG as well have an opportunity to get involved. They are just south of this hill. But Drigger, he has the line of fire available, needs to push up a bit. But the moment he does, that puts him at risk from TMG, so he needs to be a little careful.
LIVECRAFT, 3 players up and standing with not a lot of elimination points to try and count on. GENxFM from the top can easily rain down hellfire against them. 3 players spread out, but this time it will be TMG from the back doing some damage as JD Gaming gets knocked out. Spiderjaw is still there right next to him. The revival can still come through. GENxFM, it's one of those teams that has been facing a lot of troubles. They do want to find that recovery. They do want to find that sigh of relief. But not when you're in that big pinch between TMG and LIVECRAFT. It will be tough to evade. Revival comes into fruition, but as soon as the smokes fade away, there's a high chance GENxFM's lifeline too might just fade away. A few more utilities being tossed from the side of LIVECRAFT, and now the intentions are pretty much clear. They want to push up close and personal. Drigger, he finds the re-knock and also the confirmation on JD Gaming. It's not a great news at all for the side of GENxFM, considering the last man standing, he's going to be in the big panic. Spider-Jawed, the only glimmer of hope left alive for GENxFM. For how long can they withstand all this wrath from teams like LIVECRAFT and TMG from the top? They need to keep themselves anonymous. And Spider-Jawed is constantly taking shots upon himself. While you try and move on towards a different fight, it's TWOB getting challenged by Autobotz.
Oh, and Autobotz, they have a perfect opportunity for an easy squad wipe. TWOB, they're just stuck in this ditch. Nowhere left to run. Look at that. Servant is also knocked out. And the last man is going to fall prey to the players of OG or to the nades of Autobotz. There's no escape from this. Legit stuck in a corner. But I think the good thing for TWOB is all of the heavy lifting is already done. They have 8 finishes on the board. I think they might have gotten a few more after wiping the players of iQOO Soul. Oh, sliver of HP. He's still alive though. Goes up the ridge looking for a knock. Needs to heal up as quickly as possible. Or maybe the next nade is going to be the one for his demise.
2 more nades being cooked, from which one of those is being tossed. And none of these nades are able to find the marker. Legit stays alive for a long time. Autobotz Esports, they do want to make the push happen, but just not able to find that right window. Eventually even legit crashes for Autobotz Esports. Backs against the wall. Now it's time to push up close and personal, and that's what they're exactly doing. They've got a nice dip to play with, but even OG's going to have their line of sights on this entire area.
Well, let's see. Autobotz, Orlo, almost getting taken out. Barely manages to void. Giving up the point towards the opposing side. But now, coming down from the slope, it's not going to be easy for the players of Autobotz. They have just a few meters they need to travel in order to gain access to the ridge. And TMG, I have to say, TMG, they've been quite phenomenal in this particular match. They've avoided any unnecessary conflict, kept all of their 4 players alive, and they made it into the top 7.
They've just been playing for survival. Even Revenant Esports with the 3-man squad still alive. But can they really get the deal sealer? That's my question. Autobotz on the opposite side towards that ridge playing. TMG right next to him, and Global Esports still in these hard compounds. Soon enough, they will need to leave these compounds and move out in the open. And that's when Global Esports will be under that limelight. Let's see how they deal with that. Twisted Souls, Tess gets knocked out. Vamp and his teammate, the last 2 remaining players for TMG, the ideal starter they wanted to have inside of the fight. Freak is also getting spotted. For TMG, it's all good, but they need to move inside of the zone. But they've also got the high ground to play with, so they can try and play their cards right. The wall starts to move, and now for TMG, they do not really have a lot of options left. They are opting to take a fight against the players of Autobotz as they straight up ram their vehicles into them. But Autobotz this time, they will strike down TMG with no problems. Orlo is the only man there in the front lines, but from the back, Rico has got the day saved.
No, but Autobotz, they are in trouble now. 3 players knocked out. And as you mentioned, Rico, he might have saved the day in a fight against TMG. But what will he do when they get charged by the players of Revenant Esports? Nade being lobbed one after the other by Kratos as he tries to secure those frags. But he falls a bit short, and now he is out of utility. On the other side, Orangutan, they wipe the floor with the players of Global Esports. We're down to the top 3 teams of this match. It's OG, RNT, and Autobotz going up against each other.
This has to be Revenant Esports' game. They were playing this so safe and sound. They did not even be a part of so many fights. And Revenant Esports, slow and steady gameplay this time working out. They were not being a part of a lot of these fights, avoided a lot of those tracks as well. But keep this thing in mind. They're not going to have a lot of points as well at the end.
Oh, well. And that is true, but they have to win the game even if they want those 10 placement points. And as of now, it's not going to be easy, especially considering Autobotz. Their first priority will be to take out Revenant Esports. And Kratos, as we noticed, no utility available on him apart from those smokes. He does not have those frag grenades that he can lob to the other side to cause some damage to the players of Autobotz. And utility in these endgame scenarios is of extreme importance.
Yeah. Revenant Esports, they need to find some elimination points. That's the only way they can make a big mark, a big dent in the overall standings. If they're just going to play completely for the placements, it's not going to count a lot.
Oh, but look at this. Autobotz, they are slowly and steadily inching forward. And the more they head in that direction, the more into the line of fire of Revenant Esports they walk. Orangutan, they at least have a ridge to work with, but the circle closing in on these teams. This puts them right on the edge. Shots fired. Again from the players of Autobotz. They are taking the initiative to try and take on these two titans who are up against them, but Orangutan and Revenant, they're buying themselves a lot of time as of now. Look at that. The nade barrage comes in. Kratos takes a lot of damage, avoids getting knocked out inside of that smoke. Still hiding, still fighting for his life. And he needs to find the first opening in this fight. If they can find the opening, they can secure those frags. And there it is. The first knock secured. Aura goes down. Even the backline players get a fall. Rico down on the floor. Orlo is going to be the last man left alive from the side of Autobotz. And he dishes out immense amount of damage to Sensei, but the squad wipe is there. And now, finally, we have it, Necro. Revenant going up against Orangutan.
And they've also got the man advantage. That's the best possible thing. WindGod is taken down way too low. Another nade sails in towards that generated direction. And this time, OG, they need to be a little bit more careful. It's a 2-on-3 fight. If properly executed, even OG can be the one to come out on top. But Revenant Esports, they're spreading their wings this time around. They want to get the map control as much as possible while OG left outside of the zone. And OG, they need to find a knocker to get themselves inside of the safety lines. Veron's out in the open. He's got no other option, and he might just be taking a lot of shots upon himself too. But no's going to be the answer instead. Revenant Esports too, they're in the big panic. Backs against the wall for OG. An opener is desperately needed. And even Seth is taken down way too low. Revenant Esports once again choking the final few moments. As now it's taken down to just Kratos. He's got a DBS for up close and personal combats, but Kratos is surrounded. He can't do anything, and a nade will seal the deal. It will be OG to come out on top.
What was that confusion over there? Using a DBS for the man far away and then switches over to the AR for the man close up front. I think too much chaos and Revenant Esports not really being able to handle the situation, but I mean, they did quite decent for themselves. 12 points from this first game.
I mean, for Revenant Esports, still, they did get decent points, but that's a fight they were not supposed to choke. Let's be honest.
That is true. That is true.
Choking a 2-on-3 in such a way where you've got the man advantage and maybe the positional advantage too. And OG, they placed themselves in the zone. Veron was out in the open for such a long time, but no one capitalized.
Yeah, that is true. And along with that, I think the most difficult part of the fight was getting Kratos back on his feet. They did that without even breaking a sweat, so it should have swung in their favor. I think the problem might have been, again, utility management wasn't really there. Too many nades used to try and take out the players of Autobotz, and they did eventually succeed, all because of those weapons. And Kratos with that phenomenal play of just hiding inside of the smoke up front. And apart from that, I think the early game is where they could have capitalized a little bit more, but a little bit focused on survival over there. Although you do have to say, Orangutan, I mean, good start to the day. Let's see how far they can take this, because week one from their side was phenomenal. Yeah,
they're already doing way too good in the overall standings. Let's be honest, they don't even need big games like these. They can just sit back, relax, and chill out. But Global Esports, they were playing it so passive. They only got 2 finishes, by the way, from that previous single game.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Global Esports in this game. They were taken out super early in this matchup. And I do not expect that. Not super early. I mean, 2 points and the top 4 finish. I think they're going to be around 5 points in overall. So still not enough. I think Global Esports, I think they get 5 finishes in what, like the first 5 minutes of the game.
Hey, let's move on to the winning moment and figure out what exactly happened to the players of Revenant Esports. looking at the fight, Global Esports getting eliminated by the players of OG, and then later on OG were just left with 2 players. But still OG, even that second player was knocked out for a long time. That's why Revenant Esports bought enough time to face off against the team that was right next to them. But then later on, Veron being the table turner, getting those 2 strikes, and then the last man standing, he could not even stand a chance considering there was a nade set already against him.
Yeah, even that, and I think Veron, was the MVP in that final fight.
That's down.
But along with that, I think we have to give props to Autobotz as well. They did quite well for themselves. 5 eliminations, top 3 finish. Not a shabby performance at all.
Yeah, they got 5 placement points, right?
Yeah,
so that's
10
a
points.
decent outing as well for Autobotz. But I would like to see some flashy plays from banners like Revenant Esports and Autobotz. Yes, tactical play might just get you those placement points and slow and steady race. But let's be honest, man, the cutoff, it's looking higher than we expected.
I think both the teams do not really make flashy plays, so we can't really expect that max strategy that Mogo Esports employed to be utilized by them anytime soon. But I still think, early game you have to be a little bit more proactive, look for those fights, because there is very little probability of you getting third parties. Late game stages, everyone's a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Someone hears the commotion, they show up to third party the entire fiasco. That is when you take the most risk, or when you run into those fights. But again, off to a decent start. We can't really take much. 12 points is okay.
Yeah, and Johnny, that previous game was so weird. The fights were happening, but still, for some reason, it felt like the fights were not happening. Because the fights were in such a quick burst. We would see a proper form for collision, and it would just be done.
Exactly. It would begin, and in a snap, it would all be over. So quick wrap-ups. I think teams were just going for this execution indoors.
Yeah.
But looking at the rankings of the game, we have Orangutan finishing off with 19 points. Revenant with 12. Autobotz with 10, as we expected. TWOB, that early game aggression pays off. 9 points on the board instead of having nothing. 8 points were secured, and again, TWOB, one of the best fights they took was against iQOO, and we see iQOO on the 7th with just 6 points.
Yeah, TWOB wiping out 2 squads all by themselves. Nicely done. 8 finished points in total. Inspiration Esports too, they were looking quite promising, especially that one single man when he pulled off that clutch when he was getting pushed on from that staircase. But let's be honest, taking down players when they're pushing against you from that staircase isn't too tough, because it's a big funnel, and all you need to do is, with the shotgun especially, just aim down towards that one generic direction, and that's what he did.
Nah, man, I don't think so. I think he just made it look easy. Even with the DBS, that small reload between the 2 rounds that sometimes the other players realize with S12K, it's the rate of fire that gets utilized against you. There's a pause between the 2 shots. But then again, as you mentioned, yes, the funnel was created. I think along with the outplay from the individual, along with him just making sure his aim was on point, the other team made the mistake of not really using any utility to try and damage him beforehand.
Exactly my point too, right? Only if they would have used one Molotov. One Molotov. Yeah, exactly. To flush that player out. As soon as the first man was knocked out, use the molly. Force him out of that spot, and as soon as he's outside of his comfort zone, he's screwed. He can't really do a lot anymore. It's tough to isolate the duels when you do not really have the staircase to play with.
But Necro, let's be honest, right? It was a 1v3. Anyone would have just charged up, to be honest. So, yeah, nothing really taken away. It was just a little bit of overconfidence, and I think this sort of answers that question, right? It's the Pro Series. Every single individual over here, every single player who's playing in this tournament, doesn't matter if they're from the top of the leaderboard or at the bottom, is capable of pulling off moves like that.
Exactly, and especially the previous game, the fights were not being stretched at all.
Yeah.
They were just happening in a quick burst. You would see a proper squad wipe instantly happen. Even Global Esports, in the final few moments, they got instantly wiped out. We completely missed out on the fact that they were wiped by OG.
Exactly. OG, I think, took down 2 players. I don't think they took down the entire team. I think Global Esports lost players in bursts as well. Yeah, in their rotations as well. And again, it's quite weird, man. Global Esports is there, iQOO is there, Orangutan is there, and yet we got to see these teams fight in the very end. iQOO got taken out super early. Global Esports, for some reason, were playing for survival. And Orangutan, towards the end, they also ended the game with, 9 points, right?
Yeah, the only fight that was elongated was iQOO against REMORSELESS when they were chasing them down in the early phase. That's the only fight that I still remember properly. The other fights happened so quickly, it's really tough to understand what exactly happened in those moments. But let's move on to a short break for now. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3.
fully loaded for mega taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
बस
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break. Once again to iQOO BMPS 2024. I'm going to be a host of Castroneck Roach. On alongside with me this time, it will be Salty. A bit of a switch in that panel. I'm pretty sure, Salty, you were witnessing those final few moments. What are your thoughts about those?
Not just the final few moments, Nick. I was also witnessing what you guys were talking about me and my predictions, but we're going to come back to that later on. Oh. But about the final fight, right? I feel like there was a choke from Revenant Esports, especially with the way they kind of went outside the circle.
You cannot say I feel like it was a definite choke from Revenant Esports.
That is what I said, right? That is exactly what I said. But anyway, the nade and especially moving outside the circle, I think that was a move which was not exactly required. But something which is required, ladies and gentlemen, of course, is our official smartphone partner. You guys should get yourself the iQOO Z9S if you want to actually level up in your scrims and, of course, get yourself some real good juice in those performances.
Exactly. This device is packed with a lot of that performance and a lot of the specs. So I would recommend you guys to move on forward and check it out. But moving back towards the conversation, right? Especially when Veron was rotating out in the open, I thought we might just see the capitalization from Revenant Esports, but he was not there. They were too busy in rotating themselves in a better spot inside of the zone. They were too busy repositioning themselves.
100% agreed. I think there were two moments, Necro. One was when WindGod was extremely low in that fight, right? You remember when he healed himself up. As soon as Revenant got that elimination out of Autobotz, I felt like there was that opening, but they did not have the information of the fact that WindGod was extremely low in HP.
No, I think the main problem why they could not really capitalize is because Revenant Esports lost out on their own player, Kratos. So they were trying to get the revival on the fallen player, and the other man who was trying to provide the cover fire. So he could not even move on forward and extend in that fight. The only opening window was on Veron. He was moving out in the open. If that knockout would have came into fruition, it was Revenant Esports' game.
It could have been, right? But it's all done and dusted. I feel like it's ifs and buts. Revenant Esports, at the start of the day, they were at 33 to kind of start things off with. This game, they got themselves 12 points. I think this was a decent start. 45 points is what they have currently, and a lot more games to go. But now, of course, we'll have to look at the overall standings once again. And, of course, at the tippity top of this blue set, you've got Team WSB, 80 points. Necro, your predictions definitely were right yesterday, but today, are they going to be right again?
Unshakable, WSB. I predicted for Dragon Esports today. It's near face on the block. I went with a little bit of that gamble, a little bit of that risky fact, but knowing the fact that Dragon Esports is a returning banner over and over again, they will be back, of course, in the upcoming group, but Dragon Esports, they have been quite formidable. They have been quite promising, so I would like to root for the new and upcoming teams.
Well, speaking of the new and upcoming teams, you do have a couple of names here as well. Esports, another one of those names who's kind of shaking things up once again. 20 points is what they have acquired so far, but the point is, in first week, they absolutely bombarded. And then, of course, you see that rise coming in from Orangutan. And credit has to be given to them, especially the way Aru has been playing around his players as well. AK, Viz, they always have been performing. But the fact that the change in leadership has kind of given Orangutan a couple of better performances, I feel like this is a good way to kind of get their official track back in action.
Yeah, just break that curse, right?
Break
finally.
that curse.
The latter half on the board, and you do see a few returning names over here too. LIVECRAFT Esports on the 41st. Now, knowing the fact that it was the first game from LIVECRAFT Esports, but they still do need a few more flashy performances to bring them back in a better spot. It's just been the first game, so I'm not really going to be judging them a lot. Even Global Esports, just getting those 2 finish points and a few placement points. What are your thoughts about this new Global Esports? They're playing it pretty passive.
They certainly are playing it passive, but I feel like they're not going to be passive for a very long time. Global Esports, you know their players, you know their mentality. They're always looking for aggression. It's those initial stages, and I agree with you as well. When you said that they were testing the waters, they actually are testing the waters, and when they will have to unleash themselves, they will do. So these players, they're beasts. You know that. Ninja Boys love their MVP material, ladies and gentlemen.
I think so. The only reason why Mavi is really making these changes is because Arslan was the man who was leading the pack in the previous tournament. And of course, we did see a lot of those overextension moments from Global Esports. So Mavi this time, he wants to put a lot of leash on the player, make sure that they will be in his control, because when it matters the most, be it in the grand finals, be it in the semifinals, Mavi can have the control of every single possible movement in his team.
I feel like that is the only way an IGL can ensure that every single match you play, you get those points. But talking about that, I feel like the next map which is going to be there, Miramar, is going to be extremely crucial right now. You saw that approach coming in from Sensei as well. Initially, they were a little bit passive, but when the opportunity was there, they did try and push up as well.
And it's always been a big factor for Revenant Esports. They lose out on one single man individually every single time in the early phase. It's a really big problem for Revenant Esports, and a cure needs to be found, because last time in a third-party event, the same thing was happening, and now as well, the same thing is repeating itself. This time it was TWOB who got the better of them.
Absolutely. I feel like it's a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of the team synergy, which still has to be built. Work is being done, so hopefully in the future, maybe things can get stabilized. But so far, yes, the miscommunications are there. You get these underdog assaulters, right? Me and Johnny were having the conversation yesterday with one experienced IGL and 3 underdog assaulters. What are the problems? The problems are these, when these assaulters kind of tend to overextend a little bit here and there.
And yeah, speaking of the undergods, how can you forget TMG? They did quite decent in that previous game, right? TMG having a decent start to that previous game. Now the transition towards the map of Miramar, it has to be much better.
It certainly has to be, right? They had a very good platform for themselves. Out of the 6 games that they played, they had 41 points to start off with. And today, the fact that they've started off well, I feel like this team should not really have problems to qualify. I feel like this group, we're getting some, not just good teams in the form of big names, but also the underdogs who are coming up. They're sort of showing what they've got.
Exactly, and speaking of the returning name, Genesis Esports is one of those. And even they have been struggling way too much. But you know what? There's so much more to talk about. But the game's going to be booting up on the screen. The second game of the day, the map of Miramar, loads up now. The plane flat path starting all the way from La Cabrera towards Impala. And now this plane flat path is tilted a little bit to the northern side, but still it's completely okay. It's all good in the hood, unless if you want to move in towards Chumacera. Now that's going to be a tough stretch, even Valle del Mar, Minas del Sur. But let's be honest, who would like to go over there? You can still try and get your hands on the vehicles and then move in towards your designated drop location. The real eyes are going to be set on towards Picado El Pozo, because we all are still waiting for those drop collisions.
We definitely are waiting for those drop collisions, especially in the region of Picado as well. I'm pretty much sure that Los Leones will also house 2 or 3 teams, but the point is Los Leones being the big city in the game itself, I don't really think there are going to be those fights. But the question is, Necro, we saw the circle really give us a new flavor on the map of Erangel, especially getting to see those forest warfares. I'm expecting some urban warfare on the map of Miramar, because it's been a long time we've seen that.
It's been a long time, and you know I'm a big fan of Los Leones circles, right?
Yeah.
It's so chaotic in the final few moments. You never know what's going to be the outcome. Anyone can get taken down, and you can get shot at from any window that's there available. Especially knowing the fact that the buildings as well, they're pretty tall, so it's really tough to anticipate where the foe's position. Now, looking at the entire map, TWOB, I want to see them bring the aggression too. The last game, yes, they were doing the exact same thing. They wiped out the players of iQOO Seoul. They took a fight against the players of Revenant Esports, where they were able to get that one single individual piece. But this time, I want to see TWOB go even more aggressor, go even more bonkers.
This is one team that can go aggressive. Another team, of course, you just talked about them, who can potentially go extremely aggressive is going to be iQOO. So now, Necro, I want to have a conversation with you about the transfer and what are your opinions about the Joker and the Ninja Jod switch, because in my personal opinion, I feel like Joker was a perfect set for iQOO Seoul in the initial stage itself, but Ninja Jod, he will have to work on his discipline a little bit more to kind of fit on iQOO Seoul's patterns.
Now, it's an interesting conversation to have, and I'm pretty sure this entire transfer involves a lot of the internal things that are going on. Because looking at Joker and his performance, recently iQOO Seoul just won a championship, man, in quite a big tournament. So they do not really need to bring a change in the playing four, but still bringing Ninja Jod in the playing four, it was quite a questionable decision from iQOO Seoul, especially when the banner's doing too good. So the only outcome I can come to is something that's happening internally.
Speaking of internal, I still feel like their firepower will definitely have a bump, but the point is how well the team is going to synergize, especially just before a major tournament. I feel like changes like these can definitely make a big fall.
Or maybe, once again, they realize the fact that this entire meta requires firepower to play with.
100%.
That's pretty much being the main playing structure for a lot of these teams, right? You've got one IGL and the rest 3 assaulters, and so far it's been happening pretty well. And if you're trying to look at the structure for CG as well, even iQOO Seoul, it's been pretty much the same thing. Manya, the IGL, even he performs pretty nice. Nothing taken away. Even he packs a lot of punch. Then you've got Ronnie. You've also got a man like Knuckle these days. He has been going bonkers in the fragging departments. And now you've also got a man like Ninja Jod, who's known to be the MVP.
He certainly is the MVP, and it'll be a fun thing. It'll be a fun moment if Ninja Jod actually gets himself the MVP title in this tournament itself. Because you remember the last season, BMPS 2023, it was actually S Power who was a part of iQOO Seoul for a while, and he definitely performed well. The same lineup, of course, won the championship in the last edition of the Pro Series, but this time, I think they will have to do some job. What is Mania doing though?
Speaking of S Power, once again, right?
Yep.
This man has been one of those players that has joined every single org that is possibly there in the Indian community, right? He's getting the experience from every single thing. Now, that can also be a good thing. That can also be a bad thing, considering as a player, you can be confused between a lot of those different mindsets. So let's just hope it sort of pans out in a good fashion for S-Power, because so far he's been doing pretty good.
I personally only see the positives out of it, honestly, because I feel like as an assaulter, as an athlete, S-Power and his discipline has sort of affected in a good way every single team that he's been in, be it in Blind, be it in iQOO Seoul, be it in Carnival Gaming, or be it in Mogo Esports. Currently, I feel like every single team that he has played for, he has performed. And I feel like that is what matters at the end of the day. Of course, team synergy and other aspects of the game also come into the picture, but I feel like as an athlete individually, that's the best that you potentially can.
Yeah, and speaking of Mogo Esports too, right, that recent shuffle that we saw between Shogun and S-Power, let's be honest, as soon as S-Power's entry was there in Mogo Esports, we saw a big bump in the aggression. So that's a really good thing, because that's the only thing Mogo Esports was lacking, in my opinion, because they were not really having a lot of elimination points. Even in the recent tournament, the only reason why they did not stand a chance, it's because they were playing it too passive. And this new point structure, it requires you to have a lot of eliminations. And I've been saying the same thing since the new point structure came to fruition.
Since we're talking about Mogo Esports, right, let's just once again remember when Mogo Esports, they were once known as the Gladiators, right? They won championships after championship, official tournaments after official tournaments. One thing which was different at that time was 15 points were awarded for placements for the chicken dinner, right? And at that time, you remember the strategy which Destro used. He always moved from edge to edge, and that was always his go-to strategy. Now he realizes the bump in firepower is extremely important. You see Justin and S-Power playing together in the front lines. Delta has been there as well. All these players, their playing style has changed, and even Destro himself.
You pretty much stole the words out of my mouth. That's what I literally wanted to say as well. The only reason why Destro found a lot of success with that lineup is because the point structure was much more different in 2023. And now in 2024, things are required on the aggressive side. That's why you see teams like Global Esports prevailing in quite a lot of those firefights and doing pretty good in the tournaments, pretty consistent with their placement too, with the podium finishes, right? You speak of CG2, it's a complete lineup, firepower oriented. You've got a man like Neo, you've also got Goblin, now even Shogun adds on that firepower. So for CG, every single piece is right there in the right track.
You know, what I personally feel, Necro, is there are two ways to kind of play it. Currently, if you even talk about it, even Revenant Esports, as a matter of fact, the same tournament we were talking about, they had a similar strategy with Sensei kind of prioritizing the zone, prioritizing their position, and in this game as well, they kind of did the same thing. But with that being said, it seems like if the producer, the bird in our eye, in our ears, they had something to say. What is happening, Necro?
Yeah, it's probably going to be a rehost, I guess. Some technical issues going on inside of the game, but luckily enough, we did not see any casualties. So teams will once again be on the neutral side of things. No one's going to be upset. No one's going to be sad. No one's going to be happy. So it's all good in the hood. No one's going to be getting any sort of lifelines once again.
To be honest, I'm extremely happy because I think we can get to see an even weirder flight path as well. Because the flight path which we got to see, yes, there were kind of changes, there were kind of twists and turns. But one thing which I'm always interested in to see on the map of Miramar is to see that western flight was just hugging the boundary. I hope that we get to see something like that.
I want to see a circle panning out on those islands which are isolated towards the right side. It's been a while. It's really been a while. I do remember casting that same zone years back now, but I want to cast that same circle once again, and I'm pretty sure the chances of that happening are 1 in a million.
It certainly is. I mean, chances are 1 in a million. Chances are 1 in a million for Team Orangutan as well to kind of come up and move on to the grand finals for now and break that curse, but they are on their way to do so as well. So, good for that. I hope that with the performance that they have been putting up, that just keeps on compounding, because now the only thing Team Orangutan needs is momentum. I feel like the previous lineup, they always lacked the momentum. They had performance under their belly, but it was the momentum in the official tournaments which kind of held them back.
Now, a team that we aren't really expecting a lot from, but I genuinely think so this time they're returning with a lot of promises, is TWOB.
Yep.
We haven't really been speaking a lot about this team, but they're doing quite decent in the point standings too, and we know the firepower is there up to the mark. No names like Sarvith, Prince, once again stepping inside of the playing field, and TWOB this time, they seem much more reformed. What are your thoughts on them?
Honestly, I feel like a team like TWOB, they have the firepower, they have the mechanical skill sets, and they have the experience as well. It's more about playing in the higher stages of the competition. I've always talked about it. It seems like the athletes who consistently play grand finals tournament after tournament, they have that natural ability, the natural flair to kind of perform in those stages. TWOB, they have everything under their belly. The only problem is, do they have what it takes to play at the highest stage of them all?
So it's sort of like a cap they've reached at this point, and they need to break that cap and move on to the grand finals to try and get something better.
And in some way, I feel like it's Orangutan as well. For them, they will have to kind of break their shackles in official tournaments. Third parties, they're doing phenomenal. They're always at the very top. In official tournaments, there are the nerves that are going to come in and affect these athletes.
I guess it's just a lot of that overthinking that really comes into play and affects an athlete and its mindset, and that's why OG so far wasn't able to perform. But let's be honest, the new lineup that OG possesses, it's pretty much Team Aru, and in BGS 2024, they did qualify to the grand finals and did pretty good. So I think this time as well, OG should be able to move on towards the grand finals and do much better, because this Team Aru, they were looking quite promising, and now as well, with the addition of AKOP, a man who's been in a top-notch form recently, we know this team can shred through any single team that stands across them. All it takes is the right call at the right time.
Absolutely. But let's just talk about the ones who have been shredding it in this tournament so far. We're talking about the iQOO MVP contenders, ladies and gentlemen. TraceGod at the table top with 12 matches played. This man has amassed 29 finishes. But look at that finish contribution, 51%. That is ecstatic. But then, of course, we have Zeref from Team WSB. An IGL, an ex-IGL coming up in iQOO MVP contenders is the biggest surprise of them all. 27 finishes out of the 12 matches that he has played. Followed up by Clutch God, you've got Spray God in there as well. And finally, you've got Gods. But bringing back our conversation once again, we're talking about Orangutan. And look at the way they've performed in recent third-party tournament, right? Just to when their lineup was built, you talked about Team Aru. Team Aru had a great IGL, had a great foundation with Aru, Atanki and Veyron. And now you bring in the best of Orangutan as well, the firepower, AK and Wiz. Combined together, it feels like a super team to me, in my opinion. But then, we've seen super teams break in other sports. In football, we've seen super teams break in cricket as well. So that is my only cause of concern, Necro.
Listen, I would get back to that conversation once again, but a while ago we saw the iQOO MVP contender list. And keep this thing in mind, viewers. Those are the list after all the 12 games being played by these names. Now, there's a lot of the names that haven't even played all their 12 games, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be switching up as the time keeps on passing by, as these teams keep on playing their games. But yeah, getting back towards that conversation, the super team, the dream team that you're speaking of, and I'm pretty sure you have gotten that experience about that, right? But this time around, I genuinely think Aru, knowing the fact that he's a man who's pretty down to earth, I don't think the same thing's going to be repeating with this OG. They should be able to make it to the grand finals. They've got players like Veron, Atanki, consistent fraggers. Especially speaking of Atanki himself, I like to call him the tactical fragger for his team. With the way he plays is so nice. It's so phenomenal. He stays back. He provides that cover fire pretty nicely. He racks up those eliminations as well. He supports his team in all the different aspects, but firepower is the main concern.
Absolutely. And I feel like the firepower department is being well tackled by Veron, AK and Wiz. I feel like there is also great partnership and leadership as well. Aru and Atanki, when Aru kind of steps back, Atanki always comes up. He's the one who is leading from the front. So I feel like they have a very well balanced unit. Now compare it to some other setups, right? Compare it to something like a Revenant Esports, where you only have that one experienced man at the top. Of course, you still have the likes of Bliss, who is kind of sitting at the 5th position right now, but the rest of the 3 assaulters, they're extremely young. So I feel like setups like these, we just had a question come up, a pop-up on X yesterday, where the conversation was whether a team like this can perform. I feel like time needs to be given, and the setup and the foundation has to be led by the IGL himself.
Time needs to be given. Yes, it makes a lot of sense, but knowing the fact that you do not really have a lot of time, that's another factor as well. How can you borrow time when you just don't really have a lot of time left? That's when even the players should realize one fact, and that is, yes, the time's running out. Now it's time for us to take things a little bit more serious and notch it up. That's when they can try and grind even harder, try and give as many hours as possible to the game, and just try and be better in general inside of the playing fields. There's so many scrims that goes on. You can practice your rotations over there. You can practice your firepower as well in the training grounds. So there's a lot of these drills that the players like to do, and I'm pretty sure all these players that we're witnessing right now on our screen, they are more than capable when it comes to the mechanical skill. All it takes is that team play, and that's the only thing that's been hindering a lot of these players.
100%. I feel like this is one of the reasons why the undergods have kind of sort of lacked few times against the professional teams, because they have the setup. But one of the places where you might not lag is by getting yourself a proper device. And how can you do that? Just go onto Google and search iQOO Z9S, and you potentially might be one of the 15 lucky winners to get yourself the iQOO Z9S Pro, and that is a fantastic device, Necro.
Indeed it is. It is the Pro device indeed, and we know even the performance is quite packed, and of course the charger as well. It's going to charge so quick, you will be gaming 4 hours with the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Just adds on the performance even more. But let's move on the conversation towards another known name, LIVECRAFT Esports. The last time when we saw them in BGMI 2024, not too while ago actually, LIVECRAFT was doing much better, and now the transition towards the iQOO BMPS, it's not too buttery smooth.
It certainly has not been buttery smooth. I mean, I do have the data in front of me. 27 points is what they've accumulated out of 6 games. Not the best of positions, but again, we've seen teams kind of come back on the later stages of the week. So, and considering the fact that these groups have one advantage, and that is groups 1 and 2, they've kind of played their matches. So that little glimmer of hope of the cutoff has been set. They have an idea where exactly that cutoff can be. So that is the target that these teams are chasing. And I'm 100% sure when you know your destination, the journey becomes a little bit easier. If you don't even know where you are going and how many points you have to accumulate, I think that is one shot in the dark.
And that's the exact thing me and Johnny have been speaking about, right? All it takes is one single game for you to change the fate. One big game, maybe 25 points, you're instantly there in the overall storyboard. And the entire storyline for your team's journey instantly changes in the tournament. Even for LIVECRAFT, that's pretty much been the case. If you remember in BGMI 2024, they were almost on the verge of being eliminated, but then they come up with a 17 elimination chicken dinner. And that's where everything just flipped across. They moved on forward to the upcoming stages. They were there in quite the later phase of the tournament, but the same thing, it needs to be repeated right here, right now. The time's on them right now. It's a double-edged sword. If they do not really perform, there's a high chance they can be kicked out right now.
I feel the players also do realize that there is a ticking time bomb inside of their head, and time is just running out. Not a lot of matches left as well. 5 matches. Still, they definitely have that little bit of a safety cushion. But I feel like today, if they don't really set themselves the platform, I feel like it will get very, very difficult for them next time.
Hands down, things are definitely going to be heated up and difficult, even on this map of Miramar. As the plane flight path starts all the way from La Trudera towards Impala. Now this plane flight path is tilted down south a little bit. If the teams want to move in towards El Pozo, that's going to be a bit of a stretch. Even El Azahar is going to be out of the markers. If you want to move in towards those designated areas, it's time to go for a pit stop drop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards your designated drop locations.
Absolutely. But speaking of those designated drop locations, it feels like Los Lunas, Chumacera, Puerto Parazo might just be the hot drops for majority of the teams out there. In fact, Necro, recently we've seen a lot of these fights happen initially on the lands of Chumacera, particularly because of the fact that there is that topography in play. Few teams like to take up the higher grounds, few teams like to take up the lower grounds, but eventually they do collide in the end.
Yeah, they indeed do. You've also got TMG moving down south towards Valle del Mar, this time dropping in towards an isolated spot. TMG, they have been avoiding those early clashes just to be a part of the final few moments. They're focusing on the placements this time around, or maybe focusing on the eliminations in the final few moments. Just want to stay alive till the late game. Remorseless moving towards Picado. You've also got LIVECRAFT Esports towards that power grid area. TWOB moving up north as well. I would like to see a few collisions just because of this plane fly path. There's a high chance we might see those pit stop drop collisions.
We've got Unify Esports moving towards Los Lunas. You've got Revenant Esports also moving towards Los Lunas. Two teams potentially. Will they take a fight? I'm not really sure. We'll have to find that out with time. But Revenant Esports, they usually have the tendency to move kind of towards the south of Los Lunas and eventually exit that city once their looting is done. So we'll have to find out where does the circle drop exactly. But what are your predictions? I'm expecting an Oasis circle. It's been a long time.
No, I think so. The zone's going to pan down south. Somewhere around Las Leonas or around Valle del Mar. These two can be the spots. But okay, it's going to be standard start to this game of Miramar.
Neither of us. The BGMI gods were like, all right, boys, you guys shut up. We're going to get a basic Miramar, the default Miramar that we'll always love, of course.
Oh, truck stop. Hold on. A contention this time around towards this area. Two teams dropping at the same vicinity. It's the players of GENxFM facing off against the team in the front. And at this point in time for GENxFM, it's not looking so good and dandy. Shots are taken for now from Danov, but no connections yet. AKM in the hands. But eventually, Danov gets knocked out in return. Inspiration Esports not looking too good as the second knock as well follows up. And this time it's Hero with the heroic entry. GENxFM, the day might just be saved for them.
But talk about how will the opposition react after this knock is the question. Of course, the first pick is there, the finish is there, and the time has been given as well. But I'm expecting Team Inspiration Esports to kind of continue heading back. The pressure should not kind of be released because that just provides GENxFM to reset and get back in this fight once again. And look at this Team Inspiration Esports. It seems like they're kind of falling back from this fight, Necro.
Indeed they are. They've got no other option anyways. Rolex got taken down way too early inside of the game. And look at Atomic. He's all by himself, just left in the back. What can Inspiration Esports do? Atomic now needs to keep his position anonymous, but luckily enough, they get their hands on the second buggy, so it's all good in the hood. He can be saved for now. But this truck stop drop location did not really pan out that well, especially facing off against a team like GENxFM, which does pack a lot of punch. Unfortunately, for Inspiration Esports, things weren't calculated that well. And all thanks to the plane fly path.
All thanks to the plane fly path. Talking about it, it seems like Adi has been caught out in the open. This man needs some sort of support for his teammates. No smokes in the bag as well. There's nothing that he potentially could have done if there was a hellfire rained upon him. But luckily enough, Team Inspiration Esports did not really press on that trigger once again. These are missed opportunities, Necro.
Yeah. I genuinely thought things can be much more worse for Danov, especially when he was knocked out. But luckily enough, Hero was there with the heroic save. For GENxFM, truck stop area. This is panning out nice. Also getting decent bit of loot in their hands, and now they can also get their hands on the vehicle as well. And looking at the replay and knowing how the fight exactly kicked off, well, I guess maybe some other time. The suspense needs to be there.
Definitely. But as of now, I feel like this has been a good start for GENxFM. They already had a fantastic start to have to work with. 41 points from the 6 games that they've played so far. And we've seen this team always kind of put up their aggressive shoes up front. Even when the times were, you know, in olden times when the 15 points were awarded for the chicken, this team always used to go aggressive. But look at this once again. The no-scope shot coming through. That was very difficult to connect.
Indeed it was. And looking at how the fight was really kicked off, Rolex was the one to find the first knockout against the players of GENxFM, but luckily enough, there was Hero right around the corner, and Hero saved the day. iQOO Soul dropping towards Montenuevo, and that's quite interesting considering they like to move towards La Cabrera. This time we see a bit of that switch in the drop location, all thanks to the plane fly path, by the way.
Team iQOO Soul, they initially used to go towards Montenuevo way back, but they switched towards La Cabrera. In fact, they have a massive split in La Cabrera, but they will be forced to kind of sacrifice that. Now they are in Montenuevo with LIVECRAFT kind of venturing a little too much right around that corner. But it seems like for Team iQOO Soul, they don't really have a lot to worry about. They have amassed enough points to kind of move on to the next stage. But for Team iQOO Soul, I feel like there's always that pressure of the banner and the pressure of the fans where they expect you to kind of perform at your best every single day where you wear the jersey.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. These players are some of the best we're speaking of.
Absolutely.
And you need the best players to represent a banner like iQOO Soul. And they're used to it at this point. It's not like it's the first time they're representing a banner like iQOO Soul in an official tournament. No, they're probably used to it. They know what are the consequences if they do not really perform. The fans will be pissed. And it's something that I've always been telling the fans too. If your team does not really perform, there's no need for you to give the hate. Instead, just show some love, show some support. That's the only way the players are going to be in a healthy mindset.
I love Mani as an IGL, honestly. He owns up to his mistakes every single time, but when he's right, he makes sure he says, alright, fine, I'm going to win this championship, and he actually does it. He's very vocal about his performances on stream. He's very vocal about his performances inside the team as well. And they've got an amazing support staff behind the lines. And I feel like this is what establishes the difference between the professional teams and the undergods. The undergods will have to get used to playing against such setups. And I feel like eventually their path to glory also comes with them getting themselves that support staff.
So now what are your thoughts about Revenant Esports?
I am the support staff.
And that's why there are a few struggles. I'm not really going to flame you on that too much, so I'm just going to move on with the conversation towards OG. And for OG, first game, already a fantastic start. They're doing so good in the overall standings. That game wasn't even needed, but still OG converting that 2-on-3 and handing out a reality check to Revenant Esports, even though they had the man advantage. It was brilliant. But now, TWOB, that trace from Cyrax, it was something. Perfect, pinpoint precision. That's what you call a laser beam.
That certainly was. TWOB, you give them opportunities, they're always going to come at you chasing. And they always look for numbers. They always look for those finished numbers, nothing else taken away from them. But look at this, there's another fight which is brewing up. Team UE. It's a 3v1 and Manav is way too close. But the M249 on Tess can definitely be problematic.
Uh-oh, Tesk. He's lobbing those utilities with a lot of hope. But this time, an 8 sails in from the opposition, and it does a lot of damage. And now Tesk hops back. UE with a bit of that advantage inside of the fight, especially when it comes to the HP. The opponents, they're on the deficit, and even the man number stacks with the players of UE. There's a few more players in the back lines for the side of TS, and Twisted Souls. Even this is a returning banner once again in the official tournament. And for Twisted Souls, I'm not sure why the performance hasn't been looking too great.
Is it just me or I find it funny where there's iQOO Soul and Twisted Soul both in the same lobby?
I just got a bit of that flashback. Twisted Souls is Team Vamp in BGS 2023.
Are they?
I think so. Because I just saw Vamp, right? And I just got a bit of that flashback right now. It might just be him. Yeah.
Deja vu, Necro. Deja vu. I mean, speaking of deja vu, I feel like for a second, Tesk also got that deja vu of him getting eliminated once again initially. Because I didn't really find sense in that setup. It wasn't really a scouting mission. He had no vehicle with him. He was tasked to kind of control that hill with his teammates nowhere near. Yes, they certainly were there at a much further ridge, but the trade potential, they could have done nothing had he gotten knocked out over there.
Yeah, pretty much. OG eyeing out the players of UE in the front lines, and UE, they're constantly repositioning themselves in that compound. The reposition isn't too nice as well, considering they're just now fighting too many demons in their own heads. OG on the opposite side, forcing these players to constantly reposition as well. And the iQOO MVP of the previous game was also WindGod, with 4 finishes and 44% finish contribution, by the way.
Credits to be given to this lad. I mean, in fact, credits has to be given to both WindGod and AKOP, the kind of discipline that these athletes have towards the game every single day. Look at the top 5 players, of course. You've got 4 finishes on WindGod, 3 finishes on Veyron, you've got 3 finishes on Kratos. So the new sign-up actually performing well. In fact, for Revenant Esports, you've got Beard Baba from Autobotz Esports with 3 finishes, and Franklin from TMG with 3 finishes as well.
Yeah, and if I'm not wrong, all those 3 finishes from Veyron are in the final few moments against Revenant Esports.
Yep.
So yeah, that just put him on the top 5 list.
We were talking about Revenant Esports. They are on our screens right now towards Graveyard. And it's a nice, healthy split. Playing 2 players up front, trying to move towards the center of the circle, where the rest of the other 2, they're kind of hugging the shorelines of the circle. But the point is, Team Orangutan is also pretty close. And look at this. Orangutan once again pretty close to Unify Esports as well. Team UE just trying to get their hands on that early casualty. But it has been denied by Orangutan. They're playing around the ridges really well, Necro.
Oh, UE. They're now just on the back step. They're on the run. As 2 of the players on the right side just want to back away from this entire spot, but then Veyron easily runs over one of the players of UE. I'm not sure what just happened. He did not even struggle with that run over. And even the player in the front, he did not even try to dodge the vehicle. He saw his death approach him, and Meow's not there in the game anymore.
He saw his death approach him in slow motion. The buggy was not even at top speed. I personally felt like there could have been a moment where he could have either dodged or shot at the driver, shot at Veyron, but none of that happened. It was pretty easy and comfortable for Veyron to actually get the knockout. On the other side, you've got Team TMG also starting to line up against the World of Battle, and I feel like Team TWOB, they're holding a very nice position inside the circle. This high ground can help them control a lot of the rotations, but the point is the circle will eventually move out of their location. So either they will try and capture these finishes and move out, or they can try and backstab the other teams who will try and rotate from around here.
For TWOB, they've just got the high ground to play with in this fight.
Yep.
They can easily convert these eliminations that are just underneath them. And the only reason why the man's not striking just yet, which is Prince, he's waiting for the backup to arrive. Prince has got so many easy strikes right underneath him. He's still waiting for one of the men to be completely isolated and out in the open so he can hand out the death blow as well. Franklin, right there in the outskirts. And still, Prince is not going for any sort of shots. And now we realize that the fact that TMG, they might just move away from the spot. Franklin gets spotted, easily knocked out, and that's what I'm talking about. Gets devoured.
I don't understand how do players, every single time they come in and play the map of Miramar, they don't really expect teams coming in from the high ground, move out in the open and get themselves knocked out. It's been a repetitive instance for every single tournament that we've casted.
And the same compound, by the way.
And the same compound, the same ridge, the same hill.
And speaking of the same stuff, our official smartphone partner, iQOO Z9S series, starting from $17,999. If you move on towards Google and search iQOO Z9S series, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9S Pro device, and 15 of those are given away.
15 of those are being given away. Hopefully, I am also the lucky one to kind of win one of those. I've kind of applied myself. I'm trying to search every single day. In fact, during the broadcast, the games that I'm not casting.
You participated in the giveaway?
Yeah.
We're not supposed to, man.
Why?
We're supposed to let the others have a chance.
I mean, they are having a chance. I just want myself.
You're a meanie, dude. You're a meanie.
Why?
If I wanted, even I could have participated in the giveaway, but the only reason I'm not doing so is because I want the viewers to have a chance. I care about them.
Don't lie to me, Necro. I got to know already that you and Johnny have already decided which one of these 2 devices are going to your pockets.
That's from the studio we're speaking of, and it's not an iQOO Z9S Pro.
but the Z9S is good enough as well.
Yeah, it is. LIVECRAFT on the screen, and speaking of this team, for Team LIVECRAFT, there's still a lot of the climb left. They need to claw their way back up in the overall storyboard. You've got a few known names as well in this entire banner, and look at the zone and how it's forming up. This time towards Hacienda del Patron, or maybe you can't say, somewhere around San Martin. There's a lot of teams towards that vicinity. iQOO, Soul, Remorseless, Inspiration Esports, LIVECRAFT now trying to close on in. Even TMG is right there around the corner.
Ah, this cluster is so bad. The cluster does not have any space whatsoever. It seems like TWOB, they are holding the best spot in the locality right now, especially with the circle shifting towards the western side of the zone. I feel like TWOB are starting to kind of assert themselves. They assert the dominance. But talk about this, TMG flex shot a little bit too ahead of his team. They won't be able to save him. Remorseless will find the frag, of course, but look at this. Global Esports have also entered the party. So every single team in this location will have to be wary. Necro, are we moving on to an urban circle?
We might just move on. San Martin is in the smack center, so there's definitely a high chance, but I don't think so. That's going to be the case. Still 50-50 odds, maybe. Eventually, the circle does pan out in the open. That's been the case for a lot of these times, but you never know. Today can be the first time as well. You've got Just Divine on the screen for TMG, which is on the opposite side. If they do manage to find even one knockout against Remorseless, this can be a great opener they're looking for. And especially speaking of Remorseless, they have been struggling in their 4-on-4 firefights way too much.
Talking on the 4-4 firefights, we never really talk about formations. I feel like this match has been so tactically aware. Every single team is just playing on their designated formations. Nobody's moving. Look at the split coming in from iQOO Soul. They captured this hill and they're not deciding to let it go. The way every single player is positioned is to try and not just blockade the teams coming in from the front lines, that is inside of San Martin, but also teams coming in from the back lines. Look at the map. LIVECRAFT will be approaching them. Autobotz will be trying to approach them as well. And potentially GENxFM, so you will have to station players to guard your back lines. And I think this is the setup that iQOO Soul, they've always mastered. They've got the high ground for themselves. There will be that one moment where they can potentially strike. Talking about striking, it seems like there are multiple teams who are looking to strike here. Teenager Esports, they've also entered the fray, Necro.
Yeah, there's way too many teams in the urban locality. It's going to be tough to snatch away the compounds from these guys. Nothing taken away from that. Global Esports too this time, playing it quite safe and sound, not really being a part of any fights. Right there in the smack center. And one thing I've noticed, a big change I've noticed from Global Esports, is that they're playing for the center.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what the change was, but a while ago I did sort of craft a theory. Maybe that's what's happening inside of the team. Mavi just wanting to put on the leash on the players, knowing the fact that they do tend to overextend. And maybe just preparing them to be the MVP of the finals, because we know the MVP of the finals will be getting his hands on the Hero Xtreme 160R4V.
Will Ninja Boy be a contender in that?
Of course, it's not even a question. It's Ninja Boy we're speaking of.
Currently on the overall standings, we do have some new names, and that is something which I really enjoy. Every single tournament that we play, new names come up. But there is that one name that is always constant, especially when the Pro Series is around, and that is Goblin. We've got to keep in mind that the man has 20 eliminations in just 6 matches, and majority of the stats that we show, all the players have played 12 matches. But coming back in this game, GENxFM, they're back in their aggressive shoes. Freak has been taken down. Twisted Souls, they're being twisted out of this map as well.
It's not looking too nice for them. Once again, a big letdown inside of the game for Twisted Souls. On the verge of being kicked out from the lobby as well. GENxFM towards that water treatment area. Considering now they're moving in towards the safety lines. The zone this time, it shifts right on top of the players of iQOO Soul and Autobotz Esports. Even LIVECRAFT, they find themselves in the lucky shoes, and this is exactly what I'm saying. The zone usually does shift outside of the city.
But look at the teams on the eastern side of the circle. I have no clue how they're going to find space in between themselves, right? Because there is absolutely no way to move inside the circle. The only way they can actually capture space inside is if the other team moves ahead. And that's going to be a problem, especially for teams like UC, especially for teams like Revenant Esports as well. And even Global Esports, they're kind of at the edge. For them, they will have to fight for their spaces, but the finish feed is going all bonkers.
Yeah, indeed it is. It's dancing. And that's what we like to see. TMG wiping out the entirety of Remorseless, and we just had a conversation about that. Not the entirety, but getting the better of the few players. Remorseless is now just taken down to a two-man squad, and it just blows. They got the knockouts and the confirmations too. GENxFM, all the 4 players, right next to each other, just with that trail. Genesis Esports, even they need to try and move inside of the circle. Genesis is just playing with the wall of death, and I'm not a big fan of that, going for the late game rotations every single time. Icy is able to find one of the knockouts too from Teenagers Esports. But how much is that going to sustain him inside of the zone? That's my question. They're still in San Martin towards the urban areas, and they're facing off against the players of UC, where Maverick is already getting confirmed and getting chipped to his death. Even Yash, the same storyline's going to follow up for him as well. And now it's down to the one last man, the final glimmer of hope, and even he gets strike down in that vicinity. The last man who was there from the side of UC is way 2 in the back.
This is textbook style to get yourself space, right? You put pressure in the opposition, you throw them with utility, one of them gets taken down, and then you call for reinforcements. And when you do so, you make sure that the pressure is not eased up. Now look at this, once again, Orangutan, mid-rotation, Flock has been taken down. Revenant Esports, a similar storyline follows, and Flock won't be saved. Veyron asserting the authority over there, Orangutan gatekeeping the circle like an absolute beast, but Revenant Esports, 3 players have managed to leapfrog in.
Once again, the same thing happens with Revenant Esports. They lose out on one man early inside of the game for some reason. It's like a tradition with this entire lineup. They lose out on that one individual player way too early in the game, and now with just a 3-man squad, they're going to have the man deficit in the final few moments. For OG, even the assistants looking on point, so it's all good in the hood for them. iQOO Sold from the top, just raining down a few bullets. Just want to hand out the confirmations, and even that does come through with these.
One of the problems I feel like with Revenant Esports is that they relay their rotations way too much, right? And when they're trying to leapfrog their way in, there's just too many teams all around, they get sprayed down, and that is one of the problems. One of the players which they lose is usually mid-rotation, and those errors will need to be fixed, Necro.
I think so. One of the main problems for Revenant Esports is that they try to avoid the fights too much. Just take the fight. Try and fight off a team, get a better spot in your hands, be the alphas in the lobby. Now imagine if Revenant Esports would have taken a fight maybe against OG and got their position and win that fight, they would have been in a much more better standoff for the future. But now they're getting pinned down by 2 different teams, and while we're having that conversation, an entire team just collapses on the screen. It's going to be the players of Genesis Esports, not in the game anymore.
It was an absolute beatdown, but now look at this. Another team, GENxFM, have actually entered the fray. Beard Baba has been taking down Autobotz Esports. They're trying to split themselves up, but that's not the ideal strategy. JD Gaming FM, he knows exactly that he's one player. Karan is there to kind of support him as well. And then from the backline, Spider Shot, no, he gets taken down.
Oh my god, for GENxFM, it's not looking too hot as either. Autobotz Esports' Orlo is doing a lot of damage, but the nade from JD Gaming was perfect. As Orlo walks straight into it. GENxFM, yes, Spider Shot is being left out for now. He's knocked out, but it's all good as long as the revival is going to be there. And that's what exactly is happening. They are getting the revival on the fallen player. Even LIVECRAFT Esports, they want to be a part of the action. They want a third part of this entire fray. It's not going to be too easy considering GENxFM, they've already gotten rid of the opponents. And you blink it, and the entirety of Revenant Esports too come crashing down.
But now look at this, GENxFM. They kind of understand that there is another team coming into the fray, that's LIVECRAFT Esports. They take a step back, but also kind of hold their ground as well, because they know, as a matter of fact, that this is the fight for the edge of the circle, and they do not want to give it away. The space, once again, has been captured, and they know, as a matter of fact, the high ground advantage is always going to favor them. The utility, they are being rained down upon. The smokes have been laid. There's still 10 teams in the fray, and it seems like these 2 teams, they will have to be aware of where the shots might coming from.
Yeah, for GENxFM, now it's time to switch things back a little bit more. Play a little bit laid back. LIVECRAFT Esports can be a big threat. Yes, nothing taken away from that, but they can easily try and get rid of LIVECRAFT Esports, considering they've also got the man advantage and the high ground advantage. For Global Esports, they're struggling against the players of OG, as OG is definitely getting the better of them. And even for OG, the backlines are looking quite exposed. There's a smoke there. blooming in the back, but as soon as the smoke fades away, there's a high chance even OG, they might just come crashing down. There's way too many teams in the nearby vicinity. Even TMG now, they make their presence known. And TMG, they straight up ram their vehicles against the players of OG as Devil gets caught. I'm not sure what the game plan was for the side of TMG, but this time, the last man surviving from that team just backs away.
What is this Suicide Squad TMG? What was that? Team Orangutan, I think the point of concern for them is they have accumulated a lot of points from this fight itself. They have a lot of finish points to kind of go ahead with, but the point is, what were TMG doing? What was that slamming?
I've got no clue. They wanted to go for a few drive-bys. They wanted to run over the players, but unfortunately, a man got stuck with his vehicle in that vicinity, and as soon as he got stuck, OG executed him, and that was a public execution too. iQOO Soul from the top is now just raining down death and destruction. As TWOB, the players, they're in such a big state of panic, in a big state of discomfort. Prince OG out in the open is taking too much damage upon himself. The man's knocked out as well, is slowly and steadily ticking to his death. Not a lot can be done, but look at Global Esports' Mavi. He was the last glimmer of hope, but as soon as I say so, even he evaporates into thin air.
Orangutan, the leadership duo that we were talking about, Atanki and Aru, they are absolutely on fire. 11 finishes on this team, and they are going bonkers. But it seems like this reign, this supreme, is going to come to an end as of now. Team iQOO Soul slowly progressing toward the circle. They were waiting in the backlines for way too long, but it seems like now it's their time to pounce, and 14 players are still inside the circle. Aru realizes that he hears all these footsteps. He tries to smoke himself down, but that's just virtual cover. TWOB will be their first form of contact, and Ninja's going to take him down. Lovely stuff.
iQOO Soul, they've got the best advantage in this entire final few moments. They've also got the high ground to play with, and so many teams they can try and camp off. And that's what they're exactly doing. The high ground advantage being used to the maximum potential. iQOO Soul backs against the wall this time around. And maybe they would need to reposition and leave this comfort zone soon enough. But the only way they can do so is by taking a fight against GENxFM. And as soon as I say so, Ronnie finds a beautiful opener against GENxFM with that one single utility. And now is also tapping away against Karun. It's taking too much damage behind that one single buggy. GENxFM, they're getting systematically dismantled.
They're getting dismantled, they're being packed back to the lobby themselves. Team iQOO Soul, they make the game look so easy for them. It's a cakewalk. They definitely have lost their IGL, but the rest of the three assaulters, they're the clean-up crew. But Team Orangutan, somehow, miraculously, they're still surviving in one corner. And in fact, Aru has gotten the revival on Atanki as well. This is absolutely insane.
OG once again surviving in the final few moments. It's looking quite brilliant. It's looking quite engaging as well. For iQOO Soul, just losing out in the IGL, now down to a 3-man squad, but having a pretty decent spot to play with. But now they would need to leave this comfort zone, and that's where iQOO Soul's going to be the prime focus for a lot of these teams. A beautiful nade from Skillful catches one of the players from iQOO Soul. Ronnie knocked out. And now this is where iQOO Soul might just be in a big state of panic. This could have been their game, but the zone shifted away. It betrayed the players of iQOO Soul. Ronnie's knocked out. He's trying to back away to safety, but GENxFM, they do want to take it up close and personal. It's now going to be the eco clash between these two big banners, and who's going to be the one to come out on top? Who's going to be the one to strike down harder? GENxFM, they're moving out in the open, as Ninja's out in the open as well, and he will be executed eventually. The entirety of iQOO Soul, they come crashing down. It's the playing field of GENxFM, and no one's going to be stopping them from securing this chicken dinner, as OG Zaru still in the backlines, going for the med strat.
How did he manage to survive amidst all of this chaos? In fact, he's going to run away with the finish point as well. This team, they're absolute cockroaches in the apocalypse. Just surviving through everything, so much chaos, but still making their way through the second position at least. But GENxFM, what a defense it was. That circle was their defensive fortress, and the fearless Marathas showing why we always appreciate them. They did play the LAN finals in BGS 2023, these players, and now once again they're showing what they've got in their store.
Yeah, GENxFM performing fearlessly, and this is the exact performance that was missing for a while. Now finally back in that groove, and this is going to give them the momentum for the upcoming games that they're going to play. For iQOO Soul, they were just dominating. Let's be honest, from the top, they were raining down hellfire. They do have a decent amount of finish points.
But credit has to be given to GENxFM for the way they stopped iQOO Seoul. At one point, it felt like iQOO Seoul is going to whitewash through every single team inside the circle, right? The way they were charging in, they had the high ground advantage as well. The rain of hellfire through, with the form of utility and everything as well. But GENxFM, through their formation and with that push as well. That push, I feel like that was extremely optimistic, but it gave them results.
It indeed was. And for OG, once again, a consistent finish, right? They're in the top 2, doing really good. And this is what I'm talking about, OG. They're not really revealing a lot of their secrets, but still they're doing way too good inside of the lobby, playing it for the survival, playing it for the elimination points, and still doing quite nice in the overall standings. They do not even need these points, but they're still getting the extra bit of top off.
Exactly right, and I feel like the strategy for Orangutan is simple. They try and go for eliminations up and early. They get their points through that, and then of course they've got their leadership duo, Aru and Atank, who just carry them forward. If not them, then Veyron will get them the placement points that is always required. But let's just have a look at the winner chicken in a moment once again.
Exactly, the moment's right now on the screen. Cyrax was the one to sort of spoil the day for OG, and then Aru was the only man left standing. For TWOB 2, they could have stood a big chance, but once again, a consistent finish from the boys, and that's all you ask for. For the players of iQOO Seoul, they needed to leave the high ground, moved out in the open, and that's where they got screwed. Considering GENxFM, they contested the high ground in a pretty great fashion. In the final few moments, GENxFM just had the man advantage, all the 4 pieces standing on the board. And how can you strike down all the 4 pieces at the same time, especially when you're all the way outside of the blue?
Yeah, in fact, the blue zone, I feel, kind of played the spoiler for Team iQOO Seoul as well, kind of pushing them away from that high ground, forcing them to go into that dip, and that is one of the reasons why they fell. But, credit has to be given to Orangutan for the way they have survived and the consistent performance, in fact, that they've showed up in the first 2 games. Where the journey lies ahead is going to be a question, but for Revenant Esports, I feel like it's time to go back to the drawing board and figure out a little bit of what's going wrong, because once we saw the circle shift towards the west side of the map, we knew that there were going to be problems for all the teams in the east.
So that's the exact problem that I'm even pointing out, right? For Revenant Esports, yes, I do understand they want to play a little bit of more tactical-oriented gameplay, and they do not really want to be a part of the firefights early on. But here's the point. When you really do need to force a fight against a formidable foe, you should do it, not back away from that. And the position that Revenant Esports got, we knew it was a death trap. There's 2 different big names right next to you, and one of those is iQOO Seoul, if I'm not wrong, on down south, and then one of those was also TWOB on the right side. How are you supposed to survive that wrath? It's next to impossible.
Exactly, and to conclude that conversation, it seems like they only had 2 options. Either you slam it into a team, try and win that fight and create that space for yourself, or you try and leapfrog them. You will get casualty in that situation.
It was not iQOO Seoul, actually. It was Orangutan who was there down south. So how can you even survive that? That's the exact point. They should have isolated one fight. That's the only best possible outcome I can see for Revenant Esports. But making the rotation between these 2 teams, now that I would say was a rookie mistake from the side of Revenant Esports. But let's move on towards the previous game's point standings and see how the game panned out. Because one thing is for sure, GENxFM will be at the top with 22 points. Even iQOO Seoul with 14. OG with 19 points. At this point, they have crossed on. They're looking pretty good.
They certainly are looking pretty good. In fact, this team might actually move on and cross the 100-point mark as well. TWOB, very impressed with this team. Consistent performances back-to-back, 12 points on them. Autobotz Esports, they've got 6 for themselves. Global Esports, I really had a hope pinned on them kind of for today especially. But 4 points, not the ideal stat so far. TMG with 4 points, LIVECRAFT with 3. As we move on, some big names in here. You've got Revenant Esports, you've got REMORSELESS, Inspiration Esports as well. All of them, majority of them in fact, just being on binary apart from Inspiration.
Yeah, Global Esports is playing really position-oriented. I don't know why. It's like they have copied Revenant Esports' playstyle, and they just want to be pretty much in the smack center, play tactical. But as I mentioned, it makes a lot of sense too. They've got the Assaulters who tend to overextend in some of the fights, so maybe Mavi's just trying to put on that leash.
Exactly right, and you look at the IGLs and you look at the team structure. Both Global Esports and Revenant Esports have a very similar structure with 2 experienced IGLs who kind of play position-oriented, while the rest of the 3 Assaulters, of course, they are extremely aggressive. So we'll have to find out which of the teams, of course, who do come over and get themselves the better end of things. But so far, it seems like Revenant Esports, things are not working out for them.
Exactly. For Global Esports, their Assaulters for now, they seem a little bit more well-oiled. While you're trying to compare with the Revenant Esports side, team synergy has been a big concern. And even in the previous game, we clearly saw with that rotation, it was pretty wicked, let's be honest. Let's move on to a short break for now, because on the other side of the break will be the map of Sanhok.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so So gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to BMPS 2024. Of course, my name is Salty, and with me joining alongside is going to be iSuper Johnny, and we are going to talk about the map of Sanhok because Erangel and Miramar are done and dusted, and of course, both of them have been well dominated by Orangutan so far. Johnny, what are your thoughts on this monumental run that they are on?
I think they are just trying to surpass themselves this time around. I mean, the first game was quite phenomenal. Even the second game, they do maintain their consistency. And it's all going to be about tomorrow. But then again, Sanhok, if they can perform on this one as well, it will be quite amazing. Just as amazing as our title sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, iQOO, because they have come out with the iQOO Z9S series starting at only 17,999. And have you applied for that lucky draw that's going on Google?
I have applied, but Necro all of a sudden just said that I wasn't supposed to. I was like, alright, fine. I also need a chance to win a device because these two devices are already picked up by you and him yourself.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, me and Necro, we have reserved these two now. Salty and Fix is still left with no iQOO Z9S devices, but don't worry, we're going to see if we can get you a few. And you guys, if you want to get your hands on one of these devices, it's simple. Go on to Google, look for, or in fact, search the iQOO Z9S series, and you can stand a chance of winning a brand new iQOO Z9S Pro for yourselves. But now, who's going to win the next game? That is the discussion.
That is going to be a discussion. We're going to talk about that, but let's also talk about a little bit about the numbers, right? Where exactly the teams stand, because if you talk about Orangutan, they're progressing towards that 100-point mark, but right at the very top in terms of matches that are played, you still have WSB with 80 points. Honored Rivals, that was a performance and a half with 69 points as well. Gujarat Tigers, it was our prediction, Johnny, initially in the first day, but on the third position, not bad enough, is it?
Exactly, not bad enough. Gujarat Tigers, we knew they were going to put up their standard performance, standard numbers, 50-60 in 6 games secured on the board. And again, they keep that average of somewhere around 10 points per game, close to it. This time it is like, 9 points in a few matches, 10 points in a few matches. But then again, this is where things get interesting, because now Orangutan, you see them, only 2 matches played, but 38 points already secured, 29 finishes, 16 placement points, all thanks to that chicken dinner and the second place finish they've just had on the map of Miramar.
Orangutan, they're actually steamrolling through the competition right now. Initially, they were on the 23rd position just before this game. Now they're on the 17th position. Possibly after this game of Sanhok, they might even progress even further. But moving on pages, we do have some big names in here. Revenant Esports, Global Esports, me and Necro are having a conversation about them. 12 points is what they have acquired from the 2 matches that they've played in Global Esports on 10 points. Johnny, my question to you is that a point of concern?
It can be, because I mean, I look at Global Esports and I just feel like I've walked through a portal into an alternate reality where GE is not fighting at all. This is quite a surprise. I mean, for the first time, I think in the last few months, we are seeing Global Esports have more placement points than they have finishes. That is not the case, and I believe in the next game, especially considering Oh my goodness, I just realized. It's Global Esports and iQOO Seoul in the same group, and it's Sanhok next.
Yeah, so are we going to see that drop clash? We are going to find out. But considering Global Esports, what the change of strategy, the change of drop location, and the entirety of the differences in approach, I feel like there might not be that drop collision, especially considering that Global Esports, they will have to kind of stabilize their position today.
I don't think so. I think Global Esports did quite well for themselves in the first week, right? So they were sitting at 48 points. In the last 2 matches, they've gotten 5 points. It gets them to a total of 53, and we were talking about the cutoff being somewhere around 60, 65. Let's assume it goes as high as 70 points. Still, it's Global Esports. I think they're going to drop one in one match, go all out, get like 15 eliminations, and they'll be like, alright, yeah, our job is done. We have qualified. Now we are just going to take a backseat and chill. And just because the two teams are very hyper-aggressive, this drop change will also get them into a fight. Because I think even if they change their drops, the next best location they're going to look at is boot camp. It's smack center of the circle. You get access to a lot of rotation points. It's a good control point, and if you win that early fight, you get 4 points to kick off the game.
You know, to be honest, had it been a year back, I feel like Orangutan also being in bootcamp could have been a proper trifecta, could have been a proper triple threat. But so far, we'll have to find out who goes to bootcamp as of now. But talking about the other teams, of course, who are kind of in a dicey position. Revenant Esports on 45 points. They've played around 8 matches so far. One more game remaining to go. What do you think should be the target for an IGL who is in this position? Possibly like 60 with 3 more games to go. You should be comfortable?
Yeah, but right now, I think being realistic for Revenant Esports, I think in this particular match, they need to get at least 10 to 12 more points, right? Go over 50. Do not overexert yourself. If you think of targeting 60 right in this game, then that's not going to happen, and there is going to be a bigger possibility of you making mistakes. It's going to be much more manageable for an IGL like Sensei to bring about that 55-56 points tally and leave the rest for tomorrow. Not too much pressure. 3 games, and you can walk away with 15 points. Revenant can easily secure 15 points in 3 matches.
100%. They can definitely do so. TMG Gaming, in fact, there was a move in the last game which definitely caught me by surprise. The move to just directly slam into Team iQOO, so it just did not really make sense. But they are also in a well-stable situation, ladies and gentlemen. But all of these discussions inside of Sanhok.
I think we are going to jump into Sanhok soon.
Very soon. Yeah.
And here we go. Finally, we have it. Salty, we had to wait a few extra seconds, but there it is. The plane has taken off. Just last moment engine checks, turbulence along the way as well. But finally, the plane is up in the skies, and this time, it is going to be an interesting flight path. Leans a little towards the northern half of the map, starts from the north of Mong Nai, and ends towards the northern side of Tambang, just between the 2 islands, towards the western side. Now, again, Sanhok, biggest discussion that is there right now is the drop clash on that Camp Alpha Hill. I see the players of Global Esports moving in. I see the players of iQOO Seoul moving in. And it seems like, ladies and gentlemen, once again, everything is A-OK in the universe.
To be honest, it's balanced because you also have Autobotz moving towards Hatin as well. This team always used to do so, but in boot camp, we've got teenagers, and alongside with them, we have another team. Which team is that?
I mean, we are going to find that out. They have been covered. It is UC. UC up against teenagers. Trades come in from either sides. It's off to a 3v3. And Dexter, he has to deal with the pressure of the man up on the rooftop. God from the flank. He's going to try and find the second. Maximus confirmed. UC on the other end. They still have an opportunity for bringing their 4th man back into the action. Having him back into the fight will give them the added edge that they need. But no, UC, they're not looking to back off. One more player from the side of teenagers was extremely low, but he has brought his HP back in. Now God looking for that nade. Does he find that knock? It's going to be an important one for them. But ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't even matter. UC lost 1 man. LIVECRAFT on the other side, as you mentioned, Salty, going up against Autobotz, have lost 1 player from their team as well.
Exactly, I was surprised because Autobotz, they were moving towards Hatin, but all of a sudden, they kind of changed trajectory and moved towards a LIVECRAFT. It was that initial scuffle, but after that, they kind of fell back to their default positions. Disengaged once again, but as of now, this fight is not going to get disengaged. Icy trying to kind of peek out of that position. It was extremely risky with so much cover available, but Team UC, they are moving in tandem. Dexter has been taken down. Maverick was extremely brilliant, and there you go. God is going to cover him up, finish him off. 3 players still alive with just 1 casualty in the form of Viper Volte, but 4 eliminations, Johnny. Good trade.
Yeah, that is definitely a very good trade coming in from the players of UC Gaming, but instantly they do get charged upon, or at least there's going to be an attempt from the players of Remorseless to push and try and capitalize on this opportunity. But UC phenomenally done. Just 1 player lost, as you mentioned, and still the point secured. But Salty, we have been pranked, man. There was a scam against us. Global Esports, iQOO, it felt like both of them went for the Camp Alpha Hill. But guess what? None of them went for the Camp Alpha Hill. iQOO decided to glide past the hill and towards the western edge of that Camp Alpha Island. Global Esports, they just dropped on the slope, crossed over, and now even they are looking to make a push towards boot camp. So as we expected, either it's going to be the fight up the hill or it's going to be a fight at boot camp. Global Esports, the second option is what they've gone for. And now in a 3 versus 3, because one man is playing the flank. Yasha, now that's an awkward position to be in. He's stuck in the trenches. Slug is going to try and hunt him down. No utility on Slug, and that might be a big challenge. All right, the Molotov is there. Lobs it a little bit off. Yash is going to be spotted out. Damage and the risk of getting knocked out. He has managed to avoid.
The point of difference is the helmet and the vest on Slug.
Yeah.
It seems like Global Esports, they just got themselves the basic loot and just went out of that Camp Alpha region as quickly as possible. They've kind of taken up the title of pacifist as of now, because we saw it. None of these teams want to fight it initially, Johnny. It's the nerves of an official tournament. We do understand that qualification or the minimum barrier has been sort of surpassed, but then especially when teams like Global Esports and iQOO play, there's enormous pressure from the fans, and that has to be accumulated into the players' mindset as well. But on the other side, Team Orangutan, they're taking initial fight themselves. I think he will be taken down. It's Team Inspiration Esports who are doing a good job, but where are the rest of the players from Team Orangutan?
I have no idea. For some reason, they were all still at least 300 meters away from Atanki. It seems like he was left all alone to try and scout the compounds up ahead, and unfortunately for him, he found himself up against the players of Inspiration, not really resulting in him staying alive. But as we were talking about Global Esports, I do agree with you, Salty. There was a lot of pressure for the performance to come in, but it is Global Esports, some of the most experienced and some of the most aggressive players we witnessed in BGMI. So I believe they were waiting for the game of Sanhok to strike. They were waiting for this map to put their best foot on the matches today and secure as many points as possible. I think Global Esports, they're going to end with like 10 plus points. Maybe. Let's see how this fight goes.
Absolutely. If you talk about Global Esports, right? Wait a second. Wait, what beast has just been confirmed with the TBS Team UC getting a massive lead in this fight? One of the best assaulters inside of the lineup, but now Ninja Boy has to come to rescue. He's nowhere close. It's Slug, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. And from the backline, Remorseless is also pressuring down Team UC. And UC, all they've got to do is to hold down this C compound like an absolute fortress.
Yeah, but it's not going to be easy, especially with 2 teams now. Global Esports, look at them. They've surrounded the exits. They do not want to push it any further. Remorseless on the other side, I believe they are going to look to charge towards the players of UC Gaming. And if the timing works out, Global Esports, they will have an opportunity to strike and pick off players from either sides, shut down both Remorseless and the players of UC Gaming at the same time. It's just the overextension that can be a barrier between them and all of the points they can accumulate for this entire fiasco.
Talking about Team UC, as of now, it seems like they're taking that patient route out of this fight. And I feel that is the best way to take things forward. As of now, all you can do is to try and isolate every single player. Just not think about them being in a sandwich situation. Remorseless, they themselves know, as a matter of fact, that multiple teams are in the vicinity. And this is the Cold War that happens when 3 teams come inside of boot camp.
Oh, yeah.
None of them can have the guts to engage against each other, because you know there's the other team who is waiting for you to pounce on.
Exactly, and again, I think with how early Global Esports made that push, they are going to be lacking utilities. UC, they had to commit almost everything that they had to survive that early onslaught from the players of Teenagers. So they're going to be lacking utilities as well. I think Remorseless, we haven't really seen how many nades, how many Molotovs they have had on themselves, because they can definitely utilize all of that to try and flush out the players. that are hiding inside of those compounds, inside those corner rooms. On the other side, TMG, it seems like they have had the same idea as the 3 teams before them. Head towards boot camp. As they make the push, as they come down this hill, they also risk getting spotted out by all of the individuals inside. Circle moving towards the east. OG in the smack center. Not a lot of pressure on Orangutan in this game, unless they give themselves the pressure of again finishing in the top 2.
That's fine now. I mean, for Orangutan, there is no stopping them as of now.
Yeah.
Of course, they've kind of lost one of their very important members in the form of Atanki. But I don't really think that's going to hinder their firepower by any means. In fact, AK not playing this day, but still Orangutan performing in such a high level. I feel like this just goes to show that this team has principles and systems which are working in place. It's not just the individual caliber of the players who are playing.
Yeah, that is true. But let's see.
Had AK been playing, do you think the finishes would have just doubled?
I don't know, man. I mean, AK these days, I mean, with how OG has been functioning, they have been doing well, don't get me wrong, but it's Orangutan. They always do well. Right? And right now, AK...
Unless and until it's
the grand finals.
It's the grand finals.
Or in the officials, it's just the officials. I think, again, we have established that. Not really a good record in the officials. But this, I feel like, is their year. This year, OG is going to do well, not just in the...
Hopefully.
Not just in the league stages. I think they're going to do well in the finals as well. No, they are in incredible form. Every single individual. I think the weakest link right now in the team is Aru, and even he is playing to the best he ever has.
Yep. 100%.
He's in his best form right now. So this team is firing on all cylinders right now. The only thing that can slow down OG is OG themselves.
It's about that mental aspect, and that is what I'm concerned about, especially when you talk about AK and Wiz, right? The ones who are actually taking out the aggressing department of Orangutan forward. It seems like they might not get flashbacks of their bad memories, of their nightmares before the grand finals. The mental aspect of athletes is something which isn't really talked about, but I feel like that also needs to be developed in the Indian community.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, especially at this level, at the level of Pro Series, because mechanically everyone is basically the same. You're not going to find a lot of differences between these players. But let's talk about this. Twisted Souls being pushed upon, or at least there's an attempt being made by the players of Revenant Esports. They do manage to dodge the nade, still circling around that rock, trying to see if they can pull those individuals from behind their cover. But Kratos, oh no, that could be a risky move. He tries to push up upon that hill, takes a fall, but Sensei still finds the opening for his team. Now Revenant Esports, what can they do? And Tesk, he's going to be pinned into that rock, that boulder over there. And now it seems like Twisted Souls, their souls are going to be twisted as Revenant finds those 3 finishes early into this match.
Revenant Esports just howling like wolves in the forest right now. All that they've got to do is get those early finishes, because I feel like the lack of confidence that these boys have been facing will kind of come through, especially when they get those finishes up. But now look at this, luck with the DBS, brilliant move to kind of dodge those bullets, but as of now, Global Esports, it seems like they have taken their aggressive shoes, and of course Ninja Boy. This man roars, especially with the DBS, and now 2 finishes already. He's looking for more.
Yeah, remorseless. They're going to have a lot of remorse about this. Global Esports, though, they need to be careful, because as we were talking about it, finally, here they come, the players of TMG and remorseless. It feels like, looking at the finish numbers on the players of Global Esports, that UC was shut down by remorseless. So GE is still struggling in terms of those frags, and they need those finishes, or they need to start playing for survival. But Mavi, he runs out into the open. The last player of remorseless, he's going to be picked up by Ninja Boy. A wonderful nade to finish things. And again, the fight in boot camp is down to a 4 versus 2. TMG, they are out on the hunt, but they might just run into a trap. They need to be extremely careful. At the end of the day, it is still Global Esports that you are up against. Doesn't matter if it's 2 players or 4 players alive. This team can always come out on top if you give them an edge.
Absolutely, and Mavi with the AKM. He has it already. Really want to see what he can pull off, but as of now, Ninja Boy just holding down the flank. He knows exactly where the players of TMG are going to come through from. High ground advantage on TMG, but I don't think the utility is going to fly through. Information has been gate kept. Global Esports taking things extremely slow. Mavi kind of trying to distract the players of TMG towards him. Meanwhile, Ninja Boy in position. But I think Mavi's position has been locked. Flex, Jod. He knows exactly where Mavi is. With a 3x scope, I think that can be devastating, especially with Mavi on an AKM. To try and control that spray, it will be difficult.
Yeah, it will be, definitely. But now iQOO Soul, they've heard all of that commotion. They're going to look to find a few extra frags for themselves. And iQOO Soul is phenomenal, but even better than iQOO Soul is the new iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999.
Oh, namesake. Of course, just as good of a performance. If you want a championship winning roster, you better start off strong, and you can do that by getting yourself the iQOO Z9S series.
The team might lose a few games, but you are definitely going to not miss out on that performance with that device. And look at Knuckle. As Salty, you said, the namesake, right? iQOO Soul, that spray was phenomenal. Put down 2 players off the side of TMG, forced them to just stay in that cover. They're still standing. Finally, the opening knock is there. Skeleton knocked out.
But will Team iQOO Soul kind of push up? That's a question, because this position is completely outside the circle, and you've got 2 teams in the vicinity. Team Twisted Souls, of course, we were witnessing this team fighting against Revenant Esports, but one of their players might have actually survived, and he is moving in, got himself a finish. No, wait, in fact, he has been cleaned up. There was one moment where we felt like Team Twisted Souls are still in the game, but it seems like now they've been done and dusted. They've been eliminated with just 1 finish point, and now look at this, Global Esports. For them, the situation is extremely dire, because even if they breach past Team TMG, I feel like breaching past through iQOO Soul with just 2 players will be extremely difficult, Johnny.
Oh, yes, it will be. But in the backlines, as you mentioned, Global Esports, I think with this distraction, at least they have an opportunity to do so, to move past these players, to move past these bodies, and look for that entry inside of the circle, play for survival from here on out. But iQOO Soul now, they must be in trouble as well. They've lost one of their players. Hey man, it's Global Esports. Still looking for the fight. The first aid, it should be there in time. Oh no, he's getting too close to the nade. Oh, barely stays alive, Mavi. That was a risky move, but he knew if he stayed there any longer, the next one would have been right in his feet.
3rd stage already, Johnny, and it seems like there's been huge resource investment in trying to keep yourself alive.
Yeah.
In this position, Team Global Esports, they will have to figure out a way to kind of get inside the circle as soon as possible. But inside the circle, we have another fight that is going on. Inside the play zone, in fact, Autobotz versus Team LIVECRAFT. They're slowly and steadily crumbling down under the pressure. Zrix has been taken down from the backline to still have Billion, who is still surviving, but he's taking the onslaught from not just the nades, but also the blue zone. Not an easy place to be in.
Autobotz a few moments ago, a brilliant punish came in on the players of iQOO Soul as they picked off Manya, but now they found another opening, and in fact, even a matter of seconds, they eliminate the entirety of LIVECRAFT Esports. As you mentioned, Salty, their foot slipped, and the punish from Autobotz was phenomenal. But here come the remaining 3 players of iQOO Soul, and what was that? A 2-player run over, and that's a cleanup right there. iQOO Soul, phenomenal. The revenge for losing their IGL, and they did not take it easy on the players of Autobotz. 3 eliminations on the board, but now it's time to take it even further beyond, because Salty, all of that fiasco that happened in boot camp, their rotation has been delayed, and it's not going to be an easy entry inside of the circle.
What on earth was that? They came in like flash and they destroyed their opposition, ran over 2 players and just finished off the 3rd player in a snap. This is how fast your phone is going to charge with that 80-watt flash charge, ladies and gentlemen.
Quicker than the elimination of Autobotz. Why is there this on Autobotz now, Salty?
I honestly don't know. They should have done something to defend themselves. They came in like flash.
To be honest, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a perfect advertisement for Lamborghini right there. No, not really. Yeah, people being run over, not a good idea. But anyways, time.
It's a fictional world, Johnny.
Yeah, it's a fictional world. But I think iQOO Soul, for them, it's not fiction. They want to be heroes in their own story.
Yep.
In fact, superheroes, because as soon as they're done with Autobotz, They move on to take on the players of Orangutan. Oh no, Ronnie, not a great position to be in. He's down in the ditch and he gets taken out. It seems like iQOO Seoul, they've reached their limit in this game. And Orangutan, they are looking to capitalize. Ninja is going to be the last man left standing. The nade does a lot of damage to WindGod, but it's still a 1v3 unless he times it perfectly. And the players of Orangutan make the blunder of pushing right on top of that nade. Ninja should be... Well, he should be getting taken out sometime soon. The S12K, the peek around the corner. He says hello, and Orangutan, they do not want to greet him.
Johnny, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
All right. There are a couple of players I love watching in 1v4 situations. All right, my heart starts pounding. S-Power will be one of them.
Yeah.
You know who can clutch it out. Ninja Jord will be one of them, in my opinion. But I want to know your opinion. Which player do you think you would love to watch in that 1v4 situation?
Oh, Ninja Boy.
Ninja Boy.
Yeah. Because, I mean, S-Power, there are different tendencies, right, of how players think about of a 1v4 or in those clutch moments. S-Power is a man who will set himself up for success.
Yep.
He has that vision that can predict, in fact, can try to manipulate the opposing side. And majority of the players are built like that, where they will outsmart you no matter where you put them. Ninja Boy on the other side, that man is just built different. He's just brute force, man.
Yeah.
It's just raw mechanics, raw aim. All of that playmaking talent, it seems like, has been taken over by Mavi. He's calling the shots in the backlines, and in those clutch moments, I'm pretty sure the plan is already laid out. And it might just be the most impossible to execute plans, but this team just works so perfectly, the side of Global Esports, that every single player can put those plans into execution and can come out on top.
Hey, Johnny, I feel like for these athletes, it's not always about the plans. When we talk about this, we do have something brewing up as of now. GENxFM just as of now losing out on the players. One of the knocks was there.
So a few moments ago, we did have a mobility partner on the broadcast. So huge thank you to Hero, our official mobility partner. And of course, Hero Xtreme 125. I wonder who's going to be the survivor in this game of Sanhok, considering this map gives you the least time to stay alive.
I don't really think anyone is going to survive in this game, especially with how it's been panning out so far. Majority of the teams have taken massive hits. Revenant Esports with 4 players alive, of course, but for how long? Because TWOB, they're charging in Sarvit, of course, with that vehicle, getting so much information. But of course, through the smokes, Revenant Esports trying to deny as much as possible. But the ditch is going to be their greatest enemy as of now. Not a lot of finishers on their board. They have just one squad wipe, but Sensei is going to find Sidax with the nade. Finds his target, but needs to move on quick.
Yeah, Revenant, they need to be careful about this. And the trade comes in. Revenant, they've lost Sensei. The revive, it's going to be close to impossible, especially considering the players from Inspiration are in the backlines. But TWOB Cyrax shut down. That means an important flank has been taken off the board for the players of TWOB to utilize. Revenant Esports, they find themselves outside the circle. But towards the southeastern edge, we have GENxFM against the players of Inspiration. And GENxFM, again, riding the momentum of their victory on the previous map of Miramar, can look to win this game. And it's going to be a 2 on the board, back-to-back. And Aru just burns himself with that Molotov. I think there was no intention to go for a heal battle from the side of Orangutan, but GENxFM, what is this? As they try to move in, 2 players knocked out. All of a sudden, Inspiration, they have a big upper hand in this fight. And they're going to look to put GENxFM inside the ground. It's just 1 and 2 players, in fact, left standing, Karan and JD Gaming. And the Molotov, Karan walks into the fire, and he's going to burn alive in the backlines. JD Gaming, he's looking in the wrong direction, needs to reload. Finally finds the the ammunition to put inside his weapon, and he runs away to avoid the line of fire from the players of TWOB. But again, Inspiration, they knew just 1 man on the other side of the broken wall. They wrap things up, 4 finishes on the board. But now, it's the top 3. We have Revenant, TWOB, and Inspiration Esports.
For GENxFM, of course, it was a disaster of a move to kind of move out of that location with the vehicle. All 4 of them being in one. Kratos on the other side from Team Revenant, just burning the brunt, feeling the brunt of being right in the front lines. He will need to get revived, but look at the nade coming in from Flock. It was ecstatic. Sav gets another finish for himself. Team TWOB, they are being torn apart right now, but Revenant need to maintain composure, and the composure is there from these young lads. Flock, of course, moves a little out too much, but he gets shut down. Sensei's there, just going to support him. The revive needs to be extremely important and quick.
Yeah, the revive is going to come in for the players of Revenant, but the question is they need to shut down the players of Inspiration. Flock, he saw Atomic, he saw him move out, and now Revenant will strike. There it is, Atomic knocked out, Inspiration down to 2 players. Sarvit from TWOB taking damage from the blue, just 2 first aids on him, so he can't really go for a heal battle as well. All he can do, the best he can do is buy himself some time to allow Inspiration to go down. And Revenant, what is this? They are indeed back from the dead. 10 eliminations on the board already, 3 more up front, 11 is the number now, and I think they are going to look to eliminate all of these lads. Sev gets taken out. They still have the upper hand. It's a 3 versus 1 versus 1. Chico runs out into the open. He has just invited all of those bullets upon himself. It's down to Sarvit, a 1v3 against Revenant, and it's not even going to matter. The man advantage is too big. A brilliant game from Revenant Esports. 13 eliminations, 12 eliminations secured, and a phenomenal performance. This is what we were hoping for from game 1, but man, they made us wait. Salty.
They definitely made us wait, Johnny. You have to take a breather with that, because that last circle was absolutely brilliant. But the best part about it is something I feel Kratos will finally find his groove, because this man was kind of in those front lines, but he was constantly getting taken down. But this was one of the first times he actually succeeded in being that entry factor, and every single time he got the opening for Revenant.
Yeah, I mean, again, phenomenal performance. 12 eliminations secured towards the end, and again, it was the game for Revenant to lose. They were, at one point, I think they were in the center of the circle. It was stage 5, stage 6, and back then it was TWOB Inspiration. There was GENxFM pressuring them. I thought that Revenant Esports might crumble under their pressure, but incredibly done, man. And as you mentioned, Kratos constantly getting knocked out over there. I thought he was going to be eliminated so many times. When Sensei got taken out by the players of TWOB, I thought he was done for. I do not know how these players managed to keep their teammates alive.
You know what, I feel like this game was just a showing of what a different strategy can do as well. I feel like Revenant Esports didn't really change a lot of things up. Yes, they did have that one squad vibe at the start of the game, but apart from that, if you look at it, majority of the finishes came in the last moment itself. They prioritize on the rotation, and I feel like I want to see one of these teams succeed, Johnny, because nowadays, if you look at it, the game has become a standstill where majority of the teams, the success is only based on how aggressive they are. I want to see a team come in and dominate and find a strategy and fine-tune a strategy where a slow-paced game wins them consistent victories.
It's okay to be slow-paced as long as you're getting 5 to 6 eliminations towards the end, and if you are finishing in the top 3. Consistently being in the top 3 with 5 to 6 eliminations, that is what you want, right? Because that still gets you over that 10 point per match average, and 10 points per game is quite a lot. That is what the championship winning team is going to have by the end of the tournament as well. Because it is difficult to execute, but we do have the winner chicken dinner moment of this match in front of us. And of course, the circle also played a big hand in this. The circle going up that hill, and Revenant Esports having that high ground advantage. Inspiration Esports making the mistake of staying into those compounds a little too long, and TWOB making the mistake of moving into those compounds a little too early, allowed Revenant to secure those win. But while we talk about these top three teams, right, let's go to the starting of the game, right? We had the flight path, we saw Global Esports and iQOO both move towards the same hill, and then all of a sudden, they just went their separate ways. What did that accomplish? I mean, they just ended up meeting each other at boot camp anyways.
I mean, yes, for sure, but then for iQOO, it seemed like, yes, they were prepared for the fight. For Global Esports, like we said, it seems like they have got different plans in the backlines, right? They're preparing themselves for something else. Like Necro likes to call it, right? Mavi's kind of put a leash on these players to try and control them a little bit. Controlled aggression, maybe that is the way to go.
Do you guys even know Mavi? He is the man who calls for the team to go in and just go for those frags. That is one of the most aggressive IGLs you can have inside of your team. And again, that is the perfect setup right there for Global Esports, right? Mavi with these 3 brilliant players, that is always going to work out. Because the mindset of the IGL and the players is the same, of never backing down, of not taking a fight sitting back, and of always looking for those frags in one place or the other. Look at what happened in this game of Sanhok, right? They avoided the fight towards Camp Alpha. But they still knew that they wanted those finishes. They still knew that they were looking for a fight. The whole team as a whole just charges towards boot camp. They did not know, by the way, how many teams were there. They did not have an idea that Remorseless was going to move in for a third party as well. They thought they were the ones who were going to third party the fight that was initially happening.
Yeah.
They just charged in. Unfortunately for them, lot more teams came in. I think there were a total of 5 teams that ended up at boot camp. Alright, there was UC initially fighting against teenagers. Remorseless moved in. Global Esports moved in. iQOO Soul tried to move in. Yeah, so a total of 5 teams tried to break into boot camp. But at the end of the day, only Global Esports was the one who walked out alive. So, I mean, they still do manage to survive. Not enough eliminations, but I think, again, they have matches tomorrow.
Who are we to question? They were almost about to win BGMI themselves.
Yeah, true.
So, they know what they are doing, ladies and gentlemen. But let's just talk about the point standings right now. Revenant Esports at the very top. 22 points is what they have acquired. 12 finishes. TWOB 11 points for them. I think this is one of those teams, Johnny. A chicken dinner is missing from their collection from today, but they have performed consistently in all 3 games.
Exactly. And who cares about the chicken dinner if you have that consistent performance, right? So TWOB, a brilliant bounce back, I have to say, in terms of how they've been playing this week compared to how they were playing the previous week. Inspiration Esports, this was a good game, but the previous 2 matches were a little shaky, so I want to see this level of consistency tomorrow, like 8 to 9 points in every single game they play. But talking about letdowns in this matchup, I think iQOO Soul has to be one. Just 3 points on the board, but I don't think iQOO Soul cares. They did quite well for themselves in the previous match.
Those 3 points came in 1 second, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
Those 3 points came in a flash. That was one quick elimination against Autobotz.
So we call them style points now.
We call them style points. We don't offer them. We don't offer them extra points, but we offer them style points. We offer them the grand salute.
Yes, that is what that is.
The officer salute. We should do a thing, right, Johnny? The officer salute.
Yeah, I mean, we can make it a thing, but we're going to have to discuss it and make some list of criterias of when that needs to be handled. But for this moment, definitely. I mean, that was phenomenal. It was so smooth. And even the previous game, right? Like, it seems like players have forgotten how to dodge vehicles now.
I mean, I'm not really sure. That was Veyron. That was extremely slow. The buggy turned so smoothly. And I was expecting the other player to kind of put up some sort of damage, go at least for the driver or at least for the tire or something like that. But he just watched it in slow-mo, like death approaching him, like the Grim Reaper approaching him, and he let himself out.
Even in this game, right, that play on that Lamborghini, it was so smooth. I mean, only 2 words come to mind. Smooth operator.
Smooth operator. Well, of course. But, you know, at the end of things, it's felt like iQOO Soul, they're kind of getting overextended left, right, and center, especially after Manya falls. It seems like their go call is there. Just, boys, just go in and finish up every single team that you witness in front of you.
I think that's the normal call as well for iQOO Soul. Unless they realize, like, all right, 6 teams remain now, maybe we can play for the chicken.
Yeah.
Up until that point, they are also just like Global Esports, looking for those fights, looking for those finished numbers. The problem with these teams is, and it's not, the problem is not for these teams, it's for the other teams, is the fact that they're very comfortable in those team fights. In those 4v4s, teams like iQOO Soul, teams like Global Esports, teams like Orangutan, teams like Carnival Gaming, teams like Xpark, it's very difficult to take them down, and they also know it. That is why they try to force teams in an uncomfortable position, like, alright guys, fight us, please fight us, because if you fight us, that gives us the highest probability of securing those points. If we are not stuck in fights, if we are just rotating, rotations are random, right? You have to rely on where the circle is going, you have to react to that. Fights are all in your control, and they like to keep the game in their control.
100%. I feel like I agree with majority of the teams that you have said in that list. Their formations in the 4v4 fight, they have systems in place, right? And one fine conversation with WindGod I had where he said that any underdog team, they have the gunpowder, but they don't have the formations. They don't know how to mentally beat down the opposition. Exactly. And I feel like in this game specifically, Revenant did that in the first fight, in their first squad fight, but they still need to kind of perfect it, because majority of the times we see those off plays happening and Flock or some of the other player getting knocked down.
I think Sensei is putting too much pressure on himself, because majority of the times we see him also try and be the flanker, try and be the initiator of that fight. I think he can definitely utilize the other players in the team as well. And if he is the one handling all of that pressure and taking all of that pressure upon himself, he has to make the shot calls for the team. That is too much to deal with, man. I think Revenant, yes, this game plan is working out, but there need to be a few other alternatives in place.
There has to be a few other alternatives, but at least for now, of course, 3 games, Johnny, 3 games for this group are done, of course. And majority of the storyline that we had from the last week, right, that just kept on continuing. Orangutan dominating, Revenant having a sort of a bounce back. I feel like they've kind of converted their qualification as of now, but they still have 3 more games to go. But apart from that, iQOO, Seoul, Global Esports, these are teams, they are almost cemented, even TWOB. But the teams who are still struggling as of now, Genesis Esports, GENxFM, I'm not really sure how many points did they accumulate after the chicken, and I think they themselves also have kind of qualified themselves.
Yeah, I think maybe GENxFM, I think their run previous week was decent. Even in the last game, map of Miramar, it was quite well executed. So yeah, they are going to be up for that qualification spot. But again, they need one more match, at least a decent performance with like 10 points, and then it should be okay. But as we mentioned, those matches are going to happen tomorrow now, because the matches for this group is over. We're going to move on to the next group, ladies and gentlemen. But before that, this small little break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार। क्या हो रहा है? कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, Group 3, they are done with their matches. But Set Blue, they are left with the last group.
Exactly. One more group is going to be coming over here inside of the action. But still, if you try and focus on what happened in the previous game, Revenant Esports finally establishing that comeback. A 22-pointer, that too a big one. Now that's going to put them in a really comfortable spot in the overall standings.
Of course, and this is what we were hoping to see from the side of Revenant Esports for a long time. But it seems like finally they have woken up from their long nap and they are ready to face the action. Now, it's all down to how do they perform tomorrow. Because this sets the benchmark, right, of what Revenant needs to do and what is expected from them.
Yeah, for Global Esports, though, avoiding that drop collision against iQOO Seoul. Now, as a fan, as a viewer, I would love to see that come through, but for the better picture, it makes a lot of sense why Global Esports evaded the trackers, knowing the fact that they're not doing too hot in the overall standings. They're still trying to test the waters. They're still trying to come up with something new. That's why they engaged in a big duel inside of the boot camp area where things were not exactly in the favor of Global Esports, but still they got one squad wipe, so that's a good thing.
It's a good thing they had 5 points from that match, and they had 48 points in the previous week, so even if I leave out the performance on Miramar, they had, what, like 8 points from the Erangel and this game of Sanhok as well. They are way over 55 points. I think they're going to be very close to 60 points, or maybe even beyond 60 points. But then again, I mean, Global Esports, we know they're going to have that one big game, and that's all they are looking for. They do not care what's happening now in this week's matches. All they care about is just qualifying and practicing their fights. And I completely agree with you. Even me, as a fan, I would have wanted to watch that fight on the Camp Alpha Hill, but yes, looking at the bigger picture, it was better to avoid that conflict.
And let's be honest, it's so fun. Both these teams just chasing each other down with shanks in their hands, wanting to get the better of each other. So it's just really fun. The overall standings for now, after all the games, are on the screen. You see, once again, WSP at the top, considering they've played all their 6 games. No one really is going to be there in the first half of the board other than OG. With just the 3 games, they're there in the first half.
They're definitely trying to challenge the players of WSP in points secured this week. And I think Orangutan, they've set themselves up for success as well. But moving on to the second page, we have Revenant Esports finally showing up in a brilliant manner. 34 points secured in the 3 games they played, kind of outdoing themselves from their performance last week. Last week they played 6 matches and only got 33 points. This week they've done more than that in half the matches. TWOB as well, a phenomenal start, and same goes for GENxFM.
Yeah, and Johnny, now speaking of this upcoming group, we know who is going to be there in those groups. A lot of the known names once again returning back. We've got a few names like, of course, Team Godlike Esports. You've also got Dragon Esports over there, WindGod Esports themselves, and even Carnival Gaming. And for Carnival Gaming, they've already done the Herculean task in the first 6 games. Now I want to see the OGCG back over here inside of the playing field. Just hunt down teams left, right, and center.
I mean, to be fair, that is what they were doing in the opening week as well, and they just made it work every single time. Carnival Gaming was so consistent. One of the best performing teams from that opening week, only second to Silly Gaming. And the difference wasn't that much. I think Silly walked away with, what, 89 points, and Carnival was at 82, just 7 points shy. And again, this was a different side of Carnival Gaming that we witnessed. And this can be a big threat to everyone else inside of the lobby. Imagine Carnival Gaming show up again in the same form.
I know, right? And especially focusing on the opposite side of the spectrum. Some of the teams that are not doing too hot. Team Z and Team Snipy. Especially Team Z, though. A known banner in the playing field. Still not able to play that well in the first 6 games. Now they've got so much pressure.
Exactly, but if you do not want to deal with pressure of any sort while you're playing your games, ladies and gentlemen, check out the iQOO Z9S series, starting at only 17,999. An amazing device at an even better price.
Yeah. That's all I like to say, right? You know that. Pocket friendly. That's the best part about it. And it's got so many great features too. Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 as well. The processor's looking pretty fine with 5,500 mAh battery too. So you're going to be gaming for hours. But moving the conversation on towards a few more names. As I mentioned, Team Z, a known banner inside of the entire playing field, still struggling way too much. What are your thoughts on them?
I think Team Z, again, there is a little bit of pressure upon them, and they bring that pressure on themselves that, all right, we are Team Z. Very well-known names inside of the community. As you mentioned, a well-known team, a big name leading the charge, and because of that, there's always going to be the pressure of we need to do our level best and we need to outperform everyone in every single game. But I think that's the big problem. That's the big fight for Team Z. It's against themselves, and hopefully this week they can turn things around. They're 20 points, so there's still an opportunity for them to move forward, but let's see how this week is going to turn out for them. What are your thoughts, though, on their run so far?
For Team Z, it's do or die, let's be honest. For the entire banner itself, if they do not perform right now well enough in this entire official tournament, there's a high chance the banner might just collapse. So for Team Z, it's a do or die run. If they do not make it to the grand finals and perform well, then it's donezo.
I mean, I've been seeing this going around that Scout has mentioned that after this run, if things don't work out, he might try out for different teams. I wonder what that is going to be like.
I wonder which team he will join if things don't work out in Team Z. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of the options. If he does join some of the big banners, like maybe Global Esports, for an example. So that'll be super fun. Imagine Mavi and Scout, both these IGL, and sometimes they do keep on taking turns, right? In one game, Scout is the one to lead the pack. In one game, it's Mavi to lead the pack.
Nah, man.
I mean, these two are the OG brothers, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they have had a historic run back in the days. I mean, we all remember that beautiful, beautiful era. Again, I mean, it's taking me back. I was on that particular broadcast back then, and it was amazing opportunity, amazing evening for all of us that day. But I don't think they're going to take turns leading the team. I think Mavi is still going to be the IGL. I think they might just swap Scout in and out if that happens. But again, that's a hypothetical, right? We don't know if that is actually going to happen.
We're just giving a bit of that nostalgia.
Yeah,
to the fans,
nostalgia,
right?
and it's going to be amazing if it happens. I mean, I think a lot of the fans do. They are starting to pray for what you just said.
I mean, let's be honest. The scene will go crazy if that does happen. Every single fan will be so excited. It might just break the internet. In India especially.
It definitely can. But then again, I mean, it all depends on whether Team Z does well or not. Imagine if Team Z all of a sudden starts to pop off starting in this game of Weekendy, then all of these assumptions, they change.
Yeah, but it's a little bit too much to ask for, especially if you try and focus on the past stats as well. Team Z, just to expect a drastic improvement like that might just be too much to ask for. But you know what? Soon enough, the upcoming game of Weekendy is going to be starting. It's supposed to be a slow start. As we know, Weekendy, it really brings in the cold nature. The icy land of Weekendy begins right now, starting all the way from Dobro Mesto to Kantra. And this plain flat path, once again, is quite perfect, considering it is pretty much dividing the map into two equal halves. But still, if you want to move in towards the extremities like Zabava, Port, that's going to be out of contention.
Oh, it definitely will be, but anyone looking to head towards that northern part are the ones that can give us those early fights, which, well, normally there aren't any of those in this map of Weekendy. But again, we will be extremely hopeful because the last time Carnival Gaming were there on this map, they did bring in a little bit of that aggression. We haven't really talked about a lot of these teams in Necro. Our conversation stuck around Carnival Gaming. Our conversation involved Snipy, Team Z. Let's talk about an outlier from the previous week, WindGod Esports. Now, WindGod Esports stepped up quite nicely. 53 points in the 6 games they played. They have set themselves up for success. Now, even with a mediocre performance this week, they can still qualify, and we can see them in round 2.
Yeah.
But we do not want to see that. We see them play to the best of their abilities. I want to see them cross a 100-point marker this week.
But I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the case with WindGod Esports, right? Looking at the group they're playing in, there's too many known names. It's stacked. And for WindGod Esports to perform to the best of their abilities, it might just be a little bit tougher. And even if they do end up performing to the best of their abilities, it's just going to be revealing their cards way too early inside of the game. But hold on to that thought. It's RTGxIND facing off against Sarkar, gaming off the rip towards Castle. And this fight, it's panning out in quite a weird fashion, considering Sarkar Gaming is the one to come out on top. You would expect a team like RTGxIND to dominate this one.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, RTGxIND, their run previous week was phenomenal, and Sarkar Gaming were struggling. But again, very rare sight to see a drop clash on Castle, and RTGxIND already on the receiving end of things. 2 players knocked and finished off. Arib and Ralphie are all that are left standing from the side of RTGIND. And Sarkar Gaming, they can definitely secure the squad wipe and move forward in this game with 4 elimination points on the board. There's one more drop clash that has happened towards Goroka, and I believe we are going to see those 2 teams duke it out amongst themselves soon as well.
Yeah.
But right now, Ralphie is getting pushed. The entirety of Sarkar Gaming, they want to clear this watchtower. They are moving up. Anonymous has been left a little bit on that higher floor while the other players, they run back down.
Oh, it's a spiral. The nade can be cooked anytime and tossed to perfection. There's only one way it can go, right? That is going to be downstairs. For RTGxIND, losing out on 2 players early off like that and then holding off this spiral was quite a great choice. This can help them isolate the duels in a better fashion. RTGxIND also having the high ground to play with in this entire kerfuffle, while the players of Sarkar Gaming just waiting to find another knockout. That's going to break the deadlock. For RTGxIND, they just want to survive. That's the only main thing they've got in their heads going on. Bit of that deadlock being created. Nothing happening just yet. The fight's not coming into fruition completely. For RTGxIND, it's quite a bad start. Nothing taken away from that. But you know what? This also gives us a bit of more time to talk about a few more better things. And that's going to be Team Bliss. Team Bliss, too, is returning once again. And if you speak about Team Bliss, it's quite an experienced banner, too. Not exactly the banner, but the players that are playing underneath the banners, they're quite experienced. You've got no names in there, and especially we know what they're capable of, too, the veterans themselves.
Yeah, I mean, a good mix of veterans and some new players inside of Team Bliss, as you mentioned. Eggy and AJ returning after a long time away. Turbo as well, but let's see the Molotov lobbed out, and RTGIND still looking for that first opening in this fight. Ralphie's done a phenomenal job just delaying the players, delaying the push from the players of Sarkar Gaming. One of the individuals from the side of SG has taken a lot of damage upon himself. Could be the opening that RTGIND are looking for, but no. Now, Ralphie, he's out of utilities. And only the DBS to settle the difference. But somewhere on the map, as we were talking about, the drop clash in Goroka was WindGod against the players of Inertia Esports. And it seems like there are trades coming in from either sides. But look at this. SG now getting a little too over-eager to push for this fight.
And it makes a lot of sense, too, because they know it's just one single man. But then Arib finds a knockout. That was a beautiful crossfire being set up from the side of RTGxIND. This one single Tommy gun is doing way too much damage. Now it's time to pull out the shotguns and barrel stuff the opponents. And that's what they want to do. Straight up on the run, on the spiral, RTGxIND with the big advantage this time around inside of the fight as well. And what a shot that was from Arib! He catches both the players! RTGxIND, what a comeback this was inside of the fight. Sarkar Gaming, they mess up big. And KSR7 is way too much in the backlines. He can't provide the cover.
Exactly, that one man was cut off. It was still a 2 versus 3 situation. And all of a sudden, all off of that one knock, RTGIND, they beat down upon the players of Sarkar Gaming. There is no way that was supposed to happen. A big blunder from Sarkar Gaming in that one. But let's move forward. Let's move back to Goroka, because WindGod Esports, they are not done yet. They found the trade against the players of Inertia Esports, and they've also managed to bring Savitar back into the fight. A good angle comes in. Rex finds the second, and now it might be the opportunity for WindGod to strike and go for a squad wipe.
Rex, that's the exact opener he was looking for. Now, once again, the deadlock's broken up. WindGod Esports, they need to be careful. It's still the urban areas we're speaking of. You can get picked off from anywhere in the vicinity. And WindGod Esports, that's why they're also taking the precautions. They've also got a lot of utilities to play with, even the smokes to try and isolate the duels and a few angles. Inertia Esports now just looking to back off. All the 3 players back on their feet, but unfortunately for 10, he's trapped. Right up close and personal against the foes too. And that's a great way to kick things off, as he's going to be the one to ignite that fire. Now left with 3 players, the fight's taken down to the equal numbers. And if Tan's able to find another opener with this nade, it's going to be so good for his team. The nade was being tossed, but not exactly up to the mark. And now Tan, he's also going to get pressured even more. He gets taken down way too low. Unfortunately, lacking on the meds too. Inertia Esports not exactly being the alphas in this scenario. And now the players as well, just looking to back away. There's no cover fire for Tan. The duel's going to be easily isolated for WindGod. They can push up close and personal and try and secure that knockout. Imagine the amount of thoughts that are going through Tan's head. It's too much to try and deal with as a newer face on the block, but still is trying his best to fight back, and eventually he gets snuffed out.
He was trying his level best to force the players of WindGod Esports to walk into the line of fire of his teammates, but taken down extremely low with that nade earlier, and as you mentioned, no healing utility available. So he wasn't able to really re-engage into the action. He just tried to force them around the corner, but still gets taken out by the spread of that shotgun.
Yeah.
But I think damage dished out to the players of WindGod Esports. They've lost a player early into this game, and that might hamper their performance later on. But let's see, even on the radar, you see the players of SBA, they aren't too far away from that entire situation. There will be an opportunity for them to go for a third party, but still, like, I'm happy. I mean, at least we are getting some aggression early into this map of Vacandy, right?
I know, right? It's a warm start this time.
Oh, yeah.
Someone's light up that campfire. And you know what? Moving back towards that Team Bliss's conversation, you mentioned you want to see WindGod push boundaries. I would love to see Team Bliss push the boundaries. Even for this team, it's a death run. Yeah. If they do not do good, there's a high chance this lineup might just fall apart because they have been trying for a long time in the officials, and that too being the veterans, they have been failing over and over again.
I think Bliss might just, there is an opportunity, as you mentioned, there is an opportunity for them to move towards round 2, but from there on out, it is going to get tough. So I don't know how far they can take themselves into this tournament, but it definitely is one of those runs that they need to bring their confidence back.
Yeah.
On the other side, as I was about to say, it's not the usual contenders that we are seeing in those fights. And the first fight involved Sarkar Gaming, RTGxIND, and both of these teams usually end up playing for survival. RTGxIND, I mean, definitely, they are doing quite well for themselves. Their run in week 1 was phenomenal. And I think with that first win that they've just had on Castle, that 2 versus 4 situation, I think they will be feeling a lot more confident about themselves today as well.
Indeed, they will be. I mean, they were put in the worst possible scenario, and they still got out of 3 points.
Yeah. Ooh, that was smooth, Shogun.
So, yeah, for them, everything's looking pretty nice. Speaking of CG, this is the exact time where they can start testing the waters. Try and bring something new on the board if you want, considering you are still in the same intensity as a big lobby. And you can try and experiment a little bit more. The iQOO MVP of the previous game was Kratos from Revenant Esports with 5 finishes and 42% finish contribution. Of course, for Revenant Esports, that was a big game that just sprung them back to life in the overall standings. And now focusing on a few more teams like Team Hero Xtreme Godlike. For them, the playing for this time is pretty much going to be the same. You've got Sim, Z-God, Admino, Punk, Jonathan, from which Z-God's pretty much going to be sitting out. So now Simp is going to be in action. And what are your thoughts about Godlike? Because even they have been testing a lot of the waters. Even they have been testing their main playing for. Yeah. But for now, it feels like the stable playing for is going to be Simp, Admino, Punk, and Jonathan.
I like this playing for, again, the players from, in fact, right now, the roster that's there for Hero Xtreme Godlike, on an individual level, the players are just like some of the best players in the country. So you are not going to have a problem in performance on an individual level. The problems comes in when you're looking at the bigger picture, when you're looking at the results on the leaderboard. Yeah, the team play. But, I mean, I think I was kind of satisfied with what they were able to accomplish during their opening week. Because, again, this is a team that has been struggling for the last few years. And for this year, I think the goal was to make it all the way towards the grand finale and maybe just have a top 5 finish over there.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, the first priority is the trophy, but realistically, it's going to be difficult to execute. But look at this. OG, they find themselves in Castle quite close to the players of RTGxIND. And the only objective for RTGxIND right now, it is going to be to avoid taking a fight.
Yeah, Dragon Esports. Way too close and personal, and this is a big letdown. But luckily enough, the spray is whiffed. Dragon Esports, this could have been the worst possible start. And they do reply back, though. Ralphie gets knocked out instantly. And now for RTGxIND, the pieces, they seem to be missing. Ariba, man, is pulled off a miraculous clutch. He wiped out all the players of SG. Taking down 3 players in that nearby vicinity, which was super impressive. And now Starboy's the only man making the push happen. up against the players of RTGxIND. I'm not a big fan of this one, but this time he's the only one to lead the pack. And he's also taken way too much damage upon himself. I'm not a big fan of this duel. Why is Starboy overextending so much? But luckily enough, the backup's going to be there right around the corner. A reball by himself. He's got so much to deal with. He would need to cancel that nade cook. The DBSs are doing way too much damage. And Dragon Esports, it's them we're speaking of. Even they have been hitting back to the lobby quite nicely recently. Arib is single-handedly taking care of the players, but eventually he will be overwhelmed by the presence of Dragon Esports.
Hey man, you play like that, everyone's gonna be rooting for you. I was rooting for Arib over there, not the players of Dragon Esports. What a phenomenal move. He was put under pressure by 3 players, took down 2, and you never know, he could have taken down that last man as well.
Yeah. And I would still say Dragon Esports overextending in that scenario, especially Superboy. He pushed up way too up close, knowing the fact that there's no backup available just yet, but he still went for that solo duel, which is too much to ask for, considering even the Fallen Man was already back upon his feet. And WindGod Esports, hold on to that thought. Inertia, man's out in the open, and he's not going to stand a chance. Surprise, my friend, it's Avi from the top.
The evil plans put into execution to succession made him feel safe.
Yeah.
For a second, but it wasn't.
And Johnny, I guess your expectations were a little bit too much. WindGod Esports, they crumbled.
Yeah, but it's fine. WindGod, again, put themselves in a decent position in the previous week. But look at this, Carnival Gaming, they find themselves up against the players of NON. And to kick things off, Shogun knocked and finished, but Carnival Gaming, they're still finding that trade. But there's also fire coming in this direction from the other end of the river, but it's not going to matter. NON wiped in a matter of seconds. But there they are, the finished numbers finally handed to the players of Carnival Gaming. And Goblin, he found that 3K to rescue his team.
And Johnny, remember Turban from NON?
Yeah.
The Clutchmeister. Turban was just popping all across the board in that previous week. But this time around, that clutch factor gets stolen away by the players of CG. Considering it's quite a formidable force, and that too, Goblin getting a 3K out of that. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is. But with Carnival Gaming, I think we want to see a lot more of this. I mean, considering their performance, as we mentioned, and keep bringing it up again and again. One of the best we have seen. And even in this match, they have kind of found a decent position. Here it is, a recap of how things went down. Round 2, looking for the 3rd. There's the jump shot right there.
He ran out of bullets. Then he switches on over towards the M4, and he claims that final man.
Did Hector just get an extra shot in towards the end and get that finish?
Maybe. But still, Goblin's got 3 of them, right? So it's all good.
Quite unfortunate, though, they had to lose out on Shogun. It could have been definitely a lot better had Shogun stayed alive. And with the shift of the circle, Carnival Gaming, they found themselves on that western edge, quite close to the players of Inertia and WindGod. But Bliss, they're taking on the players of Psy Official. Another big fight breaking out.
Yeah, for Bliss, they've got too much to deal with. Utilities are constantly being tossed against them as AimGod gets knocked out. And MOB7 does want to get the confirmation. AJ as well is still alive. AJ, a known face in the community. Unfortunately, Eggy gets knocked out and confirmed too for Team Bliss. A bad start indeed. But still, they have managed to do a lot of damage even to the foes. This game of Vikendi, it's having quite a warm start, and I'm liking that.
Oh yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, we've seen constant team fights till now. And I don't think this is going to slow down, but neither is the iQOO Z9S series, ladies and gentlemen. Starting at 17,999, this device never slows down. Why? Because it is the segment's fastest phone with the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Our official smartphone partner. And let me remind you guys, if you want to get your hands on the iQOO Z9S Pro, all you have to do is go onto Google, search the iQOO Z9S Pro, and you can stand a chance of winning one of those devices for yourself.
Yeah, 15 of those are given away right now. you might just be one of the lucky 15s. You never know.
Better odds than winning a game in the competitive lobby because there are 16 teams there.
Yeah, but we're talking about the population.
Yeah, my maths isn't that
Mathing.
great. Yeah, maths isn't mathing.
TZ, though. Addy's there. And for TZ, I like the fact that they're rooting for a placement-oriented gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
They've got quite a nice spot as well, pinned down on top of the Mount Kresnik. For Team Z, if you try and speak of the performance in the past week, only 20 points accumulated out of the 6 games. Scout OP, Vexy, Side OP, Addy, stacked names in the banner. But still, performance not exactly up to the mark. There's too much going on inside of the banner as well. And for Team Z, something needs to be done desperately.
As you mentioned, something needs to be done desperately, but they don't have to be desperate for it. Right now, the position in the circle is amazing, and it's still quite good from the top of the hill. They can secure frags as well when the players of Godlike or RVNC move out around them. But all of a sudden, Dragon Esports, now that is a wonderful position to work from, right? No threat in the backlines, nothing up towards the northeast, nothing towards their relative west as well. So they are in that isolated position. The only problem for them is, do they have some concrete cover to play from?
Ari's on the run towards the better spot themselves. And speaking of our esports too, the journey has been filled with a lot of struggle. Just getting 14 points in the span of 6 games. Maybe they need to go on a long drive on the Hero Xtreme 160R4V and clear their minds. Come back with a clean slate.
Oh yeah, that's going to help them refresh, right?
Yeah. That's what I do, man. When I'm feeling I'm getting overwhelmed by the emotions, just go on a big, long ride.
Yeah, me too. Just let it all out on the asphalt.
Yeah. But be careful, man. Make sure you're wearing the proper gear.
Yeah, that is important.
Helmet.
Yeah.
Gloves.
Follow the speed
proper
limit.
riding suit.
I mean, this track built for everything else.
I mean, hey, it's quite a quick bike, man. 160R4V.
Yeah.
So yeah, just make sure you're packed up and ready with all the safety precautions. But Hero Xtreme Godlike on the screen. Speaking of the playing 4, pretty much as we expected. No changes from this banner. TS, Team Snipy, Johnny. Once again, back in the playing field. And for Team Snipy, in 6 games, they only got 3 points. Half a point game. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I have no thoughts about them. We haven't seen them enough.
Fair enough. But hey, as we're speaking, even Inertia Esports, they have been kicked outside of the lobby. It's done for them.
Did Avi just stay there for that final frag, or is he playing for placement now?
Probably going for the placement, maybe trying to get his hands on as many meds as possible. It can be a viable strategy. Go for the med strat on the map of Vikendi. We have seen that been happening for a long time.
But hey, Necro, you were talking about Team Snipy, right, a few moments ago. And look at that. I mean, the shift of the circle does allow them to rotate towards that eastern edge without even breaking a sweat. And everyone else is playing towards the center or towards the western side. So Team Snipy have been given a brilliant opportunity to secure a lot of points in this match. So they might be able to beat their average of previous week in this game itself.
Yeah, but that's been the main concern for Team Snipy, right? Firefights. They have been lacking a lot in those. Whenever it comes to the individual players as well, they haven't been able to convert any of those eliminations. And that's a big sign of concern for Team Snipy. Playing in such a big lobby and still struggling with the mechanics. It's a tough pill to swallow.
I wouldn't say mechanics. I think just coordination within those 4v4s.
But still, just getting 3 points in the span of 6 games, Johnny, even if it's just team communication, still at least on the individual level, you should be able to get more than 3 points.
Hey man, 3 is better than 0.
Anything is better than 0.
Yeah, there are teams on the overall leaderboard that have 0 points.
Yeah, but then even the points were deducted for some reason, right?
Yeah.
So.
Oh no,
that's a different thing. Uh-oh.
Why did he have to move in, or at least try to move in? Could have just stayed in the blue with those first aids, man.
He punished him, and that was a free piece of candy that Hector just got while he was lurking around the fields. The Originals up against the man of SG, Sarkar Gaming. And Blade does not catch a glimmer of that man, so for now, he's going to be safe. Weekendy started off with a burst of action, but now things are taken down slow and steady once again. The warmth, it's looking like it's faded away.
Yeah, slow down during the mid-game stages, but I think that is coming to an end as we have the players of our Esports put under pressure by the players of Bliss. And there it is, Turbo finally traded out, but AJ and Mob in the backlines are going to look to wrap things up against the players of our Esports as quickly as possible. Utility is lobbed out, Regaltos, he's knocked, but iQOO and Mana still left standing. iQOO is down low, he's down to around 30 HP, Manus around 60, but all of this utility, it's catching absolutely no one. Finally a nade connects, and Mob, he finds the opening. It's down to the last man from the side of our Esports, and he's going for a revive onto Regaltos, but another nade, it's going to land too close. If it does, it can result in the entirety of our Esports biting the dust.
They started things off with a man advantage inside of the fight, and now our Esports on the verge of biting the dust themselves. The knocked out player trying to back away to safety. Can he be revived? Regaltos saved the day for your boy. Everyone's ignoring him, and he gets dealt with. What just happened? Our Esports, the man could have been saved. But these two selfish lads, they do not save him. And an 8 sails in, and that's it for Regaltos too. Our Esports, evil guys.
I mean, that is what iQOO is going to be saying for sure. But now there's going to be more pressure on the players of Bliss. Look at that. They are looking to move in. And AJ, he's a little low, but now we know the spam is going to be there inside of the smoke. Regaltos, he's back on his feet, but is that enough? Manus needs to stay alive. The smoke, it's dissipating, and finally, the spray connects. There's a wrap-up. The finishes are found, and Bliss, they're going to move forward in this match. They break inside the top 10 with 7 eliminations on the board.
Exactly my point. If they would have went for the revival on the fallen player, they would have had 3 players to stand a chance in that fight.
Yeah.
Our Esports, I am not even sure why they did not go for the revival. It is so mean from them.
I don't think it was mean. I think it was just, again, a big distraction in front of Regaltos, and he was rather focused on that nade. But I do agree with you, revive would have been better, but Carnival Gaming now under some pressure. Neo is taking that duel. Doesn't even break a sweat, man. Stands out in the open like a boss.
Yeah.
And takes down RVNC.
And picks his teammate like a boss too.
Piggyback ride, buddy.
Yeah.
Why you get knocked out?
One thing is for sure, this man deadlifts a lot. But hold on to that thought. Hero Xtreme Godlike this time. Here with quite a swift rotation. And now Simp is catching too much hurt from the top. It's Team Bliss in a big fire. Godlike with the man advantage inside of these moments. And Simp, he needs to patch himself up. He needs to be furious. He's furious indeed. But he's not taking the precautions, the right measures, while he's making the push happen. Jonathan, even he tosses that utility, and it's not going to find any sort of success just yet before Team Bliss. The players are in a big state of panic. Even from the top, they're taking damage. Even from the sidelines, it's Godlike shooting against them. I'm not a big fan of Punk's position. He can be strike down from the top. Before Team Bliss, Mob 7 gets knocked out. Now it's down to just AJ in the back lines. One last glimmer of hope for Team Bliss. Mob gets confirmed by Punk. That's a death blow handed out, but even CG is right there around the corner. If Godlike, they deal with the players of Team Bliss, Godlike themselves will have to deal with the third party of CG. And that's where CG might just have the striking advantage. Before CG, they've got their own troubles to deal with. It's SBA taking shots against them, and Goblin already gets confirmed.
Yeah, even Godlike, they need to be careful, because on the back lines, look at the radar. The players from Team Z, they have the high ground, and Team Snipy, they have the backlines compromised as well. It seems like there's a fire sale going on in these compounds, and anyone who shows up, their points are up for grabs. Somehow, Godlike, they managed to stay alive, but finally looking to clear the backlines. They switch focus, focusing on the players of Team Z. Nades lobbed out by Jonathan, and Addy, he's going to be caught off guard. The man hits the floor, and Team Z, they're down to the last man, Syed OP, still left alive. willing to take a fight, but from the flank, the pressure from the players of SBA is finally felt by the players of Godlike. But look at how amazing all of this is for Team Bliss. They have been saved by the teams around them. AJ is still alive and he's still in this game.
Team Z, they choke once again. They had such a good spot towards Mount Kresnik, but when he came to leaving that spot,
as I say,
Team Z, they choked. Team Bliss, yes, AJ, he's cooking up in that Molotov. Luckily enough, he barely managed to survive, but the utilities, they're doing constant damage, and AJ will be wrapped up in a sheet and kicked outside of the lobby. And now for Godlike, the ideal outcome. They've gotten 5 finish points so far. And looking at the opponents too and how they've positioned themselves, for Godlike, still the sidelines are not too clear. They're not vacant. There's also Originals in the back lines. There's also Team TS right in the sidelines too.
All of these teams are down on the low ground right now, and the only problem right now, the biggest one, is the side of SBA up that hill. The one team with the line of fire to actually cause some serious damage to the players of Godlike. And look at this, Dragon Esports, they are moving in, but yeah, that is not a position you want to be in, Dragon Esports. It's a crossfire. SBA, they're going to toss a lot of nades and try and pick things off. Godlike is going to try and capitalize on this blunder and see if they can pick off a few individuals from the side of Dragon Esports as well. Look at that, one player knocked and instantly finished off. Starboy knocked out as well. It's Jim Jam and another player in the back lines, and he gets taken down by Jonathan.
Dragon Esports is in a big state of panic at this point. Util being tossed to perfection. Dragon Esports is taking too much damage at this point in time. Another nade's going to be tossed up, and that's going to find the 2-piece that's needed. Dragon Esports 2 kicked outside of the game. It's Godlike. They're ruling the final few moments. Looking unstoppable. Jonathan himself getting a lot of the major chunk in the action. And once again, hands out the death blow as well in the final few moments.
What are you talking about, Necro? 14 eliminations secured by this team in this game. A few moments ago, we saw them charge forward with like 3 eliminations towards the players of Team Bliss. By the time that fight on the hill came down, and it was over there 13. Towards the end, it was just one player remaining from the OGs, and OGs had no escape in that valley. They tried the level best to deal with the players of Team Snipy, I believe, was there, who was causing trouble for them, but that was an easy team for them to eliminate.
Yeah, even Originals was right there underneath for Dragon Esports, unfortunately, in a big panic, right?
Yeah.
There was also another team from the top, which was SBA. There's Team Godlike, of course. Jonathan single-handedly was doing so much damage against the players of Dragon Esports. It's too much to deal with. Even they succumbed under that pressure. Originals right underneath, of course, having the lower ground.
Yeah.
They could not really do a lot.
I wouldn't call it single-handedly. It was Jonathan that did a lot of work for the team. I think Admino also stepped up quite nicely. The most impressive player, although, from the side of Godlike has to be Punk, man. Taking the pressure, again, of making the decisions, calling the shots for his teammates, calling where they need to go, which fights they need to prioritize, and along with that, also securing 4 eliminations. It's difficult to execute, but he did it without even breaking a sweat. And again, I felt the moment the charge for Team Bliss, Carnival Gaming showed up in front, yeah, Godlike was never going to make that push, but the bigger picture was the players of Team Z, and as you mentioned, Team Z had such a nice opportunity of securing so many finish points, but for some reason they just completely dropped the ball.
I mean, for Team Z, started things off from Mount Kresnik, by the way. They had a really good spot in their hands. And keep this thing in mind, especially when you're there on the high ground, you're supposed to have the intel as well. Now, that's where Team Z screwed up.
Exactly.
All the players were just stationed in their houses. No one tried to collect the intel. And that's where Team Z screwed up. When it came to moving down south, they got caught by the players of SBA and even CG, who were right there.
No information at all, right? No information as to where the other teams are hiding. And again, as you mentioned, no idea where SBA was coming from. But we have to give props to SBA, man.
Yeah, man.
SBA played quite well for themselves. And the one reason we are going after Team Z like this, or why we are being critical, is we wanted to see more finishes, because Team Z is on the 3rd position in terms of where they took an exit into this game. But we have the winner-winner chicken dinner moment inside of this match. And of course, for Jonathan, I wanted to see how many finishes did he get from those nades.
I mean, he was especially racking up a lot of those eliminations in the final few moments.
Yeah.
He was doing pretty good. I mean, look at that. Jonathan was taking fights against the players of SBA2, who's getting those knockouts. Against Dragon Esports, he got the final 2-piece as well. I think so he wiped out the entirety of Dragon Esports, considering even the man towards the crate was knocked out by Jonathan, and even that 2-piece was claimed by him.
I think one finish was stolen, one finish was picked up by, I think it
SBA,
was
I think so, from the top,
SBA has walked away with 1 elimination from the side of Dragon Esports. Jonathan got 2. and then one was picked off from the side of the OGs, the last player that was there in the Valley.
And honestly, you know what? You got to give it to the players of OG. Started things off with 30 points on the marker. That's not bad. A new phase. We're seeing this team for the first time and still getting 30 points in the span of first 6 games.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
That is impressive indeed. And again, OGs, they have been, even in the first week, we noticed their rotations are quite wonderful, right? They always do manage to survive till the late game stages. Where they struggle is putting on finish numbers on the board. And I think this week, OGs have figured out how to take those fights, because they finished top 2 in this game. We can't really say anything bad about them, right? Survival instincts always look good. We just want to see more aggression. But again, I assume Necro more than you and me right now, the fans of Hero Xtreme Godlike are the happiest. 13 points, not 13, I think 14 points. Yeah, they got that final finish as well. So 14 eliminations secured and the chicken dinner. Right off the bat, they have 24 points in one game.
That's a way to kick things off.
And on Vikendi.
Exactly, on the map of Vikendi too. And let's move on forward and look at the point standings, right? That's where things will be cleared up even more. For Dragon Esports as well, a consistent start. Keep that thing in mind. And Dragon Esports 2 is quite a formidable force. It's a newer face on the block. Not exactly the newer face, if you would like to say. A returning face, which is still quite new. And they're on that developing phase. The point standings on the screen. And CG with 11 points. Now, the only reason why I was laughing during that camera segment is because I got reminded of what CG was doing. They had a 2-2 split. They were taking fights against the players of Team Bliss and Godlike at the same time with the remaining 2 players. And the 2 players at the top were challenging the players of SBA. CG is pulling off some weird shenanigans, considering they know they've already made the cut. They can't go for plays like these.
Yeah, that is true. And again, I mean, CG, I think Carnival Gaming, they did a lot of heavy lifting last week. So this week they have full freedom. And we know when Carnival Gaming is let loose, they are going to go after everyone. They tried the level best, but unfortunately weren't really able to survive. But as we look at the rankings, Godlike with 24, RTG, I think there's a little bit of a slowdown. Again, RTG, the momentum that was there in the previous week has been taken away. But again, Vikendi is not their map. I think they're going to wait for that Miramar and Erangel coming up next.
I mean, the action just kicked off in a weird fashion towards Castle, right? Who saw this one coming? RTGxIND facing off against another formidable foe where the fight was actually converted by Arib in a great fashion. Luckily enough, Arib was there to save the day with that DBS striking down 3 players. It was phenomenal. The first knockout was found by the Thompson.
Yeah, it was Sarkar Gaming they were up against. And Sarkar Gaming, I don't know how they dropped that ball, man. It was a 2 versus 4 situation initially. One player, KSR, was cut off in the back lines, and he was never able to join the fight. But still, 2 more games to go. These teams have an opportunity to bring themselves back in. But all of that and more after this break.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Extreme.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's Salty with me on the panel. You saw the first game for this group. What are your thoughts about that?
honestly, I feel like more than being happy, I feel like the audience is feeling the joy of Hero Xtreme Godlike coming out on top in that way. Because honestly speaking, there's been phases where this team has struggled. They really had a bad phase where they had struggles qualifying for the official finals. But I feel like the silver lining that Godlike have produced for themselves is going to be Punk. And this man is single-handedly leading the charge. Of course, not taking away credit from Jonathan, Albino and others, but I feel like this man has done a phenomenal job. And if the audience, if you guys also want to succeed in your scrims and also in your path to glory, you will have a chance to do that by searching iQOO Z9S series on Google, and you might be one of the 15 lucky winners to get yourself the iQOO Z9S Pro.
That's quite a nice deal, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, I cannot really participate because I care a lot about you guys, but Salty does not.
Honestly, don't lie, Necro. Don't lie on live broadcast. Which one was your color? Was it the orange one or was it the grey one?
I like the white one.
The white one
better.
The white one is for you. And so, considering the fact that you already have chosen a device, I'm the one who will have to kind of depend on the lucky draw to kind of
I've
get
heard
myself.
there's also a few more new devices coming through, so maybe even you can be on the lucky side of things. But you know what? Let's move on towards the overall standing. And one thing is for sure, after this game, Godlike should be making a big impact and a big dent in the overall standings. As the overall standings on the screen, they roll up. You also do see the top 16. Godlike is nowhere to be seen. Neither any of these on the newer group.
Absolutely. I mean, it's still going to be dominated by WSB HRZ so far. But I'm looking at the new names on the block. Orangutan, they finish off their journey after 3 matches played. They've amassed 45 points in Necro, which means if they can double the number, possibly they can take down WSB in the same rankings. But look at that, Revenant Esports have also kind of made their mark, 19th position, 34 points. You've got TWOB as well with 32. And then, of course, Godlike, you see that green up arrow? That is exactly what happened. 1 match played, 1 chicken in, and 24 points. That was a performance.
Easily done and dusted from the side of Godlike. Now at this point, if they do not even perform, it's all good in the hood. Godlike, they have secured enough amount of points to move on forward in the upcoming stages, right? Considering they started things off with 38 points in total in the overall standings, and now these 24 points, how much is that going to put them?
That is going to put them at 59, which is good enough already. Having said that, they've only played 7 matches so far in totality in round 1. They still have 5 more games to go. But ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next page, you've got Global Esports. These are the teams who have kind of taken a fall, but Carnival Gaming is also coming up. 11 points from that last game. Not bad enough, Necro.
I mean, with the way CG was playing, 11 points is more than enough. CG was taking some weird fights. With the way they kicked things off as well on the map of Vikendi, you saw that rush against the players of NON. What was that? They straight up rammed their vehicles towards that compound. Somewhere down the line, even CG must have known the fact that, yes, we might just get wiped out, but still, they were the one to come out on top. All thanks to the confidence that is there, soaring to the Cloud9. Now the latter half on the board, and for Team Z, even though they started things off with quite a nice spot, unfortunately failing to collect the intel, and that's where Team Z failed.
I think like Team Z will be one of those teams to watch out for, especially with how they make a comeback, because they usually do tend to make a comeback in the later stages of rounds, right? So far, they've only amassed 25 points in totality, and they are far away from the cutoff, Necro. Why are your eyes frowned up?
They've only got 5 more games to go, and just 25 points in the span of 7 games, Salty.
Yeah.
As a commentator, we need to stick to the realistic side of things, and the realistic side says that there's no way they can pull off a comeback.
No way they can pull off a comeback. Mathematically, it's still possible. And we know, as a matter of fact, as gamers by heart...
That's what I'm saying.
As a matter of fact, we're gamers by heart, right? As long as you're still live in the game, as long as there's not that final bell ringing, you still have a chance. You can still give it a shot.
That's the problem, man. When you take decisions with your heart involved into it, they always are wrong. That's why you need to think through your brain, my friend. And that's where Team Z, if you try and speak of the stats from the past itself, you cannot really expect a drastic upshift in the performance. So for Team Z to qualify on forward, it's looking way too tough. But let's move on the conversation towards a few more teams. SBA Esports, quite a great recovery in that previous game. Great way to kick things off.
It certainly is, right? And from this point on, I feel like all they have got to kind of stress on is going to be the consistency. We do have the teams in front of our screens right now. Dragon Esports, the prediction which you had made at the start of the day, it seems like they started off on a strong note, but do you think this team can possibly make it to the top of the standings at the end of the day?
I think so they can. Dragon Esports, they are one of those teams that are well enough capable of doing so. They are also known to pull off some nice shenanigans, some nice rotations. Firepower's there too on mark, especially if you try and speak of players like Duo or OP. They've been there for a long time inside of the scene. So for Dragon Esports, they do pack a lot of that punch. They also do have a decent bit of experience to play with. And there's a reason why I predicted this team too, right? Because I want to root for the newer faces, that's for sure. But Dragon Esports, they have been quite a formidable force.
In fact, Dora OP, you mentioned about this player, I still remember there was that one map of Erangel where he pulled off that 1v6 clutch, beating down two teams in a 3v3. So it was absolutely crazy. So individually, these players are definitely capable of pulling that off. But now the question comes to this, is Godlike performing on the map of Vikendi, which is considered as to be an off map. Do you think they can replicate the performance on the map of Miramar and Erangel? Because now the other teams are getting back on home turf.
Now, you want me to be realistic? Absolutely over here. For some reason, I think they won't be able to replicate the same performance on the map of Miramar, because now the first game has given the reality check to a lot of these teams. In the second game, they're going to start to wake up. And we might just see a big shift in the pace as well. I think so this upcoming Miramar game is going to start slow.
Yeah.
Because knowing the fact that you do not really have a lot more chances to go for, teams will start to play it slow and want to finish the game with a chicken dinner, with a better placing, and of course, better elimination in their hands. Especially speaking of teams like Sarkar Gaming, RVNC Esports, still on the struggling pack of things. And you do not really expect them to struggle at all, considering Sarkar Gaming, they have been there in the pro circuit for such a long time. These are veterans we're speaking of, which are now struggling.
Since you spoke about Sarkar Gaming, there's also one thing which we need to highlight ahead of the map of Miramar is going to be the drop clash in Picardo. Sarkar Gaming versus Carnival Gaming, right?
Oh
Initially,
my God.
when they used to be known as UP50 and iQOO Soul respectively, they used to always collide. And UP50, they had never won a fight. I want to know your thoughts. Do we see another drop clash once again? And what do you think is going to be the result?
I think so. We're definitely going to see that drop clash coming through. That's definitely going to happen. CG is also quite a formidable force, and knowing the fact that CG has already done all the Herculean climb before, now CG is just going to straight up ram their heads on the wall of Sarkar Gaming. And that's where Sarkar Gaming might just have the advantage inside of the fight. They can hold a tactical defense inside of the house, especially those red buildings. That's where Sarkar Gaming like to drop. If they hold a proper tactical crossfire, that's where they can cast the players to CG in a good fashion.
Exactly. I think like they can... I certainly think they can kind of hold their ground inside of Picardo, ladies and gentlemen, especially when they know that Carnival Gaming will come at them red and hot. But so far, what we are witnessing is the flight, ladies and gentlemen, as the big bird is back in the skies. And once again, we're flying over the map of Miramar. And this kind of is my favorite flight part, to be honest. Starts off from the left-hand side of La Cabrera, and it runs till Partona, and everything will be decided where the circle drops. Majority of the teams will not be able to reach their drop locations on towards the right-hand side of the map.
Of course, it's your favorite plane fly path, because Revenant Esports' drop location is right there on the way, right? Los Leones, while all the other teams, you want to see them struggle.
Hey man, come on. I'm on the fence as a commentator, alright? No personal biasness whatsoever. Jokes apart, guys.
Around, yeah.
Jokes apart, but once again, my eyes will be stuck on Picardo and which are the teams who are dropping around that locality. If we get to see an outlier as well, I think that can make things even more spicy.
Indeed, that can. Even PSY is now moving down south. Los Leones is going to be stacked up with teams. Inertia is dropping right next to the players of CG, but I do not see Sarkar Gaming anywhere near that. Where is Sarkar Gaming dropping out? That's my real question. We're not able to spot the players. And Sarkar Gaming, they changed their drop location this time, all the way towards Partona. Now, that's a move that none of us saw coming. Sarkar Gaming moving down south for CG. Are there any potential clashes? The answer might just be yes.
The answer is yes. In fact, they do have Team Inertia right next to them. Team Inertia, they have their parachute still on, so potentially they might actually glide towards Graveyard as well. But they have Team IND extremely close by, so that is going to be interesting.
Indeed, that can be. Inertia Esports right next to them. IND's still a little bit far away, considering Power Grid is not going to be in action for now.
Yeah.
But you can't say SPA is way too up close and personal. And looking at the zone, it's forming right on top of the Los Leones area. We might just see an urban finish.
One of the players from Team Psy has actually been knocked out and he's being carried over towards Los Leones. I'm not exactly sure what happened. Did we get to see a knockout mid-air?
Yeah, that's what happened. The man was trying to glide and maybe he just got knocked out while he was gliding. Just blows.
It's so unfortunate, man. You don't even get to say, put your foot on the ground, and even before that you get knocked out. Can't really do anything about it other than just trying to get yourself a drop location which is possibly close to the flight path. But as of now, it seems like Bijoy has once again found his groove. He's found himself a weapon, the M416, of course. He has a level 2 vest as well to work with. But now look at this. Goblin on fire right now. Of course, his opposition did not have any weapon whatsoever. Team Inertia, they're going to find the first blow. But Carnival Gaming, this is the approach that we were talking about. Aggressive.
And that's what we like to see from a banner like CG, right? A team that is completely focused on the firepower itself. For CG, that's a great way to kick things off. And Goblin's being the man to rack up all these elimination points. It feels like they have let loose of Goblin, because that's what he was doing even in the previous game. It was getting so many elimination points, which makes a lot of sense too. They want him to be the MVP. And there's a lot more benchmarks that he's setting up.
Exactly, right? Of course, if you talk about it, personal individual records, inside of the Pro Series, Goblin is untouchable. He has about 277 finishes inside of this competition, but we will talk about it. SBA, they just slam in directly inside of this warehouse. They did take in some damage, but will they be able to finish off the other team?
No clue. SBA up against the players of Inertia Esports. Ernie, knowing the fact that his team's already found the big advantage. Uzi in the hands. It's not going to be that good of a striker, especially at that range. He needs to watch out a bit more. SBA is one of those teams that has been feeling quite confident at the top of their game. Winchester in the hands of Oppo. I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be for the entirety of SBA. But one thing is for sure, caution needs to be maintained. And SBA, they just back away this time around. They don't want to be a part of the early game action, especially towards Minas Generalis. And now they're going to move in towards that truck stop area, which is definitely going to be vacant.
And we kind of predicted this, right? The pacing of the Miramar game to be extremely slow in the initial stages, because from the map of Vikendi, there was that wake-up call. Teams will understand that they will have to try and survive. Of course, unfortunately, Team Inertia, they kind of suffered the early brunt. One of their players kind of trying to go in and fight for that buggy that was isolated in an open area, but Goblin got that pick off. But coming back to that conversation of Goblin, man was the MVP of the first edition of BMPS. In the second edition, he was second position. And now in 6 games, he's got 20 finishes and he's just continuing that run forward.
Quite closer to that 300 marker, right?
Very close.
Considering today as well, he had a lot of eliminations to kick things off on the map of Vikendi. Goblin's already doing pretty good on that MVP race. If he does manage to stay the MVP of the tournament, one thing is for sure, the man's going to get his hands on a big fat check. 4 lakh rupees to that one individual player.
And potentially if he can win the MVP of the finals, then there's more prize to that.
Ooh. Just keeps on adding up, right?
It certainly keeps on adding up. And I'm liking where Crafton has gone with this tournament so far. The rewards are ecstatic, but of course, what is more important is going to be the fame and acclaim that comes with winning and dominating an official tournament. Carnival Gaming en route with that, but it seems like even they have kind of taken a backseat in terms of taking fights. They are settled in at Picardo with no hindrance whatsoever.
But you know what? I've got a really good feeling for Team Bliss this time around. Team Bliss is one of those returning names. Once again, veterans we're speaking of. We know what they're capable of too. So for Team Bliss, all it takes is one big blow. Even they can be easily securing their spot. And I think so they can move on to the future stages with ease. I've got a really good feeling that they can also move into the grand finals as well, considering and looking at their flow so far, they can easily do so.
I want to see what can our Esports pull up. Not in the best of positions in terms of overall points, but
yeah, that's the main problem with our Esports. They just have been struggling with the firefights, and the reason why they're struggling with the firefights is because of team synergy.
100%. I feel like personally a lot of fans will be watching out how Regeltos plays as well. His comeback has been kind of long awaited.
And I'm going to be realistic over here. His comeback hasn't been too good. It hasn't been bang on.
Agreed.
Regeltos has been choking up a lot of these moments, and if you do see our Esports in a proper 4-on-4 collision, Regeltos is always the man to get knocked out first, be it in the front lines or be it in the back lines. He always gets knocked out first. I'm not sure what it is, but it's like a hot target that's there on his back.
It certainly is going to be, right? Because the game has kind of evolved in a way where gunfights have changed. It's a different meta. It's a different era altogether. But of course, I'm pretty sure with consistent practice and with consistent exposure in tournaments like this, Regiltos will hopefully be back in his prime once again. Talking about players in their prime, we did have the top 5 players on our screens. Jim Jam had 6 finishes in the last game, but we'll have to find out if he can continue that run in this one as well. But talking about teams like Team Godlike, I feel like they've done a good job going back to their drop location, which is on towards the corner of the map towards Torre Ahmada. They did loot up Campo Militar as well. Just trying to take things slow, even after that good game, not overheating. Is that a good sign, Necro?
Yeah. For now, indeed it is. But we never know how the future's going to be shaping up. PSY, a bit of a standoff against the players of Team Z. And this time around, even Team Z, they are well-versed and well aware of the fact that there's someone around the corner in the name of PSY. Surrounding awareness is something that matters a lot, especially on this map, because you never know. You can be sneaked up on any ridge. And Team Z, this time around, they are being cautious. Addy's the man in the forefront for Team Z. They're trying to keep their position anonymous once again. And this has been the main sign of concern for Team Z in general, too. I want to see them take a lot of their fights. I want to see them pounce on top of the opportunity. Right now, the opportunity is right there. They've got the high ground to play with as well. They've got the man number 2. They can easily strike down the foes in the front if played their cards properly. Sai cannot stand a chance. And Team Z, once again, a pack of veteran facing off against a new face on the block. They should have the advantage anyways.
They should have the advantage because if you look at the lineup has also gone through some changes. Daksh used to play, but now it's Vexy coming in, so he brings in loads of experience with him together. And adding on with Scout, I feel like Scout will also have some responsibilities taken off his shoulder because Vexy can do the filtering of the IGL as well. So I feel like Team Z, there are positive chances, but look at the circle. The circle is sticking to the shorelines, Necro. We might get to see an urban warfare in Los Lunas.
It's a big might. HG's going for quite a late game rotation. Luckily enough for HG though, the zone is panning down south, so that's a really good thing. They don't really have to rotate way too far away. The OGs keep an eye on their rotation too. It's a new team, but still rotating so flawlessly well. They have been quite consistent with their approach too inside of the game, even starting things off on a consistent note, getting decent bit of points to play things off with. Hero Xtreme Godlike still all the way up north, all the way back in the blue. They're tanking that damage. Even Team Bliss, they're going to collide against Team Snipy soon.
Do you know which team is going to be happiest with the circle itself? I feel like that's going to be Sarkar Gaming.
Even Dragon Esports.
Exactly. But Sarkar Gaming, the change of drop location from Picardo to towards Partona, in fact, they had a massive split, looting down the entirety of the Los Higos Island. It seems like, or it used to be known as the Los Higos Island. It seems like for them it's going to be an extremely easy entry without any hindrance whatsoever. The OGs might be a problem, but I feel like the gatekeeping missions are still very far away. We're still in the very early stages of the competition.
And I would recommend you guys to move on forward and check our official smartphone partner. That's going to be the iQOO Xenon S series, which is starting from 17,999 rupees. Pocket friendly, packed up with a lot of the specs and performance. You can be gaming 4 hours with that 5,500 mAh battery. That just adds on to the charm of this phone. But moving the conversation on towards Hero Xtreme Godlike. For them, now they need to be a little bit more quicker on their feet. This late game rotation, I'm never a big fan of.
But I feel like there are silver linings in the form of greater team synergy, in the form of the way Jonathan has kind of made a comeback as well. He's doing really good, especially with those utilities. The nades that he was dropping in, the smokes that he was lobbing in, it was absolutely precise.
I mean, he is known as the man with the golden hand, right? There's a reason for that.
Absolutely. But he was not in his prime for a very long time. But that is what I was talking about. Look at the crash, but he actually managed to find a knock. But of course, the numbers advantage. There is support fire coming in from the back lines, RTGxIND. They're going to be fuming at what just happened. An entire cavalry came in out of nowhere and struck down one of their players.
Yeah, it's CG we're speaking of, and that's what they've been doing throughout the entire day. Even on the map of Vikendi, they're taking a lot of those questionable decisions, but which makes a lot of sense too. CG's already doing way too good in the overall standings. It's all good in the hood, boys. RTGxIND, one player lost out, but they also do find the instant trade. Goblin is still knocked out, wanting to back away to safety. The spam is way too close, and he might just find the knockout too. Oh, the man was almost knocked out. But Radeon this time around, he gets caught. For CG, they're just doing really good in the firefight, even though they started things off with a disadvantage. And now for CG, they're trying their best to recover. RTGxIND, they're closing their grips once again against the players of CG, but it's Shogun left all by himself to clutch this spot out. His teammates taken to his death as Goblin gets taken away by the gods. And now this time around, a beautiful nade being placed from Ralphie will find the deal sealer.
We expected this, Necro. We expected Team Carnival Gaming to go after every single team that they witness. It's just that RTGxIND, they were just more well prepared for this fight. Yes, they did get that initial knockout. Yes, they did get that initial finish. But the fact is, they were well prepared for this fight in terms of their positioning. The way Ralphie came in from the back lines with that cover fire, it was absolutely brilliant. The split from RTGxIND was also good as well. Team CG, they had no idea where the players are coming in from. The long-range battles, RTGxIND were dominating. The close-range ones, Carnival Gaming had a very good upliftment. And Neo getting knocked out in that situation, I think that was the point where Carnival Gaming started to shiver.
I wouldn't even say they're shivering, man. They're just doing this on purpose.
I'm just talking about metaphorically for this one fight. Yes, they certainly are. They're closing in on the 100-point mark. Why will they even shiver?
Yeah. They're like the bosses in the lobby. If you're on the hit list, you better shiver yourself. Because it does not matter if they do lose out in the fight. If they do find one player from your squad too, that's going to be a big dent for the upcoming moments. And that's something you cannot afford to have, especially if you're one of the struggling teams. Imagine if Team Z gets targeted next time around.
Yeah.
That's going to be really bad for Scout and the boys.
I don't even feel Carnival Gaming have any hit list or target in particular. They're just going after every single team that they find in front of them. At this point, it was RTG. They were convenient, but look at this, right? Lobster coming in from the back lines. Radeon with that entry as well. But Ralphie, this man was the most crucial aspect in this fight. Coming in from the back lines, gets down Neo, and then this shot against Shogun. I mean, honestly, Shogun, in my opinion, is a great transfer because you always need those players to kind of hold your back lines as well. And this man has kind of achieved a lot in his career, to be honest, in terms of accolades. BGIS 2023, second position in BMPS 2023 as well. And of course, winning multiple other majors.
Indeed. Hero Xtreme Godlike, finally they do make a run to the safety lines. Going to find themselves in much more of a comfy spot. Not a lot of fights happening off the rip as expected. I expected this game to go really slow, and that's what exactly is happening. CG is the only team who showcased a bit of that aggression, but after that, everything has been way too passive. Hero Xtreme Godlike 2 on the move, on the run, towards the better spot inside of the zone, and the zone's panning out in the open lands of Los Leon, especially down south. If you've got yourself the high ground to play with, that's going to be a really great start to the game. And that's what it seems like for Team Z as well. Even in the previous game of Vikendi, they had the high ground to play with, but the capitalization wasn't as good as this time. At least they're now backing away from the fights. And Scout OP with just a red dot is taking shots way too far away. What are your thoughts of that?
Brilliant. There was one moment in Miramar, I still remember Scout OP in his prime. He was being called the technical, mechanical god of India. It still feels like, you know, whenever we witness this player in his prime, it's still magical. But as of now, he has just been a shallow shadow of his own prime self. But everyone is hoping for his prime return.
Yeah.
And to be honest, Team Z, they've done a very good job in holding the backlines. They've kind of forced Godlike to take a very longer rotation around the circumference of the circle. They're coming in and injecting in from the southern side. And Godlike for themselves, I feel like the rotation is fantastic because...
Oh, Team Bliss, hold on to that thought, though. This time, they do not really care. Team Bliss, they might just barge in. You try and look at the map, which we have on the screen, and even right there on the screen, Team Bliss, they're trying to isolate the duel against one of the men of Inertia. And this has only came through because of Team Z from the top, who was raining down death and destruction. Inertia just left with this one single man towards the compound. For Team Bliss, they have barged in, just knocking on the doors against this one single man DPO. What can he even do? Utilities being tossed as well constantly. For Team Bliss, they know this one single man is just isolated. If all the 4 players they push up close and personal together, they're going to be unstoppable force to be reckoned with. And that to a UMP-45 to face off against the shotguns. It's next to impossible to stand a chance. All it takes is one single shot, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Team Inertia couldn't really do anything over there. Team Bliss, an easy finish in their bag. No one's sweating, to be honest. And now they have kind of captured a very good position. But the conversation that you were having, right? Team Z, they definitely have a good position. But Team Bliss and their presence right now, I think that might just be a cause of concern. Because as soon as Team Z move out from their location, I feel like Team Bliss will be looking to capitalize.
Exactly what I'm talking about, right? They do not care about Team Z being in that nearby vicinity. I saw this fight coming through a mile ago. And Team Bliss, it is another one of those banners known for aggression. The playing 4 that are playing in that lineup, they are quite the aggressive bunch. It was quite a swift rotation too from Team Bliss. Did not even shy away. And speaking of swift things and swift rotations, we've got Hero Xtreme 125R on the screen. That's going to help you with a swift ride.
For sure. It's a great ride, to be honest. But for that, to win that, in fact, all these athletes, first of all, they will have to get to the grand finals and then, of course, be the survivor of the grand finals.
Or maybe they can just be the MVP of the entire tournament, get 4 lakh rupees in their hands, and buy 2 bikes.
Or possibly be the champions of the tournament and buy multiple bikes. Get the 164 VR as well.
Yeah, but let's be honest, they've also got lives, right? They're just not going to spend all the money on the bikes. What are they
Unless they're like
so many bikes? Yeah, what are they going to do with so many bikes? Open a showroom?
I don't know. I thought bike enthusiasts like you like a collection.
Yeah, but I'm not going to buy the same bike over and over again, right? I would like to have different variants and stuff like that. A little bit more power as well. Godlike on the screen. Peppering shots against Team Bliss this time around. And for Team Bliss, just exploring the grounds, being the Dora. But they need to try and face off against Team Z no matter what. Now this time around, the backs are against the wall. And for Team Bliss, the only way they can try and barge through is by isolating at least one of the duels against the players of Team Z. And look at what's happening with the players of Godlike. They're constantly taking shots against the players of Team Bliss. It's bullets being exchanged from both the sides.
But Necro, from the map field, it seems like our Esports just rotated right underneath Godlike and their vicinity. But look at this, Jonathan. They tried taking the shot, the spray connected, and it seems like the rear tire of that vehicle was burst. What does that mean? Difficulties in rotation, but for Godlike, it seems like they've got themselves some sort of space. They will try to move inside the circle because the blue zone will be approaching in about 30 seconds.
It will be Hero Xtreme Godlike now moving with the edges, but look at Punk! This man is constantly peppering down the shots, looking unstoppable with that spray. Going prone for more stability. Team Bliss in a big world of trouble. They're taking too much damage from all the different sides. And now Godlike, they have also pushed on up. Bliss is quite exposed. This is not looking too good for Bliss. The backlines are being compromised by the side of Godlike and Team Bliss. Now is the right time to make the rotate. If they do not, they're going to struggle way too much, and that's what's happening. What a great spray that was from Simp. He fights the knockout. But this time, it's the backs against the wall. And Simp, he needs to patch himself up. He's constantly taking the shots. A lot of the damage is also being dished out by Simp. He's getting rid of the vehicles too. For Godlike, they've already dealt a lot of damage against Team Bliss. And knowing the fact that now Team Bliss, they cannot really afford to pull off weird shenanigans, it's time to make that rotate. Maybe face off against the players of Team Z. But as they try to do so, Team Z, they've just got the better advantage inside of the fight. The positioning matters a lot. And that's where Team Z is easily striking down the players of Team Bliss.
Now Scout did have an opportunity. He did get to see Godlike approaching, but instantly decided to fall back. But now, not only will have to control Godlike, but also going to protect the backlines where Team Bliss will try and barge in from. Vexy is also there with him. But will this duo be capable enough? Godlike, of course, they did have an opportunity to kind of go up against Team Bliss and kind of finish them off, especially with so many knockouts that they got for themselves. But it seems like Godlike, they have different plans. They're trying to be slow and methodical about it.
They indeed do. Sim backs away. He was overextending a little bit too much. Maybe the IGL made the call to just back away from that spot. A few more rotations are happening quite nearby of Godlike. They need to be wary of that fact too. And knowing the fact that the zone shifted away even from Team Z and Godlike themselves, now something new needs to be cooked. Team Z, I'm pretty sure they're not going to be disengaging against the players of Godlike because these can be free eliminations they're looking for. But for Godlike, right now is the right time to make the push. If they are going to make it too late, then there's a high chance it might just not come into fruition.
I think Godlike is going to be extremely happy with the circle rotating towards the south because that makes it easier for them to move in. They will hug the blue zone. They know, as a matter of fact, nobody will come in from the back lines, and only thing that they have to focus on is going to be the front lines, and they are moving directly towards Team NON. And I want to see this fight. I want to see how the fight sets up because Jonathan will be the first one to get information out there. Punk and Admino moving in tandem, explosions happening, but Team Godlike, they are in a well-settled position. The ridge is there to kind of protect them, but NON out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, for Godlike, they're taking a lot of shots on top of the hill. Jonathan's dealt a lot of damage against the players of NON. Godlike's looking nice on the edge, but they've got a lot to deal with as well. And this time against the players of NON, NON with the high ground advantage inside of the fight, they can easily try and rain down death and destruction. Rain lead against the players of Godlike. NON, even the backlines not looking too secured at all. Sidelines too, there's Esports. So vicinities, they need to be taken care of. Utilities, they're also being tossed from both the sides. Exchanged, if you'd like to say. And it's also a 3-1 split. Admino all by himself, challenging that fight against the players, while the rest 3 players may be trying to gather the attention. Team Bliss, they've got their own troubles against the players of Team Z. And Vexy is taking too much damage. He will fall down to the play zone. The nade just did enough damage so that the play zone could do its job.
Easy finish secured over there. And Team Bliss, of course, with 3 players standing, things might just get a little more difficult. Eggy, of course, trying to move towards the high ground territory, but will that be of an advantage? Godlike, in fact, on the other side, have found the opening. Turban has been taken down.
Oh, that's the main playing man. Turban not in the game anymore for NON. That's a big sign of concern. And even the confirmation instantly follows up. There's way too many fights happening at the same time for Godlike. Something needs to be done now. It's the right moment to pounce on top of the opportunity, but still, the hesitant nature, it's holding them back. This fight can be easily converted, but then Admino gets knocked out too. Even Jonathan follows up. NON to reply back in a great fashion. Godlike, they messed up big. They should have made the push as soon as they found the knocks. But now for NON, they're swinging back to life.
This man is just being the only hindrance, as a matter of fact.
Even the backlines are not secured, my friend. They're also getting striked from the back constantly. NON, they're not in that good spot. PSY from the back is constantly taking shots. And TWOB has tunnel visioned on the players of Godlike. There's way too many factors at the same time getting indulged.
Absolutely. TWOB was the only player who was holding them back, and now he's done a wonderful job. Godlike for them. I think the job is undone as of now. Sim will have to confirm this 1v1 battle, but he's been way too low. And it's a knockout. This is insane stuff. Team NON, I have no clue how this man is still surviving. But TWOB OG, he's trying his level best to push back Godlike and not let them enter the circle. But Team SI, Team PSY from the back lines.
They also steal that elimination away from that man and also get the last one collected. As I mentioned, PSY from the back lines was doing a phenomenal job, but now look at Dragon Esports. 6 finishes so far, looking to dominate the playing field too. They've got the high ground as well in their hands, and now they need a face-off against PSY for the supremacy. Jim Jam is the man to lead the pack. Sidelines are not way too secured. He needs to be watchful of those. From the back lines is the players of Godlike moving up, and this time around the zone's going to be doing way too much damage. Esports barely making it inside of the circle too. What a game this has been so far. Sort of an urban finish too, but opens out in the final few moments. SBA once again there in the late game.
Team Esports, they have a beautiful compound under their control, but the point is the compound is not inside the circle. Look at the bird's eye view. Every single team in the designated spots, Team Godlike, they have been forced to to hug the blue zone as of now, and multiple teams will try and take shots at them. Team Dragon Esports on the left-hand side. From the right-hand side, it seems like their flank is still open against R Esports. And if R Esports potentially have to move inside, I feel like they will take this climb.
The only team that can stop the players of Dragon Esports from winning the game is Godlike. Because look at Dragon Esports. They do not really need to worry about the backlines anymore. It's all clear. For them to try and move up in the safety lines, it's also way too easy. All they need to do is backstab the players of PSY, which is much more easier. The only team that can stop this coming through is Godlike. And if Godlike get knocked out and finish right here, then for Dragon Esports, all the pieces are falling in the right spot. But they mess up big as Punk reveals his spot. But then Admino gets strike down in return. Starboy, he does a phenomenal job. Punk is still there. But as long as the smokes are there, Godlike, it's all good. If the smoke fades away, they mess up big. Dragon Esports now in a big panic and a big sandwich. They do not exactly know what to do. An 8 sails in, and that's going to be it for Godlike. As Dragon Esports themselves, now they're getting pounced on by the players of PSY. We thought this backstab might just be easy, but Godlike, they have played the major spoiler, but another team steps in the fray. And this time, it's in the name of our Esports. And now Dragon Esports is playing a little bit pushed back.
AimGod is still surviving from Team PSY, and I love his position so far. He can guard the likes of RVNC coming in from the backlines, but now look at this, R Esports, they did make the climb. They have the high ground for themselves. 4 players moving in tandem, but Regeltoss in the backlines. I feel like that man can really stop Dragon Esports and their tracks.
Dragon Esports can be stopped by R Esports. Yes, nothing taken away from that. But then Regeltoss, he messes up big as Jam single-handedly manhandling Regeltoss. And now look at the push. It's a well-coordinated 1-2, but unfortunately the man number is something that's lacking big. And Dragon Esports, they will be eliminated from this game eventually, but still a consistent finish in the top 5.
Team R Esports. 3 players still surviving, but it seems like SBA, they do not want them to survive. Evil OP has been taken down, a nade just flew in at the perfect time. And of course, it does not stop. It never stops. Vegito is going to find Regeltoss as well. And now Team SBA, they're going to charge in forward. A 3v2 fight. And it seems like Vegito in the front lines is going to dominate.
Yeah, SBA, it's their time to make the go call. And that's what they do. R Esports, they mess up big in the final few moments. And Regeltoss once again gets knocked out first. This is the exact problem with the players of R Esports. Sometimes the players do tend to overextend, or maybe whiff a couple of shots, and that's why now the entire game is going to be the cost. For PSY, they have been successfully eliminated from the game by the likes of R Esports. Even Regeltoss, he's been packed up in the sheet and sent back to the home. As now SBA, they're looking like the dominant force in the final few moments, and no one's going to be stopping them from snatching this game away. They've also got the high ground to play with. RVNC 2, another man gets strike down. For the players of SBA, it's a date with destiny on this map of Miramar, and now they're just looking to clinch the fist with that one last man standing of RVNC. And there's a high chance he's not going to be the one to stop the players of SBA, considering the man advantage and even the positional advantage is in their hands. And all it takes is one shotgun shot, and that will do the deed.
It certainly was a brilliant move with the end Team SBA, especially Vegito coming up with 5 finishes. The eliminations that he pulled off were absolutely brilliant, especially the way he handled Team R Esports coming in from the top. The nades and the utility uses was absolutely fabulous. But for R Esports, just like you pointed out, I feel like Regeltoss, does he appear to be a weak link?
Not exactly a weak link, I would like to say, but still team play sort of missing. Regeltoss, he just gets heated up in the moments, and then he thinks that, yes, he's unmatched by the other players, and then he ends up overextending. The OC that we speak of, right? The overconfidence. That's something that's hidden the players of R Esports, especially Regeltoss.
Absolutely. But of course, if you think about it, they had good positioning, which just goes to show that the rest of the 3 players, they're doing the job. Regeltoss himself has also been doing good in terms of that amount of damage that he's been dishing out. But apart from that, RVNC, I think like for them as well, it was a decent game to come back on the track and on the overall standings.
But unfortunately for RVNC, not a lot of elimination points. Just 3 elimination points, if I'm not wrong, and just a few placement points. They've gotten 6 placement points, so that's not really going to give them a lot of points, just 9 points in total.
Yeah, absolutely. But apart from that, our esports doing really great. You've got SBA doing really great. Godlike, that rotation was absolutely fabulous. The amount of pressure that they were putting on the other team, that was also brilliant. But it seemed like somewhere down the line, the blue zone was just not favoring them at all.
And I'm not going to lie, I had a lot of expectations from Team Bliss too. But unfortunately, taking that compound was not exactly a good call, knowing the fact that there's also Team Z. And the rotation they went for really gave the players of Godlike another chance to try and make the pounce. Our Esports, this could have been easily their game. But then Regeltoss gets knocked out over and over again. And that's why the entire team just came crashing down, because the man number was not exactly there to back themselves up. And our Esports, they lost the entire final few moments.
Speaking of losing the entire final few moments, SBA, this man Vegito absolutely demolishing the opposition. An underdog player with confidence like this is always welcome, and I feel like this is where the path to glory begins. But for the bigger names, especially for Godlike, we kind of predicted that they will be kind of facing that reality check. No space whatsoever. Team Z doing a very good job in holding the backlines as well. It seems like all the problems that Godlike had initially, before this phase had actually started, they came back once again.
Yeah, but still the usual suspects are struggling. Team Snipy, Team Z, PSY Official, our Esports. Yeah, our Esports, they're in the final few moments, but not enough points to back themselves up, let's be honest. So for our Esports, still the qualification marker is way too far away. Even RVNC Esports, just getting 9 points out of that game is not enough to bring you back in the race either. But SBA Esports, we are seeing a big improvement from this team, and I'm loving that.
Yeah, honestly, you mentioned about Team Snipy. I did not really see them a lot on the map. they did try a lot, but I was kind of expecting a lot more, especially the fact that the experience from the first week, they should have kind of carried on, right, in terms of firepower, in terms of positioning themselves. What do you think is going wrong?
I mean, Snipy was just stuck in that big trifecta of death between Team Z, Team Bliss, and Godlike. And Team Snipy, they tried to make that rotation. They tried to be as quiet as possible, but then it was Team Bliss right on the track, and I'm pretty sure Team Bliss was the one to wipe them out because they were there on the track, right? But let's move on towards the point standings. That's where things will be cleared up a little bit more. And you asked me what's wrong with Team Bliss, or what's wrong with Team Snipy, my bad. I think so for Team Snipy, considering it's their first ever official tournament like that, there's just a lot of that pressure they're not able to deal with. And also, it is the first ever tournament. They still have a lot more to improve, let's be honest. Be it the team synergy, the team communication, be it the mechanics as well. Now they're going to use this and learn a bit more.
Absolutely. But talking about the point standings, ladies and gentlemen, SBA with 20 total points. You've got our Esports with 13. Dragon Esports, another consistent display once again. More than 10 points, 12 points on them as well. RVNC with 9. But as we move on forward, you get to see Carnival Gaming. We did get to see that initial phase of aggression, but that did not really amount to a lot.
Yeah, for Dragon Esports, consistent finish once again, and then you flip the table. You see CG right there with just 3 points, Team Bliss with 3, Team Z with 3. You've also got NoNx right there with only 2 points in total. WindGod Esports not doing too hot, by the way. Keep that thing in mind as well.
Yep.
2 games done and dusted. WindGod still with a big sound of concern.
Absolutely. I feel like WindGod for them, they did a lot of the heavy lifting in the first week itself. 53 points was kind of decent and in fact puts them in a position where they can qualify quite comfortably. But now with the change of week, it seems like once again their weaknesses have been exposed, where the other teams have started to take things a little more seriously.
And I just want to see a little bit more of that serious fame from the side of Inertia Esports too. Because Inertia as well is another returning banner. We know they're capable of a lot of that greatness. But unfortunately for Inertia, they're just not able to find that proper footing. For Team Originals, they've always been the weird ones. They always do find themselves in the final few moments. Unfortunately, the previous game, not exactly there. Now the last game is going to give them another last chance. We do not know what's going to be there on the opposite side of the spectrum. But one thing is for sure, these struggling names might just make a comeback after this short break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
बस। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after a very short break, and we are back with action once again because the final game of the day is being loaded up pretty soon. Once again, the map of Erangel is on the cards, Johnny, and it seems like there are certain question marks on will Godlike, after that performance on that off map of Vikendi, will they be able to keep up that momentum on the default maps, on the maps where teams consider that this is their home? What are your thoughts?
I think hopefully they can. I mean, I'm quite hopeful that Erangel at least is going to go their way, because today they start off on a strong foot, and that leads me to believe that there's a lot of confidence within the team right now.
Yes.
But if you want confidence in your performance, ladies and gentlemen, check out the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999. It is our official smartphone partner, iQOO, of course, who have been graceful enough to grant these devices to us. And of course, you can get one for yourself as well. Go on Google, search the iQOO Z9S series, and you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9S Pro for yourself. It's the segment's fastest phone with the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3.
Absolutely. And of course, not to mention about the battery life, the flash charge as well. It's packed with features.
Yeah.
There's a lot of juice under the hood as well. So you know you're going to get great gaming performance whatsoever. But coming back into gaming performance so far, RTGxIND, great start in week 1. Great start in week 2 as well. I know this team is going to qualify, but what happened in that fight against Carnival Gaming? Carnival Gaming just absolutely rammed in against RTG and got dismantled.
Ah man, Carnival Gaming, this is going to be a discussion, because at this point, I mean, me and Necro, we are on the same page. A lot of heavy lifting done in week 1, wins week 2. The teams are going to take a backseat, and Carnival Gaming right now just are charging into those team fights as first. It happened on Weekend, it happened on the map of Miramar, and I wouldn't be surprised if it happens again on the next upcoming game of Erangel. But we do have the overall rankings in front of us, and it is going to be interesting to see where do the teams that are playing in this group end up, because OG, they've set a standard of what needs to be done in 3 matches. No one has caught up to them. Still, the only team that sits there within the top 8 with 3 games played.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the only team among the 16 with 3 games played, but they have amassed 45 points. If they can carry that forward, possibly they can top the charts as well. You've got 4 Miracle here at the very top, 42 points themselves. Revenant with 34. Which are the teams who can potentially make it to the top? Dragon Esports, have a look at that, right? Just 2 matches played, 23 points. A lot of scope for betterment.
Yeah, there's definitely quite a lot of scope for Dragon Esports, and of course, Necro believes in them. And I think with the last game to go Erangel, as you mentioned, it is a standard map, so there's going to be opportunity for Dragon Esports to capitalize on that as well. But they aren't the only ones. Hero Xtreme, Godlike, and SBA. These 2 teams are going to look to carry forward their momentum of the day as well. Our Esports, a little bit of recovery from them. And Global Esports, now this is going to be surprising. I mean, I hope once they return tomorrow, I want to see them move up. But at least for today, they are going to take another drop, I think, at the end of the next game.
The positive that I can take out from this chart is that our Esports, right, after the end of 2 games, they've got 16 points. At the end of the first week, our Esports had just 14 points. So, Johnny, you can already see improvement, right? And it seems like the team definitely has done work behind the scenes. As we move on forward, of course, you've got the likes of Team Z, a lot of scope for improvement for this team, and I'm pretty sure the fans are backing the athletes over there as well. RTG, you've got them in the 54th position, 7 points for them, but for them as well, it's been an upward curve. You see that green arrow up right beside them. 4 Dominators is still there on 5 points. 6 matches played. Not really the best of positions that where they can be. And Team Snipy, they will be a point of conversation. 2 matches played, 1 point, but I think 1 good game and a lot of their fans will be happy.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of their fans are definitely going to be happy, but the question is, when is that 1 game going to come their way? Same goes for Team Z and same goes for our Esports as well. Team Z, it seems like the performance is the same that we saw from them last week. It's still the middle of the pack run and not really the performance we want to see from them, considering the players that they have. For the side of our esports, they're still quite far away from the qualification barrier. The total tally up until now for us esports brings them to 30 points. 16 from the 2 matches they played till now. And of course, the 14 points from the 6 games they played last week. So again, with those 30 points, you still have a long way to go. If they win this game of Erangel, if they bring home a chicken dinner in this game of Erangel, then there's going to be possibility of qualification tomorrow. Otherwise, there will be too much pressure on the matches they are supposed to play tomorrow.
I think that I 100% agree with that, because majority of the teams who kind of try and make a comeback will have to be done in the penultimate day. For the last day, it's just too much work and you don't really want to do that. Carnival Gaming, of course, they are ready for the next game of Erangel, potentially trying to complete their century. Have they completed their century point mark? I don't think so. They're still around that 90, high 90s. You've got WindGod as well, who have done fantastic, but today's day has not been their day. Team Z will be looking to make a comeback. You've got our esports, and we were talking about this team. They have got potential, Johnny, with the way especially iQOO was playing. I really had hopes he was doing really great in those 1v1s over there. But now the point of concern is, will their IGL be able to put them in the center of the circle when the final circle lands on Erangel?
Big questions, right? Big questions. And we won't really know the answer until the game comes to an end. But, of course, I mean, fingers are going to be crossed of all the fans and, of course, the players as well. But it is going to be interesting to see how this game turns out. Because, again, the consistency has not been there in the performances until now. And, of course, considering there are a lot of these off names that are also there still in the mix. You talk about Dragon Esports, you talk about Team Bliss, you talk about Sarkar Gaming as well, Team Originals. These are the teams that have shown decent performance in week 1. So there is still an opportunity for them to also bounce back, bring themselves back into this fight. Because, again, their hopes and dreams of qualifying for round 2 are not yet over. There is still an opportunity. They just need one game, and it's always better if that one big game happens on your first play day. With one last map to go, let's see what these teams are going to be up to.
Well, it's not just one bird, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it's 3 birds who are flying on the beautiful lands of Erangel as of now. We do have the winners of the last game, SBA, who are just moving in strong. But the point of concern is this. There are multiple teams who are in that mid-pack of the overall standings. For them, the objective is to try and finish this day on a very strong note. And that will only happen on this map of Erangel. The flight path is in front of us. It lands on from Severny on towards the right-hand side of military base. It's going to be a very default flight path, Johnny. But I am concerned if are we going to see that same drop collision around that Water City, Rozok and School region, because usually we've seen a lot of teams prefer that drop spot.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see if the drop clash actually happens. I mean, in search of vehicles, sometimes the teams do collide. But I think they're all going to be happy looking at this flight path. It is quite standard, just a little bit off-center once you reach the military island. But that is not going to be a troublesome situation, since there are, I believe, only 2 teams that do like to start from that particular drop location. We see Carnival Gaming going off for a little bit of a spread as they head towards their Gatka drop. And of course, a cluster heading towards Georgopol City as well. This time around, though, Yasnaya Poliana has been given over to the players of RTGxIND team Godlike, starting from School and School Apartments. Another decent cluster of teams. 3 teams, in fact, heading towards that eastern position, towards Mansion Prison. We have Inertia, NON, and WindGod. Oh no, look at that. Look at NoNx. Team Z, they are back at it. They're going to try and pick off the players of SBA quite early inside of this game. They've just dropped outside of NoNx, hoping to catch these individuals as they try to leave that southern island.
Exactly. My eyes are on NoNx right now. But also something interesting which I am missing is Team Godlike. They've kind of changed their drop location quite a lot in the last 2 tournaments that they've played. Initially, they used to go towards Yasnaya Poliana. Then they kind of tried out Severny as well, somewhere around shooting range. In fact, in the latest games that they've played, they also moved towards Observatory towards NoNx. But now it's completely different. They are in the School region. They're quite comfortable over there. But one team that is not comfortable is going to be the team facing Team Snipy.
Yeah, Sarkar Gaming, that is. And Team Snipy, they found the first knock, all thanks to the shotgun in the hands of Snipy herself. The first finish of this game going to Team Snipy, and off to a decent start, I believe. They have managed to swing the numbers in their favor, but Snipy is all alone. Her teammates are a little bit further away. So they need to close in before the players of Sarkar Gaming collapse on that one isolated individual. And there's the replay. Had the... Oh my goodness, it was a pistol knockout as well.
A pistol is better than an unarmed fighter, Johnny. The advantage, of course, the animation of trying to climb in as well, kind of open things up. But Team Snipy, they're going to enjoy with that first finish. But now I want to see what is the response coming in from Sarkar Gaming, because they're not just going to let this slide, are they?
Oh, no. For sure they aren't. But they've given enough time for the players of Team Snipy to actually regroup into these compounds. So that is that one thing that might cause a lot of trouble for them. Oh, this is brilliant as well from Team Z. Syed, he can gather a lot of information about the players of SBA. And if they make the mistake of moving from that no rep no hybrids, then he can make the call out to the rest of the squad from Team Z. Tell them to prepare the red carpet for SBA. And as they try to cross the no rep no hybrids, they are going to be caught off guard. But SBA, they are also aware of the situation. They did see those parachutes out up in the air. So they take that southern road, rotate along the southern shoreline. This would be the pathway of their exit from Novorepnoi. Now 2 options in front of them. Either they can go for the safer play, go for the military bridge, cross from there, or they can try and wrap around the players of Team Z, try to catch them off guard. A little bit risky because it forces them into a fight, but no! They turn things around. It seems like they assume that Team Z has just abandoned this play and have moved away from the watchtower, from the city close to the bridge.
Vexy will have a lot of crucial information from the high ground. You will witness all of these players just rotating underneath, and that just goes to show that Team Z, they have idea of where exactly Team SBA is. And talking about Team SBA, Vegito from the last game, 5 finishes, 50% contribution, a great display. But speaking of display, I really want to see what Team Snipy can build through. Neha gets taken down. Not really the best of positioning. She could have done much better. But now Anonymous is trying to look for more. The nade has been lobbed in. Sarkar Gaming, of course, it's time for revenge for them. For their fall in IGL. They are moving in, but from the backlines, Anonymous is getting shot at. By whom, though?
Well, there's another team across the river. It's Team Bliss. And I think Sarkar Gaming just completely forgot about them for a few extra seconds, but a good trade being brought on the board by the players of Sarkar Gaming. They've equalized the numbers between them and Team Snipy, and that will put a little bit of pressure on the players of Team Snipy. Look at the radar. KSI is trying to force them into a corner, and it seems like Team Snipy, as they are being surrounded, they have no idea of how to get themselves out of this pickle. If KSI is able to close in, and Kana finds an opening on Snipy through the windows, there's going to be nothing but an early exit for Team Snipy. They have to make sure that they connect those shots. And of course, force the players of SBA to move in as close as they can. Especially armed with those shotguns, Team Snipy will stand a chance in close quarter combat.
They will have to watch that flank though.
Yeah.
Which KSR was trying to exploit. His movement was kind of giving away. He was waiting for that ideal opportunity to kind of close in. And this is the team that we were talking about. Shots coming in from the back lines on towards Anonymous. Team Bliss. They're looting Georgia Pool containers without any trouble whatsoever.
Let's see. And Bliss as well, they have the luxury of no one being around them.
For Team Bliss, I think the last game was pretty nice. Players from Enigma Gaming, they have the experience as well, and the way they were kind of dealing with both Team Z and Team Godlike in the edge of the circle was brilliant. It was a high pressure situation, extremely tight in that location, but to try and maneuver through that, if you can do so, it just goes to show that you are used to playing in such high pressure situation.
Oh, but look at this. Team Godlike, they move out of school and they are looking to take on the players of our Esports. First knock secured. A brilliant drive over coming in as Evil falls. They are going to push for more, but they have to be careful. Our Esports now in an awkward position. Akshu on that building has been spotted out. And another player going for the flank takes a lot of unnecessary damage. Manas, what is our Esports up to? But Team Godlike, if they realize that iQOO has been left behind, they can make the push to secure this extra frag for themselves as well. And our Esports, even if they try to wrap around that hill, the Rozhok hill, they're going to be put under unnecessary pressure as RVNC has taken control of those school apartments. But iQOO, as I said, left alone to deal with the players of Godlike all by himself. Oh, this is such a brutal, brutal play.
Let's find out if it's going to be brutal. One man goes down the shotgun, is ready for another one. He leads. There's no bullets in that. Used too many shots to get the first knockout. Could not really convert on the second one, but Godlike, after that initial debacle, they definitely do manage to stand up, and now they've got very crucial position inside of Rozhok. They're at the smack center of the circle.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was about to say. Who cares if they also made the mistake in the early push and one player got knocked out? Two things. At least that individual, Jonathan, did not get finished off. His teammates were right there next to him to put up pressure and not allow the iQOO to secure that finish. And of course, as you mentioned, smack center of the circle has been gained by the players of Godlike Esports. Now, they will have to deal with a lot of pressure moving forward in this game. But if they can figure out a way just to keep their heads down, they will have a brilliant opportunity to secure frags mid-game and late-game. But our Esports, again, man, just 2 players remain. It's Regeltos and Manus, who was forced to run and hide in a different position. Not really a lot that they can do moving forward in this game.
The one problem with Godlike's position is going to be if the circle does decide to move in towards another island, then maybe they will be forced to leave that location, right?
Yeah.
And crossing on that river is definitely dangerous, especially with so many teams that try and huddle around that Rozhok region. Let's find it out. Once again, moving towards the Severny region. It still has considerable amount of the mainland as well, so the teams are going to be comfortable. But I'm pretty sure there will be certain teams, especially RTGxIND, who will try to move on forward and capture on those empty spaces that are available. You've got Team TAPSY who is trying to capture that. Godlike is also on the move, so this is a good decision from Punk.
Yeah, I mean, it is a good decision. And of course, if they can catch the players of Psy Official a little bit unaware about that play, we'll have a few extra finishes on the board as well. And look at that Team Godlike. They are moving in. Psy Official spotted out the spray on AimGod. Punk tried his level best, but wasn't really able to connect. Psy Official, they're trying to position themselves behind these compounds, but as they do so, Admino is closed in the line of fire. He goes, but doesn't matter. Punk and Admino, 2 knocks secured in a matter of seconds. And so much pressure on Psy Official. Jonathan moving in, Sim closing in as well. Godlike, they do not want to back off. Frozen, well, he is about to melt with all of those mollies on his body. And it's going to be down to the last player from the side of Psy Official. But somehow, Frozen does manage to stay alive. Now, Jonathan needs to be careful. There's one man still left standing in that shack. But Admino deals with him with quite a bit of ease. And now the last player, he's hiding inside of the corner room. AimGod still on that ground floor. Simp can be caught off guard. This is going to be a tricky play. So much noise, so much commotion. AimGod, he's trying to go for a 200 IQ move. But Godlike, look at how cautious they are being. Utmost respect being given to this isolated player. Because AimGod, he's hiding in this room, just standing there, not even moving an inch. And Godlike, they want to make sure that they clear up every single position. An assumption being made, but that the man is going to be on the floors up above. And they're pre-firing every single corner they peek. And now is when the confusion sets in. Where did he go?
They have no clue. The audience, they're definitely having a great laugh right now. But this man, he's not moving a muscle at this point. He knows the slightest amount of sound he makes, the slightest amount of cues that he gives, I think, will be capitalized. But Godlike, wait, they're actually leaving this territory.
Oh, they need to leave together, otherwise he might be able to pick off any loose strangler here.
They've given up on AimGod. This is insane stuff. AimGod will be considered so lucky, but now they have figured out. It is the panic room.
Oh man, I think they might have just communicated within themselves. Alright, who cleared what position, lads? Did you clear the house next door?
No.
Yes, sir. Did you clear the shack? Yes, sir. First floor, we went there together. Second floor, yes, I was with you. Rooftop as well. Man, I checked everything. Who cleared the panic room? Oh, that is where he might be. Finally, they found him. And that's the squad wipe over there.
But the stall was funny, honestly.
Oh yeah, it was hilarious.
It definitely was. And we saw that angle, right? Simp was holding that angle. Simp was also standstill. AimGod was standstill as well. Just two players trying to work out their trigger disciplines. But for Godlike, I think this was a good start. They got that momentum going through. They got themselves that great compound to work with. And now they have space and confidence both.
I think they have had the confidence since the map of Weekendy. And if you want to feel confidence in your performances, check out our official smartphone partner, iQOO. They've come out with the new iQOO Z9S series, and it is amazing, starting at 17,999. But what we want to check out right now is what's happening with Inertia and RVNC. Because RVNC have just walked into the entirety of Inertia Esports, who are just holding on to those compounds. On the finish, we did notice KSR, in fact, Sarkar Gaming still up and at it against the players of Team Snipy. They found an opening for themselves. Let's see if they can find a conversion as well. But Inertia, they find an opening by taking down one individual from the side of RVNC, and they are going to look for more. In the meanwhile, Team Snipy fighting for their lives. Two players down. It's just down to Tokyo, and she does not have enough HP. She can try and confirm those frags, but taking a fight is going to be close to impossible. And there's the squad wipe. Sarkar Gaming, they make quick work of the players of Team Snipy, losing out on that one player early. And of course, getting delayed in their rotation, but 4 eliminations have been secured.
Not quick work, Johnny. I feel like this is considerable improvement from Team Snipy, where they actually made Team Sarkar Gaming sweat in that fight. One player was knocked down, one player was extremely low on HP. And like you said, Sarkar Gaming, they have been delayed in their rotation, but nothing really to worry about, especially since the circle is on that northern island. Starboy from Dragon Esports will get knocked out. WindGod, will finally their wind hit their sails is the question. Savitar needs to step up. Abhi needs to step up as well. This team, they used to be one of the best, or rather the most aggressive teams in the lobby past season, and now they're just a shadow of themselves.
Oh, of course, but I think it's all about regaining that confidence, regaining that momentum, and every single match that you play on day one is about establishing that momentum for day number 2. But RTGxIND, they find themselves against the remaining players of Dragon Esports. Quite an awkward position for Dragon Esports to be in. Lobster just empties that clip to the players of Dragon Esports. And there's the run over. Arib out of nowhere just shows up. Secures the knock, tries to fall back, instantly goes down. But it's not even going to matter. A brilliant position for RTGxIND. Team Godlike, they wanted to participate. They wanted to join in on this party, but entry denied. There are bouncers waiting outside. Lobster, especially on that flank, can be a crucial player, but hey, the ease of it all, the nades being lobbed and the finishes being secured. Oh no, this overshoots. The second one should help them clean up, but no, Jim Jam, he's crawling away. They're trying to steal those frags, man. Utility committed, and finally one frag, I believe, into the hands of Punk. But Duora has been taken down extremely low. Maybe the next nade helps them clean up.
This is team synergy that we were talking about. Look at the way Godlike spread themselves out, especially when they saw that the players were pinned down in that location. All 4 players coming in from 4 different angles, and the utility usage in tandem. This is Godlike that we've always wanted to see. But never really count Adora OP. This man is a meister of clutches. He can pull off the unthinkable, but it's all about where does Godlike decide to strike in form, or are they even going to strike from?
Man, they left Jonathan in the back lines just to make sure that Duora has nowhere to run. Johnson's job was to just make sure that the backlines were clear and that Dragon Esports, they weren't able to cross the road, make it into the gas station. But now the fight comes to a standstill. We have Bliss Esports on our screens. They did avoid that conflict happening towards Georgopol and the Georgopol city. Made a beautiful rotation towards the northern edge of the circle. Now breaching from the western edge of Yasnaya Poliana, they find themselves running into the players of RTGxIND, but why run when you can ride the Hero Xtreme 160R4V, our official mobility partner, and of course the Xtreme 160R4V waiting for the MVP of the finals. Oh no, Lobster shows his back. Always the worst possible thing you can do. Show the opposing player your back. Lobster gets taken out. Easy cleanup for Bliss Esports.
Team Bliss was the entrant in this fight. They had to go through a longer rotation to get into this position. But Team RTGxIND, they had such a good position. They kind of gave it all up. And now AJ comes back in this fight as well. Ralphie, a lot of responsibility on his shoulders once again. Bliss just trying to breach past multiple angles simultaneously, and Ralphie will be forced to push back. I think the best case scenario for him is to try and regroup with his teammate. And that is exactly what he's trying to do. Just get away from this entire mockery of the situation that Bliss have made. Another nade being cooked in. AJ just trying to look for those openings, while Ralphie, as well as his partner, they're just hoping that they get the first casualty.
And again, I mean, as you mentioned, Bliss, they are indeed making a mockery of this, just not even attempting to push, man. They are just holding on to these positions, realizing that as soon as the circle moves, RTGxIND, they're going to be forced out of those compounds, and Bliss will have a much easier time just securing those frags for themselves. In the meanwhile, Carnival Gaming, finally we get to see them. And again, they've gone for a very awkward play. Trying to put themselves under a little bit of pressure, trying to warm up before they join the other squads in round 2. The circle, it moves out into the open fields of Yasnaya, just on that roadside.
2 back-to-back hard shifts, Johnny.
Yeah.
It did come in from Severny, in fact, the region around shooting range, and now it's ending beyond the rice fields of Yasnaya. It's kind of unthinkable, but Team Carnival Gaming, they're going to be so happy about it. SBA, the winners of the last game, they are in the midst of battle, it seems like. And up against Team NON, they're doing a good job so far. Trades are being exchanged, but Carnival Gaming, are they looking to third party this fight? This can be profitable for them.
Yeah, it can be, and it's just a small compound up front, a little bit up north from Carnival's position, but in a matter of seconds, SBA, again, the momentum from that win on Miramar, it holds strong. And they find that squad wipe, just one player knocked out. Aaron was the man who went down, but WindGod, they show up for the third party at SBA. No time to reset. The revive comes in, but before Aaron can bring his HP back up, WindGod, they push forward. Dreams hog out. Aaron traded out. Ernie does not have any HP to work with. Can they handle this pressure? There's a lot of smoke, a lot of confusion. The spam shots into the smoke, they connect. And SprayGod, in a matter of seconds, is the last man left standing. WindGod, they aren't really doing any better themselves. They're also down to their last player in this fight. It's just Rex. 1v1 between him and SprayGod. But SprayGod, he's burning alive. And is this the end of SBA? I think so. Rex should have an easier time wrapping things up. And in fact, SprayGod's own Molotov takes him out. WindGod, they barely survive by the skin of their teeth, Salty. Just 2 players left alive.
But here comes another team. And that team is the OGs. Carnival Gaming is there as well. They're just waiting in the back lines. But for WindGod, it never really seemed like a very proper push. They had no control in that fight. It was all about barging in and trying to get control of that compound. But no utility usage early on. That is exactly what caused them problems. Carnival Gaming from the edge of the circle, just trying to cause problems for everyone else who was rotating. The OGs, of course, will try to move out. Team Zero is also there in the mix of things.
Oh man, who gave them these cars? Team Godlike. It seems like they're forced us to ask the question, why shoot when you can just drive over the opposing player? But it seems like Simp, he fails to connect those shots, and Bliss Esports, they are looking to capitalize. Simp knocked out, but still it is Hero Xtreme Godlike who hold the upper hand in this fight. Look at that, Salty, 9 eliminations this early into the game, but Jonathan moves out. A big blunder. He tries to take on AJ, but AJ secures the knock. Well, it was a prank from Punk, and AJ is gonna hit the floor as well. 10 is the number on that finish counter. Team Godlike, though, they might bite the dust away here, as it's just Admino and Punk, all that are left standing, and Punk, he's gonna get taken down. Carnival Gaming with a beautiful third party, and I think this might be the end of their journey in this game. Team Godlike, a phenomenal performance, could not ask for more, and I think it's all over. No placement points secured, but 10 finish points from a single game. And what happened on Weekendy wasn't a fluke. They showed us that in this game.
Absolutely. Team Godlike just capitalizing on every possible territory whatsoever. In fact, majority of the reason why they could not really find the best of spaces was the circle throwing a curveball at them. 2 back-to-back hardships towards the south, now another hardship towards the north. This has been a very, very confusing game so far for all of these athletes, but Carnival Gaming, they're just dancing across the circle from the edge lines. They don't really care about the circle. It's all about keeping their 4-man alive, and as soon as they spot a player, they try and pepper him, try and cause problems. On the other side, if you talk about our Esports, they just want to stay alive as long as possible, play for those placement points.
Yeah, our Esports, I don't think they have a lot of hope in this particular match. Already, they have taken a very big disadvantage in that early fight. Just 2 players remain, and Regeltoss over there was very lucky that Neo wasn't able to connect that final shot, and now it's Manus who's extremely lucky that, again, Neo isn't able to connect that one last bullet. It just leaves them with a pixel of HP for some reason.
Talking about a pixel of HP, it seems like Carnival Gaming, they don't really want to get any of the player in those situations where they're losing out on their man advantage. They're playing this game like they want to win the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Always prioritizing the rotations. Once again, goes in for a longer rotation, hugging the blue zone. This is where Hector is playing his game of chess.
Yeah, but this is stage 5, so any unnecessary damage from the blue will help the opposing side. So Carnival Gaming, they need to be careful with how they move forward. And as we saw them move out towards that eastern edge, seems like they're going to try and breach the circle from the northeastern edge. They are going to run into Bliss, one player from Bliss. There it is. Eggy has been spotted out. And it should not be a troublesome position for Carnival Gaming to be in. Look at that. Oh, whoa, let me correct myself. Duora OP. I forgot for a second that he is also there in this game. The third party comes in from Dragon Esports, and this changes everything. Now Eggy has an opportunity to at least secure a few extra frags for his team before he goes down. But the finish point still in the hands of Carnival Gaming. Now Goblin, he's burning alive, all thanks to that Molotov, and Carnival have lost 2 players as well. Dwara OP, by the way, is the same man who, in BGIS 2023, secured a 1v6 clutch chicken dinner.
Yeah.
It was historic, it has never happened before, and it will never happen again.
Possibly. We'll hope it happens again, but for now, the OGs definitely have a corner for themselves right at the edge of the circle. Look at this. They have multiple teams kind of rotating right in front. Carnival Gaming, who were looking so strong, now have been struck by lightning, and the lightning was Dora OP. But it seems like the lightning has evaporated. Dragon Esports, they will bite the dust, but Carnival Gaming, these 2 players, Goblin and Hector, this partnership can definitely do some magic.
Yeah, and also let me correct my words. A 6K chicken dinner sounds better. But
6K chicken dinner.
Yeah. I believe he got a lot more money than that for that. But Carnival Gaming up against the OGs. And of course, from what we saw, Carnival Gaming 2 players down. So it's going to be a 2v4. They need to be careful. The plan right now with these vehicle strategies is to try and slam and slow down the momentum of the opposing player. And just then try and slam as many bodies into him as possible. With point-blank range shotgun action, you can secure those knocks and those finishes as well. But seems like Team Z, they haven't given up on this game. As of yet, they are still looking to pick up those loose stragglers along the way. And Rex, he finds himself up against the entirety of Team Z. All 4 players have closed in on that ridge. But the OGs can be a very pleasant distraction for him, because they can draw the attention of the players of Team Z away from Rex and force them to move towards them. But Sarkar Gaming, oh no. Running towards the end against Inertia. Both the players get knocked out and, well, they get picked off.
Team Inertia, they have such a beautiful position inside the circle. The edge of the tree and the cover of the vehicles as well. They come in tandem, but look at Rex, right? He's barely surviving. The bandages are not really going to help him. But Team Z, I'm more surprised that this team has actually made him through so much. They kind of withstood all the damages from the blue, but now they were finally making their way in. Addy is the only man who is still surviving. The OGs will try to finish their journey as of now. Nades do come flying in, but the smoke is the only thing that is going to preserve Team Z and the chances of doing anything inside of this game so far. Meanwhile, on the other side, Carnival Gaming, they've captured the circle and they have complete control over it.
It's not about the circle as well for Carnival Gaming. It was the distraction that Team Z caused that allowed these two individuals to stay alive. You remember a few moments ago when they were trying to breach that northern edge, they were caught off guard completely by Duora OP, and yet they have still kept their numbers intact, dealt with the threat, but still sitting there with a man disadvantage. Carnival Gaming not looking to slow down. 9 is the number of eliminations on the board, and they are in the top 3. Avi is going for a heal battle, running around looking for those first aid, but buddy, you've done enough. It is time to take a break. I don't think Avi will be able to move any further in this game unless Carnival Gaming force a fight against Inertia and get picked off. He has 7 first aid, 6. There it is. 5 first aids now. And he's closing in on the players of Inertia.
What are the odds he actually gets inside the circle?
Oh. Not that great, but
it's
not
doable.
Impossible. He can't get inside the circle, but he can pick off one player from Inertia or Carnival Gaming. So he is the kingmaker in this game.
Exactly. Exactly. The spoiled sport inside of this trifecta. 3 teams and 6 players are still alive. Carnival Gaming with a massive split, but Inertia, look at that. Look at their formation. They have sights on everywhere. The first one goes down. Goblin. His knock will force Hector to come out of his cover and take this fight. It's a 1v3. Spots one of the player out. The DBS shot was too far away, and now it's Avi. Can't really do anything about it. Carnival Gaming will bite the dust.
Avi, he stole that one last point away from the players of Inertia and capitalized as the last time. He made it to the top 2. Instead of finishing on the 3rd, he finished on the 2nd position by shutting down Carnival Gaming. So incredible stuff coming in from WindGod. Incredible stuff from Carnival Gaming. Team Z as well. Survival instincts extremely put on display extremely well. And of course, Hero Xtreme Godlike as well. They walked away with those 10 eliminations. And we can't take anything away from Inertia Esports as well. They had to deal with so much pressure, especially considering majority of the teams were playing on that western edge. And yet Inertia, they walk away with the chicken dinner with 5 eliminations. Not a shabby performance at all, not from any angle.
Not a shabby performance. In fact, I feel like it's been a great improvement from the 24 points that they had accumulated inside of week 1. So week 2 has already been going good for them. Week 2 has already been going good for Team Hero Xtreme Godlike as well, because if you summarize the entire performance today, it seems like majority of the issues that were happening inside of the team, most of them have been checked.
Yeah, I mean, 34 points from Wake, Indiana, Erangel, and how many did they have on Miramar?
Not really a lot. It's single-digit points. I don't really remember. Probably about 2 or 3, but that's okay.
Who cares? They got 34 in 2 games, right? So they had 38 in the 6 matches that they played last week. So Hero Xtreme Godlike, the performance has gone up, and this is what we expected to happen from the team as well. Because the one thing this team was lacking was synergy within the players. Now it seems like with all of that warm-up matches they played in week 1, the warm-up is done, the strategies are fleshed out, and we all know Punk, he is a smart man. In week 1, did not have a lot of information to work with. Now he has his recon done and they show up quite nicely. But this is a winner-winner chicken dinner moment. Inertia Esports, this was their game to lose and did not want to lose it at any cost. So the only thing that could ruin the day was Avi, and Avi decided to focus on that one last remaining player from Carnival Gaming. And, I mean, who cares? I mean, he tried his level best. WindGod, they got a decent game in, and WindGod was already doing quite well for themselves. So I think even for them, qualification was guaranteed. It was Inertia who desperately needed this game, so it is good for them that they were able to secure this win. Now I want to see what they bring on the board tomorrow.
To be honest, I feel like for WindGod, yes, definitely they have been getting points, but I want Savitar at his absolute best, right? The aggression that he used to put out and the confidence with which Avi used to deploy his troops, I think that has been missing for a while. Sure, they are getting position points. Sure, they are qualifying to the next round, but we'll have to remember that from the next round onwards, the lobby is going to get extremely tough. Another team I kind of expect a little bit more from is going to be the Originals, because the way they start things off in the first game, I thought that again this team is also going to go for those fights. They had the positioning by the way, but they could not really make anything out of it.
Yeah, the Originals just crumbled under pressure. I think that is the problem that they are struggling with, but then again, they weren't too far away. Half the work was done in week 1. It was just about improving upon it and then moving forward in this particular week. That is what we want to see from the Originals. Yes, 3 games are done and dusted, but they still have 3 more matches tomorrow. And if they can build upon the momentum of previous week tomorrow, they can definitely qualify, and we can see them in round 2. And this is again a conversation that me and Necro have had in the past as well. Necro was the one who brought it on board, and I'm glad he did. Because he had this conversation with a few other teams, and it seems like everyone was on the same page that whichever group has that Vacandy, Miramar, Erangel rotation, they struggle with building momentum for that particular day.
Absolutely, I 100% agree with you. In fact, this conversation I've had with players as well, and
yeah,
they have
too.
verified this, right? But talking about it, Team Inertia Esports, this was a great game from their side. Of course, you have those 5 finish points, 15 total points. Not really a lot of high numbers in terms of a chicken dinner, but they did fantastic in terms of resurrecting their position on the overall standings. Carnival Gaming, 14 total points for them as well. It seems like Carnival, they've hit the 100-point mark.
Yeah.
They've completed their century as well. So congratulations on that milestone. WindGod, 12 points for them. Godlike on 10 points. You've got Dragon Esports. I was kind of expecting this team to continue that momentum because it felt like this team was the only team who had the average of 10 going on since they've started playing inside of this tournament.
Yeah, that is true. Dragon Esports also did maintain quite a decent bit of average, but again, I think all of that has slipped away now. And Dragon Esports, they will be in recovery mode tomorrow because, again, a lot of work done in week 1. They secured 45 points in the 6 matches that they played in week 1. Today, started off on a decent note, but then after that, it was just downhill.
Yeah.
The performance was, well, it completely faded away slowly and steadily. So, again, for Dragon Esports, one good game. They need one good game to qualify.
Yeah,
as long as they have it, it's all done. They can either have an aggregate over the next 6 matches, bring the aggregate to about 30 to 35 points. That can help them qualify, which is like, what, 5 points per match?
Yeah.
So, yeah, 5 points per game for Dragon Esports. I think that is going to be good. That is what they need.
To be honest, not even just 5 points per game. It seems like I think Dragon Esports will be good to go if they have like 10 points accumulated out of the 3 matches. They've had a great, they've had decent first and the second matches. I think 11 points in the first game, 12 points in the second game as well. They can potentially make it through, ladies and gentlemen. But all of these doubts will be cleared as soon as we hit the overall standings. WSB is still at the very top. Who is challenging them from this group, of course? You've got Orangutan and nobody else from today's games.
100% agree with that. It's just OG who can take on the players of WSB, it seems like, for this week. And WSB, I think, again, in similar shoes like the players from Orangutan, both the teams were able to secure 60 points, around 60 points in their opening week matches. WSB was exactly at 60 and Orangutan did 67. But now I think it will get interesting tomorrow because OG is going to make a comeback. Godlike turns out to be the best performing team from their group today, which I mean will make a lot of people happy. 38 points in the 3 games, doing a little bit over than 10 points per match.
Absolutely. I think this is going to be headlines for tomorrow, and I really wish that this momentum will get carried forward throughout the tournament. We always talk about when there's a long official tournament, peaking at the right time is the most important thing. But now look at this. WindGod, 3 games played, 17 points is what they've acquired. Inertia, expectations were a little bit more, but they kind of suffered to kind of deliver on that 16 points in total. Team Z, now this is going to be a point of concern because 25 points from the first week itself, 16 points from this one, puts them at a total of 41. They're still 30 points away from that cutoff that we are imagining.
Yeah, and Team Z, they've gotten quite close to their total tally from the previous week. They did 20 points in 6 matches. This week they have done 16 in 3. So Team Z, they do need to improve quite a lot. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of trouble waiting for them. But as we move to the last page of the overall rankings, not a lot of surprises over here. I think 4 dominators, they haven't been doing well. LMX, I think, have taken a dip. RTGxIND, alright, that is a surprising name to see so far below in the overall leaderboard. But again, RTGxIND, they had 60 points from the previous 6 games. So 10 points per match was there last week. This week, they've just done 8 points in 3 games. But who cares? RTGxIND, they needed like 20 points to get that safety cushion in. And I think, now they need like 12 points in tomorrow, so that is going to happen for sure.
For sure, that is going to happen. But then the point of concern is, Johnny, do you feel the athletes who will feel the burden of kind of having a massive crash in the second week? Because I feel like mentality-wise, when you score 60 points in the first 6 games and then you absolutely crash, there is going to be those moments where an athlete starts to question himself, where did my firepower go?
More than that, I think there's going to be the pressure of realizing that, all right, if top teams like RTGxIND do not perform and everyone else starts taking leaps and bounds moving forward, yeah, you can ignore WSB, right? They did quite well in week 1. But for teams that are making bounce back, teams like Hero Xtreme, Godlike, teams like Dragon Esports, if they start moving up, the cutoff can go a little bit higher. But here we have it, the iQOO MVP contenders list. And, well, yeah, he wasn't going to let this go, right? We knew this. Yes. I was having this conversation yesterday. Goblin shows up back again. 9 matches played, but sitting on that second position. It seems like after the first BMPS, in the third one as well, he missed out the MVP title, I think, in the previous BMPS, but this time around he's like, yeah, I like that title too much, so I want that again to my name.
Not just this title, I think he loves this tournament as well. Yeah. And Trace God, he has to be very wary of Goblin and his position. 3 matches left, just 1 more finish point that is required, and then he'll overtake. But of course, it's not just Goblin. It feels like the entire approach from Carnival Gaming. Today, it seemed like they're playing. Yes, in the map of Miramar, they're trying to go in all berserk, but the last game of Erangel, Johnny, I felt like there was a difference in approach. What do you think? Why such difference?
I don't think they were being serious about the games today. I don't think Carnival Gaming even tried to play a single game seriously today. I think they were just chilling. Yeah, that is the brutal, honest truth, ladies and gentlemen, because again, they had 82 points at the start of the match. There was absolutely no need for the players to overexert themselves, and I think they were just gathering a lot of information. But hey, our predictions from the starting of the matches, Carnival Gaming, again, not performing, so Ocean didn't go right, Necro didn't do well, Revenant did not do well as well, Salty, iQOO Soul didn't perform. I think out of all of us, it's Maisie and Ankybot who got their prediction, and their team did the best.
Exactly right. I mean, if you talk about it, the best performing team today was Orangutan. Nobody predicted Orangutan. Godlike will come close second, and then of course you've got Revenant and Godlike in kind of like in similar shoes.
Yeah.
So I'll still take some credit, Johnny. Don't do that to me. Your prediction was iQOO Soul, and they kind of struggled today.
Yeah, but it's iQOO Soul, so tomorrow could be their day, right? I mean, never the day one.
Never the day one, but we saw glimpses of brilliance. We saw how fast they can move and how fast they can finish off opposition as well. So they definitely have it under their kit. In fact, they can definitely qualify. But what remains to be seen is how many teams from the blue set are we going to find in the top 64?
Exactly. I mean, that is going to be a big question. And along with that, I think as we were talking about iQOO Soul, we should talk about global esports as well, because 2 of the most aggressive teams I feel in the entirety of set blue, right, today just completely bombed. Both of them were all about those team fights. Both of them were looking very aggressive, but I think considering a lot of effort was put into their performances in week 1, both of them also realized that yes, we just need to put in a little bit of extra efforts, and that should be good to go, right, for this particular week. Hopefully they're going to show up tomorrow with all of that firepower in the bag and in the top tier performance.
Well, talking about top tier performance, tomorrow is going to be the last day where blue set is going to be playing, so we will have an idea of where the cutoff is. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, today's games were fantastic, they were brilliant, and I'm pretty much sure tomorrow is going to be the same thing. See you same place, same time. Bye bye.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में चुभ रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे तू मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा
अरे मिल गया
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग